5:12. Let's call the council meeting to order. City Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Councilmember Grissom,
Present.
Councilmember Kaji,
Here.
Councilmember Kalani,
Present.
Councilmember Lewis,
Present.
Councilmember Matucci,
Here.
Councilmember Shake,
Present.
Mayor Chen.
Present. We're going to recess until 6:30 p.m. Today, we will not have a closed session. Thank you. City Council meeting. I'd like to welcome everyone joining us in the council chambers, with everyone watching remotely. There is no closed session tonight, so we will not ask for any outbrief. Item 2, the flag salute and invocation. We honor those who make it possible for us to be here today. If there's anyone here in the audience who is on active duty or a military veteran, will you please stand or raise your hand so that we may recognize you? And please remain standing. Let's all rise. And Councilman Gerson will lead us in the flag salute, and Councilman Kaji in the invocation.
Go ahead, face the flag, right hand over your heart, and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing. Dear Lord, thank you for taking care of our city of Torrance. We'd like to thank you for all the moms and dads and the grandparents, the uncles, the aunts, the big sisters, big brothers, who are all part of our families. We want to thank you for our city employees, our police, our fire, our public works, all our various departments who help keep our city running. We want to thank you for all of those who serve us in our hospitals, our restaurants, our supermarkets, and all the businesses here in our city. We also want to remember and pray for our teachers, our students, and all the staff who run our public schools. And lastly, please keep your hand on us as we go through the city council meeting and make decisions which affect the lives of everyone here in the city of Torrance. And lastly, go Dodgers. Amen.
I have a feeling the Dodgers been getting a lot of prayers lately. Thank you both. Item 3, I'll take a motion to waive further reading of resolutions and ordinances after number and title.
Motion to waive further readings.
Seconded.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item 4, announcements of withdrawn, deferred, or supplemental items.
Good evening, Your Honor. Adam Charian, City Manager. There are supplemental materials available online on the city website at torranceca.gov for the following items. Item 7, oral communications. Item 8F, community services. Accept and file update on coyote management plan and coyote abatement services. Item 9A, from community services, to accept and file update on pickleball facilities and provide direction regarding Wilson Park and Surabaya Park pickleball facilities and the Retiro tennis courts. And last, 9H, from Citizen Development Enrichment Committee, to discuss and provide direction on appropriated resources, contributions for the neighborhood coordinated Seaside Ranchos holiday lights display, discuss and consider adopting ordinance, amending Torrance Municipal Code pertaining to cottage food, accept and file meeting minutes. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Item 5, council committee meetings and announcements. I'd like to take a moment to recognize and remember a remarkable volunteer who dedicated nearly 19 years of selfless service to our Torrance Police Department. Valdine Clark, or more affectionately known as Val, passed away earlier this month, peacefully in her home. She was not only a volunteer, she was a beloved member of our community. Throughout her time in the city, Val's unwavering dedication and positive spirit were a beacon of hope and support. Her contributions reached far beyond her duties, making a lasting impact on the officers and the community she served. Her character and generous heart touched everyone who had the privilege of working with her, and I'm sure her legacy will continue to inspire us all. Our deepest sympathies are with the Clark family as well as her friends and colleagues. We are profoundly grateful for the time and energy she spent serving our community. Her contributions will not be forgotten. Thank you. I will make the next announcement, the next 2, as a matter of fact. Farmers Market World Famous Pie Contest. The Torrance Certified Farmers Market will host their world-famous pie contest on Tuesday, October 1st at 10 a.m. The public is invited to enter their own world-famous pie of any variation. The pies will be judged according to taste, appearance, and creativity. The pies must be prepared by the contestant and made from scratch. That means no Costco, okay? Including original homemade crust, dough, and filling. The Torrance Farmers Market has invited all members of the council to serve as the judging panel with City Clerk Rebecca Poirier, Commissioner Gary Wright, Chief Hart from the Torrance Police Department, and Chief Miller from Torrance Fire, and of course, your mayor, me. To take part in this contest, be sure to fill out the entry form available on the city's website, which includes your contact information, along with the pie recipe. Bring the completed form, recipe, and your delicious pie to the Torrance Farmers Market on Tuesday, October 1st at 9 a.m. Only the first 15 entries will be entered in the contest. There will be a pie eating contest for those of you who would rather eat than bake. Email Joyce Chan, the Torrance Farmers Market Manager, at jchan@torranceca.gov if you have any questions. And good luck. I should say, not only no Costco, but no Sam's as well, right? Another item, I'd like to take a moment to recognize and extend our gratitude to the Torrance Fire Department for their exceptional service to our community. Torrance Fire Department, for not only that, for their exceptional service to our community. This afternoon, the fire department unveiled their newly acquired advanced life support and basic life support ambulances. And they're huge and they're nice too. I had a close-up look. Offering the city council a first look at these state-of-the-art vehicles. Their new additions to the department not only showcases the city's commitment to public safety, but also represent a significant step forward in enhancing our emergency medical services, ensuring our first responders are equipped with the best tools to provide rapid and high-quality care in emergencies. These upgrades bolster the department's readiness, allowing them to respond to medical crises more effectively, which is a critical component of keeping our community safe. Thank you, Chief Dumais, for your leadership and your team for ensuring well-being of everyone who lives, works, and visits Torrance. Next item is Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. In 2017, the City Council adopted the Historic Preservation Plan and Ordinance to provide identification, designation, protection, enhancement, perpetuity, and use of the historic resources that reflect important themes in the city's heritage. Single-family homes located within the original Torrance tract, which is bounded by Dominguez Street to the north, Western Avenue to the east, Plaza del Amo to the south, and Crenshaw to the west, that have both historic significance and historic integrity, can be a historic resource, either by being designated a historic landmark and or being part of a historic district. To date, the Historic Preservation Commission has approved 3 homes within the Torrance tract as historic preservation landmarks. As the city continues to expand the number of homes registered as a historic preservation landmark, I'd like to make a request to expand the Historic Preservation Plan and Ordinance to also include commercial buildings that hold historic value within the original commercial core in the Torrance tract. This initiative would help ensure that we are actively preserving our city's heritage for future generations. May I please have council concurrence on this item? Thank you very
Looks
much.
like you got 7-0.
Thank you very much.
City Clerk.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would like to announce that the League of Women Voters Torrance area will be hosting a pros and cons forum on measures that will be on the November 5th ballot. The first forum for pros and cons will be held on Thursday, October 10th at 5:30 p.m. in the library meeting room. They are also hosting a Torrance Unified School District Candidate Forum on Friday, October 11th at 5:30 p.m. in the Toyota Meeting Hall. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce Social Services Commissioner Karen Pryor, who would like to make an announcement regarding the upcoming Veterans Appreciation Event.
Good evening, and thank you, Mayor Chen, members of City Council, and all you awesome people. My name is Karen Pryor. I'm Vice Chair of the Social Services Commission. The Commission would like to cordially invite our community's veterans to the city's annual Veterans Appreciation Event on Friday, November 8th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. The event takes place at the Toyota Meeting Hall, beginning with a resource fair at 10 a.m. Veterans will have an opportunity to learn about services offered through providers such as the Veterans Affairs LA Regional Office, Employment Development Department Veterans Division, Veterans Peer Access Network, and the Stephen A. Cohen Military Family Clinic. Just a little before noon, an appreciation luncheon will be served with entertainment and open mic. Not sure about that. Each veteran may bring one guest to the event. Please RSVP your participation to the Torrance City Manager's office by Friday, October 27th by calling 310-618-5880 or emailing socialservicescommission@torranceca.gov. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a great annual event. So all veterans, please join us. I think Treasurer Goodrich, you have an announcement to make.
Thank you, Mayor. Tim Goodrich, City Treasurer. I wanted to announce to the public that the City Treasurer's Department is currently seeking request for quotes, qualifications for checks and balances audit between Finance and Treasury Departments to also include items including the efficient use of technology. More information can be found on the Planet Bids website, or if you need help finding it, feel free to call the City Treasurer's office. And while we still have a few projects to do in the reviewing and reimagining of the department, this is the last major project. So looking forward to crossing this one off our list. Thank you.
Thank you. Hispanic Heritage Month. We're declaring September 15th through October 15th as Hispanic Heritage Month. I would like to extend a warm welcome to Mrs. Ordaz and representatives of the Del Amo community, advisors Isabel Martinez, Jordi Alejandre, and students of the Hispanic Culture Club of North High School, and Chief Academic Officer Dr. Katie Crumpy, and Principal of Torrance Elementary, Dr. Nicole Jacobson, teachers Ms., I'm going to try to do this right, Rocio Lopez, and dual language students from Torrance Elementary School. Please, I think we should probably just do the proclamation first. Each council member will read a paragraph, and then I will finish it off. And then I'm going to invite each of the groups I just represented to come to the podium to say a few words. I believe some of the children will also as well, and we have a microphone down. So we'll start off with the council members.
Whereas, each year, the United States observes National Hispanic Heritage Month by celebrating the culture, heritage, and countless contributions of those whose ancestors originate across North America, including Mexico, as well as those who came from Central America, South America, the Caribbean, and Spain. And
Whereas the observation first started in 1968 as Hispanic Heritage Week under President Lyndon B. Johnson. It was later expanded in 1988 to cover a 30-day period starting from September 15th to October 15th by President Ronald Reagan. And
Whereas the first day of Hispanic Heritage Month is significant because it is the anniversary of the independence for Latin American countries, including Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua. Mexico and Chile celebrate their Independence Days on September 16th and September 18th. Additionally, Indigenous Peoples Day falls within the 30-day period. And
whereas the City of Torrance is proud to celebrate the Hispanic and Latino population that contributes greatly to the prosperity of the community and offers a diversity of cultures, customs, and languages. And
Whereas we celebrate these invaluable contributions that Hispanic and Latino communities have made to our nation's culture through the arts, law, science, technology, and sports. Additionally, we continue to honor those who serve as civil rights leaders, politicians, and public servants, including those who served on the front lines during the pandemic as healthcare providers, first responders, educators, military service members, and other essential workers. And
whereas the City of Torrance is proud to recognize Hispanic Heritage Month and commemorate Hispanic and Latino communities who have enhanced and shaped our national character with centuries-old traditions that reflect the multi-ethnic and multicultural customs of their communities, while adding their own distinct and dynamic perspectives to the story of our city, state, and nation.
Now, therefore, I, George Chen, as mayor of the city of Torrance, California, do hereby proclaim September 15, 2024 through October 15, 2024 as Hispanic Heritage Month in the city of Torrance, and call upon the residents of city of Torrance to learn more about the history of Hispanic and Latino communities signed this 24th day of 2024. I see we have 3 large groups. I have 3 proclamations to hand out. So I'm going to be coming down. I think tonight, since we have a group of children in the first row, I'm going to come down and hand them a portable mic before we do all the presentations so that the items don't get in the way. So give me a second to come down, and then we'll take group pictures. Just giving the council members a heads up, we're all coming down for this one, okay? But we're going to let them speak first. Should we let the kids go first? I'll let the teacher guide. Yeah, you can just say who you are.
Good evening. My name is Rocio Lopez, and I am a 3rd grade teacher at Torrance Elementary. I have been teaching these wonderful children now this is my 2nd year with them, and they are learning Espanol, and they're really good. So we're going to go ahead and start here with Alexa.
Here in Torrance Unified, we are pleased to celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month. Torrance strives to foster the potential of our Hispanic community, which makes up 34% of our student body. TUSD values the gift of being bilingual in Spanish. We have dual language immersion program at Carr and Torrance Elementary.
The National Hispanic Heritage Month theme for 2024 is Pioneers of Change, Shaping the Future Together.
California is home to many pioneers of change, such as Dolores Huerta, Sonia Sotomayor, Sylvia Mendez, and our current Senator, Alex Padilla.
We aim to be pioneers of change.
Juntos seamos la próxima generación de pioneros del cambio.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then we have another group, dual immersion from North. Please come. Any of you want to share, make any remarks? Okay, actually, you could just speak to this mic.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Andrea Lara. I am a senior at North this year, and I'm also this year's Hispanic Culture Club president. These are my fellow board mates and my sponsors, Ms. Martinez and Mr. Alejandre. It's an honor to be here today and accept the Proclamation of Hispanic Heritage. The Latino community and Hispanic community is a grand part of celebrating our culture and herencia Latino, especially here in the city of Torrance. On behalf of North High's HCC, we gladly accept the Hispanic Heritage Proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Actually, I'm going to ask you to stay up here for now. Just stand on the side here. Now, the next person is Mrs. Ordaz and your group here. Would you like to share a few words with us?
My name is Irene Ordaz. I'm the president of homeowners in Del Amo. I want to thank the mayor and all the councilmen for electing me for this. And I want to thank all my family here for being here, and Barbara from Mobile, and all the people. Thank you very much.
So at this moment, this is how, I think this is how we're going to do it. I'm going to ask all the council members to come down, and Mrs. Ordaz, you are here with your group. I just want to make sure. Here is yours. Now you can hold this. Barbara, maybe you can help her. We need the kids too now. Okay. So I'm going to suggest this. You two tighten up here, and then the kids would be in the front since they're shorter. We're ad-libbing this a little bit. Yeah, have them go in the front. Yeah, just tighten up a little bit. And just don't block the proclamation. Just give her a little gap right there. Yeah, we'll give them a little gap there. I think there's one, two. There's one more. Yes, yes. Okay.
She had the best reaction.
Okay. Make sure everything is seen. Okay. Yeah, we'll take the papers. Let me sneak my way back up there somewhere. Look at all 300 cameras. Got them all? Thank you. Thank you.
This is mine? Oh, let's go.
Down here. Yeah. Yeah, Fiat's got it. You're gonna have to look that way. That's the weird thing about it. You know, maybe when he's talking, let's stand out so that he doesn't block, because this is the only mic. You're gonna have to talk that way. Okay, here's your script. Yeah, just slightly on the side while he's talking. Yeah, just slightly on the side. Yeah, there you go. Okay, we're moving on to item 6B. This is Councilman Matucci.
Right on.
There you go. Yeah, there you go. I'll hold it for you.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight, I have the great honor of standing before you to celebrate an incredible milestone, the 10-year anniversary of the Seaside Heroes Park Volunteers. Over the past decade, Jenna Christensen, and more than 500 dedicated volunteers have come together, contributing over 4,800 hours of their time, energy, and passion to transform Seaside Heroes Park into the vibrant and welcoming space it is today. What started with a simple invitation has grown into a powerful community effort that not only beautifies our park, but strengthens the bonds between neighbors. Your collective hard work, planting, pruning, cleaning, and caring for every corner of this park has made it a special place for families, friends, and visitors to enjoy. But beyond the physical transformation, what stands out most is the spirit of unity you have fostered. Seaside Heroes Park has become more than just a green space. It is a symbol of what we can achieve when we come together as a community. I would like to showcase a short video that our City Cable team produced back in May when the 10-year anniversary event was held.
For 57 years, this was a piece of dirt with chain link fence on either side of it. In 2011, we opened the park, and the name, as you see, Seaside Heroes Park, is to honor 3 young men who grew up in the neighborhood, and they all died in Iraq and Afghanistan in the wars. Why is the 10-year anniversary important? Because it just started with one person deciding to do something about the fact that the park was overgrown with weeds.
What brings me out here today is I love to help the community and help clean up the park because it's honoring like heroes who served in the military. It's important to take part in a volunteer effort because it helps the community and just makes the park more beautiful and fun to be at.
I like to come every week, and I really just like helping around the community and cleaning up the park. I want to be a part of the community, and I like to show how I'm committed to cleaning up my surroundings.
I'm not used to gardening, but being surrounded by it and learning how to be full of nature, it's really fun. You're not only helping the environment, but you're also gaining experience for yourself and meeting new people. Volunteering is the best thing I can do.
To me, I just am so grateful that all these people showed up, and I think the fact that we have 4,700 hours into this project needs to be celebrated. I just think, what would this park have looked like if we didn't do this? And 600 volunteers have been here throughout the 10 years. I think we're probably going to be going another 10.
On behalf of the City of Torrance, we want to extend our heartfelt thanks to each and every one of you who have volunteered your time and talents over the years. Your contributions are invaluable, and the impact of your efforts is felt by all who visit the park. Here's to 10 years of dedication, and we look forward to many more years of continued service and growth together. Thank you for everything you do to make Torrance a better place. I'd like to ask Jenna Christensen to come up to the podium and say a couple words. And Jenna, we're all very proud of you.
Thank you, Aurelio. Councilmen, staff, residents, thank you so much for coming, and thank you for this incredible honor. Really appreciate it. I think that Aurelio Matucci, Councilman Matucci, pretty much covered everything. The one thing I do want to say is over 600 volunteers have participated, and we are 68 hours away from hitting 5,000 hours. And a little history, this park was sitting empty behind a chain link fence for 58 years. The city owned it from 1953, and the residents thought that this would be a great opportunity to create something wonderful for the community. And the city was able to find a grant. I don't know who exactly that was working hard for that. And in 2011, the park opened. It was 3 years after that that I noticed that a lot of plants were stressed and not doing well, and weeds were overtaking the park. So I decided I needed to take action. And I actually forgot to call the city and ask, would that be okay? Never thought about that. I just put a handwritten sign up and said, you know, hey, community event, come and help me beautify this space. And people showed up, and here we are. One thing that I'm very excited about that's been underway for about 5 years is that we, this fall, will start working together, a collaboration with the South Bay Parkland Conservancy. And we're going to start installing habitat causing kinds of plants, so native plants. And the hope is that eventually we'll have native plants that are blooming throughout the year, different ones, so that we can attract birds and bees and butterflies and all of that and make the park even more vibrant than it is today. And of course, I'm one person, and without the people who came and helped me, I could not have done very much. So I just want to thank anybody on staff who's helped out, anybody in, you know, the chambers who've been here. Can they stand up so we can see who they are? Anybody? Thank you. I would love it. If you would like, please come down here so we can have an opportunity for a picture.
Okay, this is yours.
That's mine.
So we're all gonna do this. Really, why don't you get next to Jenna? Who could even it out? There were some other folks who stood up. Who was the volunteers?
Those,
yeah, the volunteers.
Hey, there we go. There we go. Here they come. You did it too. Come on. Come on. Hold on. That one. Oh, yeah. It counts.
We need to tighten up a little bit.
I can do that. A little bit closer to me. Thank you very much. See you guys later. Alligators.
Of course, go ahead.
Seaside Heroes Park as well.
Sure.
Yeah. So hello. My name is Gabriel Kim. I'm one of the volunteers of the Seaside Heroes Park, and I'm a high schooler. I'm going to Palos Verdes Peninsula High School. Although I'm not in the Torrance exactly Torrance, but I'm still in the area. But I just wanted to say it's really meaningful that we have been getting the recognition from the council of all the cleaning up that we have been doing. And I just wanted to say that if there's anyone who wants to participate, we are cleaning up every Saturday, even week Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. And we hope to see more people who can show up and help this good deed in memory of the veterans. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Someone else from PV? Okay, PV's taking over tonight.
Is it okay if I also say?
You've got the mic.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So, my name is Rachel Lee, and like Tonggon said, we work as like an organization, and I'm like the president of this chapter, and I basically sort of like bring my members to the Seaside Heroes Park, and we work to volunteer. And I really think like the message of volunteering for our communities is very significant. And particularly this event really like influences our dedication and motivation to volunteer. And as I've like just found out that these veterans actually come from many of the schools that we attend to, I think that really like encourages us and like motivates us and continues to influence our volunteering for the park. And I hope that with our efforts, we can continue to restore for our communities and for future generations. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, both of you. You know, we welcome all folks who come and volunteer in our city, and you know, students from Palos Verdes, anywhere that want to come. We know you're all welcome to help us. And thank you, Jenna. Thank you for the young people here for setting an example, because you're showing us that you're future leaders, because you're taking a step forward and volunteering, and appreciate it. Thank you on behalf of our city to you. Okay. Moving on to oral communications number 1. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comments under the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers under oral communications are limited to either oral communications number 1 or oral communications number 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Time starts when you step up to the microphone. If presenting handout materials to the council, please provide 11 copies to the city clerk before speaking. Handouts will be distributed while you speak. It's 7:10, City Clerk.
Susan Niemeyer.
PC, which is on the November ballot, and the city's messaging about it. So I have shared with several community members the language here that says restricting compensation for members of the city council to no more than the minimum wage of the state of California. And everyone says, wow, that's great. They're being fiscally conservative, responsible. And then I explained to them that this actually means a huge increase in your compensation. It would make you one of the most well-paid council members at a city of our size in Southern California. And then they say, wow, that's really misleading. That's deceitful. That's unethical. That's corrupt. Not necessarily that you're asking for more money, because I would actually support a raise, but the language that you're using in the ballot measure, which is misleading the voters of the city of California. You need to become accountable, ethical, and transparent. Thank you.
Marianne.
You could very easily and for free create an independent civilian oversight commission. You really have everything already that you need, other than maybe beginning with a separate office, not the police department, and expecting people to go into the police department and report that the police harmed them to the people that harmed them. And just create another night, another spot, a place where people can go and speak to you and the public can engage. Understanding as well that most of this happens in closed session, right? But showing the community that they have a place to go that's safe, it goes a great distance toward rebuilding community trust, because there's a lot of rebuilding that needs to be done there. Create an independent civilian oversight commission. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell.
Stephanie.
Hi, I just want to echo the demand for an independent civilian oversight commission, which, by the way, would benefit everybody in the city of Torrance. It would benefit all of you. Having an extra line of accountability only helps the community. Imagine you have been assaulted by someone. Would you go to their house, knock on their door, and report them to their brothers, sisters, friends, uncles, cousins? Would you give those people the evidence you have to corroborate your claim? Would you ask them for help to get evidence they have? How would you expect that to go? Would you give your personal information to them? Would you expect your witnesses to provide their information? Where do you think that would go? There needs to be a separate, independent entity in place where complaints can be filed. None of us would do something like this in our normal life, and we shouldn't be expected to do it with the police. Create an independent civilian oversight commission. Say his name, Christopher DeAndre Mitchell.
Eric and Neff Cross.
Did you say Eric?
Yes, it says Eric and Neff Cross.
Okay, we'll go on to the next person.
No one else has signed up, Your Honor.
Okay. Now we have anyone else wish to speak under oral communication number 1, please come to the microphone up there, and you have 1 minute. Anyone from the audience? On items not on the agenda.
Hi, this is Pork Chop. I did not prepare myself for today, but since nobody else, I just talking to you because you guys doing everything so great, and I love the city, and I love, what's his name? Phil Garner. He's my friend. He's such a good friend. He has a channel, all my activities, what I do in Torrance. He plays my videos. Timmy, my zipper is up, just in case you want to know. You don't have to stare. Anyway, so he put some videos when Timmy Goodrich interrupted me on my free speech and told me my zipper was done. That idiot, Timmy Goodrich, told me my zipper was done. And his stupid guy plays it on YouTube, my videos when I got upset. I just did not want to talk dirty to you. Timmy, my zipper is up, so don't interrupt.
Your time is up, sir. Actually, last week I thought you said you were Phil Gardner, but anyone else from the public who wish to speak? Okay, if not, we're going to move on to the consent calendar. Do any council members wish to pull any items listed under the consent calendar? Councilman Shake.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor. 8B, please.
Okay. 8B. Councilwoman Kalani.
8A, please, Mayor. Thank you.
8A as an apple?
Correct.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, I'll take a motion to concur with all items on the consent calendar with exception of 8A and 8B.
Motion to approve the consent calendar for all items except 8A, 8B.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Maybe we'll start in chronological order. We'll start with 8A.
Thank you, Mayor. I asked to have this item pulled. I first want to thank everybody for their hard work on this item and simply ask for an update, if possible.
Good evening, Jamie Lay, City Manager's Office. I'm happy to report that with your continued support, since the approval of the pilot program on July 16th, we've received 663 police recruit applications. 339 have been processed, with 46 on the eligible list and 324 in queue for processing. We've also received 59 police lateral applications. 37 of those have been processed, with 20 on the eligible list and 22 in queue for processing. And finally, we received 172 dispatcher applications, 3 of those being laterals. 141 of those have been processed. 50 of those applicants took the test today, and we have 31 left for processing.
Thank you very much. And if there's no other questions, I'll motion to approve 8A.
I'll second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item 8B, Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. Just quick question on item 8B in reference to the city treasury report. Mr. Goodrich, I have a question on page 1. We have reconciling adjustments about $4.6 million. Could you please elaborate briefly what kind of adjustments were made?
Yes, Council Member Tim Goodrich, City Treasurer. That's a good question. I can tell you that those numbers are actually pulled from a report that we received from the Finance Department. That's part of their accounting function. So for any more detailed information on what specifically is included in those reconciling adjustments, I would defer to Finance Department.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Sheila.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Sheila Poussin with Finance. Those adjustments are most likely cash adjustments, so it would be either outstanding checks or deposits in transit. So when we issue a check, we'll record the expense and reduce that balance, at least on the books, because we had cut the check. However, it will not reflect on our cash and the bank until that check is cashed by the receiver. On the flip side, same with deposits in transit. When we make a payment, let's say a wire or whatnot, it won't reflect on the bank side until the wire is cleared, but on our books, we've already booked it.
You don't book those in receivables?
It would still, I'm sorry, a receivable as well, there's outstanding checks, correct? So we would already cut the check. So because we've cut the check, we book the credit to cash.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you for the clarification. Appreciate it. Thank you. With that, I make a motion to approve, unless somebody else has a question on this item. I see none,
Press
so
forward.
I can make a motion to approve consent calendar item 8B.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. Moving on to administrative matters. Item 9A from the Community Service Director. Is there a staff presentation?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, John LaRock, Community Services Department. Tonight, we are presenting an overview of the pickleball facilities in the city, a recommendation from the Parks and Recreation Commission for the hours of play at the Sur La Brea Park courts, the status of new pickleball courts, and options for pickleball play at Sur La Brea, Wilson, and El Retiro parks. Currently, pickleball can be played on 2 courts at Wilson Park, 4 courts at Sur La Brea Park, and 4 courts at Walteria Park. Play is also available at certain basketball courts in selected parks. All locations and times are posted on the city's website. In addition to regular open play, the city runs instructional classes for all levels of play, including our adaptive sports participants. Some instructional classes are held at the Wilson Park Community Sports Complex, which repurposes the roller hockey rink for those pickleball lessons. A capital project is underway to add 8 new pickleball courts at Wilson Park. A no-bid Sourcewell contract to design and build the courts will be presented to your honorable body as early as October, with a projected completion date in March-April 2025. The new courts will help provide adequate play space and may help alleviate conflicts that have arisen among players of tennis and pickleball and residents. At Sur La Brea Park, pickleball play is designated at 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. daily. However, play regularly exceeds those hours. Residents and players have reported conflicts over noise, parking, trespass, and littering. At their meeting on August 14th, the Parks and Recreation Commission considered the allowable hours of play and received public comment, ultimately making a recommendation to City Council that pickleball hours be set at 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. daily. The hours of play in the evening can be regulated by the timing of the court lights. If direction is to maintain the courts as tennis only, signage would be added at the courts. On-site management of court hours could also be provided by adding staff. At El Retiro Park, the 2 tennis courts are frequently being repurposed by pickleball players. The city has not designated the courts at El Retiro for pickleball given their proximity to residential property. The city has received resident noise complaints regarding pickleball. Pickleball could be restricted at these courts, or playing time could be managed by setting a time at which the court lights turn off. Staff recommends consideration that the court lights turn off at 8 p.m. daily. If direction is to maintain the courts as tennis only, again, signage would be added to the courts, and on-site management of the courts could be provided by adding staff. At Wilson Park, your honorable body may also consider the conversion of one tennis court into 4 pickleball courts. That conversion could allow for shared use between tennis and pickleball at assigned times, or be dedicated to pickleball. Point-in-time counts by staff found that all 3 tennis courts are in use daily, so this action would displace tennis players. The conversion could be considered temporary until the new pickleball courts at Wilson Park are completed. Staff requests that your honorable body provide direction on the following. 1, setting hours for pickleball play at Sur La Brea Park or restricting pickleball. Setting hours for pickleball play at El Retiro Park or restricting pickleball. The potential conversion of one tennis court at Wilson Park for either shared use with tennis or exclusively for pickleball. And the potential for adding staff to manage the hours of play at Sur La Brea and or El Retiro Parks. Thank you, and staff is available for questions.
Thank you very much. So at this time, we're going to take public comments on this. I'm going to assume there's going to be a lot of folks who may want to speak on this. I think City Clerk just notified me that there have been some folks who's already submitted a comment card, so she will call out their names. We'll call their names first. Each person has 1 minute. I ask you to keep your comments within 1 minute. And since there may be more after those who submitted cards wish to speak, you will have an opportunity. Just want to make sure. And if you're really repeating what a former person have said, you can say that I agree with the former comment, as opposed to repeating verbatim the same language. Okay, City Clerk?
Polly.
Hello. Regarding the Wilson Park tennis courts, they're fully in use, as the clerk mentioned. Also, there's not an abundance of tennis courts that you're taking from. I understand the need for pickleball, but to take away from tennis courts that are sparse is not a good idea, that are fully used. Cerritos has a park that has 12 tennis courts. I don't think we have 12 tennis courts in the entire city. Furthermore, all 4 high schools play tennis competitively. So if our high school students are to be competitive, and if our future generations are to do well, they need a place to play. And our schools have traditionally been good educationally, but they've been good athletically as well. South High, Shannon Box, World Cup winner, U.S. women's soccer team, Olympic gold medalist. 2024, Eva Jovic, 16-year-old from Torrance, U.S. Open. Biggest tennis tournament in the country, 2nd round from Torrance. Thank you.
Rick Leacock.
Well, I concur with the speaker previously that there aren't enough courts going around. That's basically what we're reaching, is we don't have enough courts around here. At Sur La Brea, we currently have a demand which exceeds 100 to 150% of available courts. We have 25 to 40 players that are waiting for court play, which leads to about a half hour to 45 minutes of wait time. I applaud the ability to convert a court at Wilson, but the concept of deprecating courts at Sur La Brea kind of defeats for a net zero loss, no gain for that. We believe that we should work towards a consistent vision for pickleball. We feel like there isn't a consistent vision from the city, and we've been proactive at Sur La Brea, especially during daytime in the 9 to 4, to basically police our own on that. And thank you for considering these recommendations.
David Anderson.
My name is David Anderson, a pickleball ambassador with the USA Pickleball Association, and I live in Long Beach, but I was asked to speak. We have a Long Beach Pickleball Advisory Committee, And this is a group of 7 people, and we advise the city on where to build pickleball courts so that you don't have these conflicts. And it sounds like you all have a number of conflicts going on here. We have Zoom meetings once a month with the Parks and Recs director. Sometimes the parks operations maintenance and managers are there. The some city council people are there because they're interested. And it has really worked really well because now the city knows exactly what the pickleball community is looking for. And we try to work with all of the problems with tennis players, basketball players, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, I'm wondering, does our staff have this gentleman's contact information? We can probably get it. Okay. Thank you.
Boots Sampson.
This past Saturday, we played with Torrance PD Officer Garcia at Sur La Brea Park, and he said that citation cannot be given to people playing past 4 p.m. The municipal code allows residents to use Torrance parks until 10 p.m. 4,600 pickleball players in District 4 have been denied access to a public park. Please restore evening play up to 9 p.m. Restitution is only fair. We request SSC funds, which we fund, be allocated to build 12 new courts. The Pickleball League in El Segundo generates $160,000 annually. This would be a good investment for the city. In August 12, one of the residents wrote to the city that she would rather have drugs and alcohol intoxication at the park rather than have pickleball players at Sur La Brea. Are pickleball players a nuisance to the society? We are also asking for a little bit of respect. Thank you. My name is Boots.
Stephen Ye.
Hello. Every park has a different vibe, but pickleball at Sur La Brea is truly unique for its friendliness, inclusivity, and strong community. I invite you to all come down to Sur La Brea in the morning. What you will see is people greeting each other by name and sharing laughter and friendship on the courts and on the sidelines. If a TV news crew were to show up, Sur La Brea Park would be the poster child for positivity in a everyday community. I do empathize with a few most immediate neighbors. Individual parking violations should be addressed. I'm glad that noise is also being further mitigated with additional baffles. But in our city where construction and landscape work is permitted at 7:30 in the morning, to then unilaterally push back pickleball hours to 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. without a hearing, or to even consider shutting down Sur La Brea altogether, goes against the spirit of building a stronger community. I strongly advocate for pickleball to stay open from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. Thank you.
Fred Hernandez.
I'm reading this for Jarek Hanger. He's been a resident for 14 years. Due to full-time work employment, I play Sur La Brea at night. Pickleball has been a fantastic way to build community right here in Torrance. Many of these individuals you are hearing from today are now friends, revealing why pickleball and its growth is good for our city, and it provides a fun, healthy platform for building community. I am here asking that you keep pickleball at Sur La Brea and reinstate play to normal park hours, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. Park usage is currently treated like it's some kind of evil, yet increasing park usage is good stewardship of city resources. Before pickleball was introduced at Sur La Brea, it was an underutilized park that was experiencing all kinds of problems that underutilization brings, including vacancy and drug deals. Sadly, since the courts have been closed at 4 p.m., they're started again. I understand this increased usage brings with more traffic and no.
Thank you, sir. Got it.
Reba Rhodes.
My name is Reba Rhodes, and I'm 77 years old, and I am a pickleball player. I have been attending meetings with the City Council and the Parks and Rec for over 8 years regarding places to play pickleball in Torrance. I recall one meeting where the City Council discussed opening Sur La Brea for pickleball. There was a female detective who monitored the parks, and she spoke at this meeting. She stated the importance of having activity at Sur La Brea. She emphasized that activity will deter unwanted behavior at the park. Adding pickleball at Sur La Brea was a good thing. Recently, the hours were changed from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. The park is available to the public from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., but there's a limit for those of us who play pickleball. Please keep Sur La Brea open for us and change the hours so that we are allowed reasonable hours to play. Thank you.
Jose Rodriguez.
I'm Jose Rodriguez, a resident. I'm also a longtime educator, and I've worked in many positions, including high school principal and the last year career in central office administration, addressing the complaints of stakeholders at charter schools. I understand the difficulty of balancing the needs of all stakeholders, so I encourage the council to take a balanced approach to resolving the nationwide issue of considering the needs of residents living near pickleball courts and the needs of the ever-expanding population playing the sport. In addition, I want to read from the Torrance General Plan, Parks and Recreations, Chapter 3. Goal, provide high-quality, readily accessible parks, recreation, and community facilities for all Torrance residents. Objective, CR8, to develop and maintain parks, recreation, and cultural facilities that reflect the broad range of interests and to meet the needs, desires, and interests of the Torrance community. I hope the council members hold true to the general plan and the philosophies and goals that were established in the plan. Thank you.
Beth Berry.
Good evening, City Council. I'm reading this note on behalf of two Torrance residents, Allison and Max Muth, who couldn't be here tonight. We purchased a home on West 237th Street just over a year ago, a block away from Sur La Brea Park. When buying a home, we considered the park and its community a big reason why we selected the neighborhood we did. Pickleball is quite popular among the 20 and 30-something crowd. It's not just for the retired crowd. We regularly play with our friends. When looking to the future of Torrance, who will be buying the homes and continuing the community? It's the millennials. We want to have parks nearby where we are able to use them freely. We strongly believe the voices of a few houses should not outweigh the larger community. We urge you to keep pickleball at Sur La Brea Park and remove, or at a minimum expand, the time restrictions. While we wish playing between 9 and 4 every day was realistic, it's not, as we have to work. We encourage you to realize the benefits of the...
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Okay. All right. I think we've exhausted all of those who submitted comment cards, but you still have time to make a comment. For those who wish to speak, I would suggest, it looks like you're already queuing up, but just allow each person to finish. If you're done, let the next person come up, but we're going to get as many of you in as possible. And I know there's a lot of applauses. If we just let each person speak, then there will be less delay with the applauses. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm Joyce Freeman. I live across the street from Wilson Park. I'm a tennis player and a pickleball player. I'm 76 years old. I play at Wilson for tennis on Tuesday and Friday mornings. I've seen the tennis courts sometimes empty. I've seen the pickleball courts sometimes empty. When they're full, some of my friends and I try to go over to Hickory Park. Point I'd like to make is that Hickory Park's tennis courts are shameful. I'm surprised we haven't gotten hurt because there's nooks and crannies and it's horrible. Paradise Park tennis courts are horrendous. It just breaks my heart that we don't keep up our facilities. So Wilson Park and Sur La Brea shouldn't be the only parks and courts that we're looking at tonight. We should be looking at all the parks.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I was born and raised in Torrance, where I've spent countless hours playing tennis at Wilson Park. One persistent challenge I encountered both as a child and now as an adult has been the long wait times for these courts. 95% of the times, players find themselves waiting for a court to become available. This issue has not only hindered our enjoyment of the game, but also reflects the growing demand for tennis in our community. To ensure that all players can enjoy this wonderful sport, we should not reduce the existing courts, as they're crucial for accommodating our community's needs. Regarding the rising popularity of pickleball, I strongly believe that we should utilize available space in the park, such as the large empty parking lot adjacent to the existing tennis courts. This area can be transformed into additional pickleball courts without distracting from our beloved tennis facilities. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mandeep Khuman, a resident of Southeast Torrance. I'd like to register my strong opposition to the planned conversion of tennis courts to pickleball courts, especially as it pertains to the Wilson Park restriping. I hope I'm speaking on behalf of many devoted tennis fans in Torrance. Tennis is a worldwide sport with well-documented health benefits. And the benefits exceed every other physical activity. Torrance has very few courts compared to comparable cities like Glendale and Pasadena, leave alone Irvine, which has 25 courts in one in the Great Park. I recommend to build standalone pickleball arenas. They can be fit into any space, like Sarah mentioned. So yeah, build standalone pickleball arenas.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, I am against converting the tennis courts at Wilson Park into pickleball courts because, for one, there are only a total of 5 courts at Wilson Park, 3 of them for tennis and 2 of them for pickleball, which is fair enough. The tennis courts are always utilized and there's often an hour or so wait just to play. And if you convert one of the 3 tennis courts into a pickleball court, it will cause even more congestion. And no offense to pickleball, but pickleball is a new phenomenon, whereas tennis has been around for over a century, and we need to continue to maintain what we have. And if a new sport comes around, we need to build separate courts for that sport and not take over the courts that we already have. And that's what I...
Thank you.
Okay, I also play at Wilson Park, play tennis at Wilson Park. And I would go at 7 o'clock in the morning, like on Sunday, and I have to wait sometimes an hour and a half to get on a court. And I suggest, I also live over there at McMaster Park, and where they took out the water tank. I suggest you put 2 or 3 pickleballs. You've got the space. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Diane, and I'm reading this for Naomi Reyes. I am a Torrance resident and former owner-operator of a local educational business, Engineering for Kids. My husband and I started playing pickleball a few months ago to get active again. Our 5- and 3-year-olds join us in the fun. Several of our friends and their young children have been joining us as well. Pickleball is a wonderful physical and social activity for all ages that should be supported in our community, and Torrance needs more updated and dedicated pickleball courts with accessible hours beyond 4 p.m. What purpose does a park serve if its community members cannot use it? Let's shun the not my backyard attitude, and let's support the wonderful pickleball community. Thank you very much for your time.
Good evening, everyone. I am Charlie Salinas, and you know me as a resident with great ideas. You're going to love this one. Torrance Airport already has a lot of cement surface. Parking, it doesn't have any neighbors. All you need is some movable nets. Let's encourage pickleball.
Hi, I'm Sue Ciani, and I'm a 32-year resident of the area where Cerro Brea is located. I walk to the park, I walk dogs there, I play pickleball there. If you take away pickleball from Cerro Brea, you're taking away an amenity in my local park, and I have to get in the car and drive to Wilson, where there are no courts. So I get that there's noise, and there's been a lot done to mitigate that noise, but I feel like there are a few very vocal people who are being have outsized voices in this conversation, and the needs of the many are. You can see we have quite the community here. This is a great community, particularly in the morning. There's a lot of seniors there. We have a great time. We have new friendships. It's really enhanced many people's lives, and I would say we need to keep it at Sur La Brea. We need to extend the hours, and we need to add the courts at Wilson Park.
My name is Stacy Coe, and I was getting a knee replacement when the hours changed. And when I found out the hours changed, I just couldn't believe it. Because 9 to 4, most people work full time, and then they get off around 4 or 5, and then they go play. That's crazy. The parks are for everyone, for the public, and you're just, I just can't believe it. So I don't even want to fight with tennis players either, and I'm sure you guys don't want pickleball players fighting with tennis players. So please create new pickleball courts for everyone to play. And plus, for pickleball players, we're like, there's 16, 20 players to one tennis court, which can be like 4 tennis players. So I just don't want to say that we're the majority, but anyway, please make more pickleball courts. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Matt McMillan, and my family lives across the street from Sur La Brea Park. I'm a military veteran, a retired federal agent, and an avid pickleball player. When we bought our home across from the city park 6 years ago, we were keenly aware of the pros and cons of living near a park, and I'm very happy that we have a pickleball court so close by. I love the opportunity to play outdoors right across the street at my local park. I believe there is an overarching and civic benefit to having a unique park nearby that clearly affects thousands of residents. I've seen that the increased rec activity at the park has kept it vital, healthy, and safe. I did email the City Council yesterday with a more detailed account of my position. It included several solutions for the Council and the Parks and Rec Commission to consider as a way forward. Finally, I feel that in closing, Sur La Brea to pickleball play would be rash and unreasonable, and I strongly support the instatement of agreeable hours to play, noting that parks make
Hi, you're going to be interested. I do not at this time play pickleball. However, what I have to say has an effect. Back when soccer really became the big thing, they put lights on at schools, at school soccer fields to accommodate even adult play at night, which ends up turning off at 8 o'clock. There was extra traffic, there's extra annoyance of the lights and everything else. But you accommodated them. You even built a whole Galaxy soccer field here. Pickleball is up and coming, and it's going to be around. And there should be space made available for these people to play. And I would say even up till at least 8 o'clock, just like it is for soccer. I understand I don't play soccer right now, but the annoyance of traffic and people, it's just what happens. So, accommodations should be made.
Hi, my name is Lisa McCullough, and I'm about a year and a half into pickleball, retired of the stunt business. So I was widowed, and I'm a empty nester. And what happened when I switched from tennis to pickleball amazed me. The socialization there, if you don't know how the courts work, the difference in tennis is you have to find a foursome or at least another person to play with. At pickleball, during open play, you literally can show up, and we're all getting to know each other. And I think that's why there's such a hullabaloo over this whole thing, is you're talking about breaking up a community. And I've never seen it. I've lived in Burbank Rancho, beautiful little areas. I've never seen a community like this. There's every age, every ethnicity, every financial status. It's the most wonderful thing I've experienced, and I'm engaging in it. Thank you for letting me use your Torrance Park.
Anyone else wish to speak on this item other than pork chop?
Hi, My name is today Andy Porchop. I'm for pickleball for the people. And I have a great idea. The other day, I came to the City Hall parking lot behind the police station. Believe it or not, there is a mobile car wash. If they can wash the police officers' cars all day long there, then they can come out and make a pickleball course, you know, and tell these mobile car washers to get the hell out. I was asking the permit department how could I get a mobile car wash permit on the city property, but I did not get an answer. If you give me a license, I'm gonna wash the policeman's cars 20% discount.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, thank you. I live across the street from Torrance High School, and they redid those courts about, 4 or 5 years ago, right before COVID hit. And they were open for public, and then they closed them down, and they've been closed ever since. There's 10 nice courts over there. They could be maintained a little bit better, but they're underutilized. District 6 council person, if you could help us with that, that'd be great. Thank you.
I assume, John, you know which courts he's referring to? Do you know which courts he's referring to, actually?
They're
Okay.
controlled by the Torrance Unified School District.
Okay, they're
not the city
schools
parks.
thing. Okay, got it. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Okay, so just for the last person who just spoke, we don't have any jurisdiction over the TUSD courts. So good idea. I think we could talk to the superintendent and the TUSD board members. That probably free up some more play space. Okay, I think everyone who's spoken have spoken. We heard you all, and those who sent emails. I think there was a lot of emails the last 2 weeks. So even until probably up to 4 p.m., we're still reading them. So I'm going to come to the council now. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. There is no doubt that we all understand the importance of pickleball to everyone here in the greater pickleball community. Additionally, we understand the benefits of being together, the fellowship that's involved in pickleball. I've been to the different pickleball courts. I've experienced myself. I like playing pickleball. And guess what? My challenge is that I work a lot. I'm usually at work by 6 in the morning. I don't get home sometimes till 1 in the morning or later on council days. So I wish there was a 24-hour pickleball facility. And I mean that sincerely. I'm not making fun at all. I have researched this a lot. And as a city, we 100% need to find a sustainable solution to pickleball, not one where we're converting tennis courts without thinking before we do it so that people get upset that live nearby. We need to look for courts and develop courts that are not near people, that have a lot of parking, that have courts that you all like. We've tried to quickly make courts and they're not acceptable for different reasons. The floor is not right. The sun points the wrong direction, so you can't see the ball. I mean, we have, everyone up here, taken a lot of time to understand what you're feeling. And like Mayor said, you are heard. But this is a situation nationwide. Nationwide, if we're being honest with ourselves, this is a problem. I appreciate all the positives about it, but if you're saying there's absolutely no negatives, you're not being honest with yourselves. And so we need to find a way to work together. This is an opportunity for us to come together. I was going to suggest, and I love the idea that was brought up about some kind of committee to, before we quickly convert a court, to come and say, does this work? What is your opinion? How do you feel? So my first question to staff is it possible under the Parks and Recs Committee to have some kind of subcommittee made up of both residents and pickleball players to kind of help guide us, give us direction, let us best understand what we're getting ready to invest a lot of money in and do?
Thank you, Councilmember Kalani. John LaRock, Community Services. As the comment was made that the committee was formed to identify locations where pickleball courts could be played, I'm not aware if the city of Long Beach has an ordinance in place restricting the distance between courts and residential properties. However, the city of Torrance does have such an ordinance. It requires a minimum of 250 feet from any court to any residential property line. And so that negates all of the other parks which currently have tennis courts in them for any possible conversion of those spaces into a pickleball court. However, there are a number of parks that could potentially have pickleball courts placed in them: Columbia, Descanso, La Carretera, El Nido, Miramar, and Di Portola. They are a bit haphazardly placed in those parks to conform to the ordinance distance requirement, and they would require a significant accessibility component to them for ADA compliance of a new facility. But it is possible with investment and time to make additional courts happen at those parks. But currently our most viable option are the 8 courts planned for at Wilson Park. However, that is not to say, though, that a subset of the Parks and Recreation Commission could not be formed to discuss matters pertaining to pickleball in the community, regardless of whether it was about citing new courts or just issues that the community is experiencing.
Well, type of courts, maybe even directions of courts, hours. They could at least give us some of their insight.
Well, as your honorable body is aware, we have been discussing matters of pickleball at the staff and commission level for my full tenure, which is almost 4 years now, and that has been partially successful at best, which is why we wanted to come tonight to you with the commission's recommendations, at least on Sur La Brea, with other options as well, because we frankly require the ultimate authority in the city to determine what is best to find the best compromise for all the needs that are being expressed.
Thank you. And my understanding, I've got a few comments. My understanding is El Retiro is about 45 feet from the pickleball courts.
El Retiro actually, they are at a minimum 114 feet.
Oh,
but
114.
still,
My
still
apologies.
not compliant with the ordinance. The closest park that has tennis courts to residential is Walcheri, which oddly we do continue to play daytime pickleball. That's 35 feet from residential property, but to date we have no issues with regards to the residents and the players.
Interesting. And Sur La Brea is about 120 feet,
131 feet.
131 feet. Okay, thank you. Unfortunately, to me, this has almost become a turf issue. Pickleball players against residents, pickleball players against tennis players. I would hope that we could come together and work together and just be a little patient. I know promises were made. We were supposed to have those 8 courts at Wilson Park by now, but what you have to understand is that we had to best understand the location, the distance, as we were getting information from people, what worked, what didn't work. And now we have some more concrete timelines. My understanding, you had mentioned those before, Mr. LaRock.
Yeah, I'll just reiterate that we have found a Sourcewell contract, which means a no-bid process for a vendor. And so we expect to bring what would be a contract for those design build services as early as October, and then to have the project completed and open by March, April of next year.
Thank you. And I think we've also learned that simply converting tennis courts isn't a sustainable solution. So if we did temporarily use a court at Wilson Park, you had mentioned, and we had talked earlier today, that we could convert it back to tennis. Is that correct?
Yes, Councilmember, striping is a quite easy and quick process. But obviously, as was mentioned by the public and in my report, the displacement of tennis would be another issue of conflict as opposed to assisting the pickleball capacity. So it's a double-edged sword any way you go.
Right. But I think that's why I'm asking people to be a little bit patient. You know, there was some takeaway from the pickleball community at Sur La Brea. If we could give them a little bit more with parking, longer hours at Wilson Park temporarily till March, April of next year, and then convert that tennis court back. That would be something that could be possible.
technically the restriping of a tennis court into shared with pickleball or dedicated to pickleball is entirely technically possible, yes.
Right, okay. And then we had also talked about some other options. I would love to see some kind of indoor facility that could be open extended hours, not have a lot of noise, have parking. We've looked into that, and how is that going?
We have actually communicated with our economic development manager with regards to the possibility of businesses that we are aware of in Carson and nationwide that are commercializing the opportunity to play pickleball, much like an indoor tennis facility. And we have gone so far as to invite them to consider Torrance as an economic opportunity. So that work continues. But at this point, the city does not have an indoor facility which we could convert. For example, we looked at the Ken Miller Recreation Center, and in the auditorium space, we have enough room for one pickleball court, but I don't know that the dynamic of the current floor and the environment would be attractive to the pickleball players, but it would be an option.
Would there be an opportunity to invite a couple of pickleball players to guide us and let us know?
Of course, yes,
Okay.
of course. We would be obviously having to consider the current use matrix of the Ken Miller Recreation Center because it is still a popular rental facility that we try to maximize. So there would have to be some negotiation as to available time.
Okay, all right. I guess I just want to thank you so much. Thank you, I appreciate it. I just want to make sure people know once again that we want to add pickleball to the city of Torrance. We understand how important it is to everyone, but we do need to also look at that balance of being near residents. Otherwise, it'll be a continuous challenge for both pickleball players and the residents. So once again, please have a little patience. Know that you've been heard, and know that it's a challenge that we need to find solutions for, and we're working hard to do that, both staff and council members as well. So I just want to say thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. All right. Well, 5 acres and 10,000 cubic yards of concrete will fix everything, right? Obviously, there's space and money, and obviously money to maintain these new facilities, or those are all things that we need to take into consideration. Mayor Chen and I have been here long enough to where we had a couple, I think about 6 years ago, that made an appointment with us, came in and said, hey, I want to introduce you to a sport that's becoming more and more popular. It's called pickleball. And in my mind, I was thinking, pickleball, what a name, that's never going to stick. That's not going to go anywhere. And boy, was I wrong. I mean, it's obviously very popular. I have a lot of friends that play pickleball. They're trying to get me to play pickleball, for health reasons and socializing and everything else. I think it's a great thing. Our job up here is to find a way, right? It's a way to make it happen without disrupting whole neighborhoods, because like Councilwoman said, Kalani, it does make noise. It does disrupt, if it's too close to residents. That's why we came up with that ordinance, which, by the way, that ordinance was cut down from the suggested 500 feet down to 250 feet, which I think was a way to kind of meet in the middle. If you don't play pickleball and you live next to a court, I can understand the frustration of that tick, 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 and people having fun. But of course, people complain about traffic. They complain about children playing. So you're always going to have individuals that are going to complain about one thing or the other, and rightfully so. If you're in your home, you want peace and quiet. You want to be able to go to sleep at 8 p.m. without noises outside. So I get that. What I would probably suggest, like for instance, El Retiro Park. That's a situation where my understanding is that pickleball is not necessarily approved for those particular courts. They're specifically were built for tennis, but individuals are going in there and converting them. The lights are on till what, 9 o'clock?
10 p.m.
Oh, 10 p.m. Ooh, okay. Hence the fact that we got some complaints coming from those residents around there. So those particular cases, I'd be okay with, either restricting the hours of the lights to, let's say 8 p.m. I think that was the suggestion that was put in the thing, or exploring other ways to utilize. That park is rather small, so I don't think we actually have much room to play around with. But just restricting the lights to, let's say, 8 p.m. I think would help a lot of the residents in that area, and not, hopefully not impede on the pickleball players too much. I don't think we need to be converting even on a temporary basis, because that's just, to me, it's just wasted money. If we're going to convert something for, let's say, 6 months, then have to convert it back, I think it's a waste of money, and also we're taking away a tennis court, like the Wilson Park situation. I do, however, think that we should maybe look outside the box, not in a funny way. I'm talking about outside the parks. There might be some county-owned property that we can maybe explore. I think the mayor mentioned it one time, building on top of our, oh my God, I keep on calling them swamps. They're not swamps, they're the water.
Sumps.
Sumps. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we're going to be building over swamps. But, maybe exploring things that, space that's away from residents, because some of these sumps are not necessarily next door. Well, some of them, pretty much all of them. There's a county-owned one on Ocean, for instance, as an example, something like that, to where you can not necessarily build over the whole thing. I think is huge, but having like on stilts, planted on stilts. That's just, I'm talking about just a concept, that we have to kind of look outside the box. There also may be an opportunity for an organization to come up with some private investment, private money to come in and maybe purchase some industrial land and convert it into outdoor fields with parking and everything, maybe a small fee, or donate it, by an organization to expand the amount of people that use these courts for this type of play. I think there's ways that we can make it happen. The 250 feet does put limitations, but I think it also protects neighborhoods from, the last thing we want to do is build a court and just have a bunch of people fighting. That's not building a community in any way. I do like the approach that Carson, I know City of Carson is putting a big effort into building more pickleball courts. I don't know, quite honestly, maybe we can investigate what they're doing, how they're doing it. We don't have to necessarily reinvent the wheel here. If we see cities that are doing something that works, we can look into that. Of course, the funding, what are we talking about? Do we know off the top of our head how much, well, it's not one court, but let's say, I believe one tennis court, a full-size tennis court, could accommodate up to 4 pickleball courts. Is that, correct me if I'm wrong? So taking that as we'll call it as a point of measure, 4 pickleball courts that are on the size of a full-size tennis court, do we know approximately how much that would cost just to build, not to maintain, with or without lights? I don't know if you already have an estimate.
Councilmember Tucci, thank you, John, our Community Services. At this point, we're projecting for the 8-court project at Wilson, which would be fully lit so that we can have play from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. Dedicated for pickleball. We're estimating that to be between $1.2 and $1.6 million full in. That is to provide both the courts, the fencing, water facilities for bottle filling, storage for the racks that they bring to queue up for next play, bench seating, and then obviously the accessibility requirements that we're providing, which are required for building code.
Okay, do we have to build restrooms as well, or
we do not?
Okay, so the restrooms that are there.
There are several restroom stations in and around the existing tennis courts, pickleball courts that the new courts would use.
Okay, so by expanding the number of courts, you don't need to expand the number.
We're not anticipating that either this time, but that could be a future goal.
Okay. So You said 1.2 million for 8 courts?
Between 1.2 to 1.6 is our initial projection. Once we have our quote from the source well, we'll know exactly what that number is.
All right. So if we have Honda that wants to write a check, we'd gladly name it Honda.
Well, I will mention that we were approached by a corporation that had interest in some type of naming rights opportunity. So they will consider that following tonight's meeting based on direction.
All right.
If, we would convene the council committee for naming rights if that were to proceed with a type of monetary donation of some type for branding. So we are looking to offset those costs with that type of opportunity.
That's great. That's great news. What about other possibilities, like other locations? I know we've identified at least the parks that fit the criteria, the 250. I know it puts limitations, but more courts are more courts, right? And whether it's 1 court or 20 courts, it's always a positive when you're building more. I don't think, I heard one person tell me, and it kind of stuck with me. Oh, it's here today, might be gone tomorrow. It's going to go out of style soon. But a court is a court. You can take those courts and convert them back to tennis or whatever else. If for whatever reason 20 years from now it's not as popular anymore, that's fine because we can still use them. Have we looked at? I know we always talk about green space. You don't want to touch the green space. You always want to try to keep that as large as possible. But I do believe that there's some parks there, the green space is underutilized, and I think it would be used a hell lot better putting some courts there. I think I know we've identified was it Columbia Park? I think was one of them. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Thank you, Councilmember. Yes, John Lawler Community Services. Columbia Park, we're exploring that. As you're aware, we're doing a survey of possible activation of the right-of-way land under the power lines. And one of the potential uses could be pickleball and tennis courts in that space. Following the community input we're seeking for that project, conceptual plans would be provided, and then we can then discuss, potentially with Edison, activation of that land, which we're currently restricted from using for anything other than just open green space. So that would be a target location because of its proximity or lack thereof to residential that surround that park.
Okay, and what about the concept of an enclosed pickleball court? And having said that, maybe we can build closer to a residential property line. If it's enclosed, you're not going to have the sound. Have we maybe thought about?
Certainly, the city could consider any type of physical structure to contain pickleball or any other recreational amenity. It just comes down to space and dollars and time.
Yeah.
So based on existing priorities, we can certainly cost that out and let the council be aware of that in the budget cycle when they consider a CIP.
Yeah, I really do think we need to explore the private investment for naming rights and really promote it. I think we have, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we have over 400 world headquarters here in Torrance. All we need is one to write a check, and or a few to write checks. I have no shame in putting a name of a company that supports us, because if they're supporting us, they're supporting the community. There's really no reason not to give them the naming rights. And that goes with pretty much anything we do, if it's to beautify a park. I don't want us to put a lot of emphasis on building courts without having the ability to maintain them properly, because I know even though we passed SST, there's still some budget limitations that, no matter how much money comes in, you still have limitations. So we have to be conscious of the fact that, the more courts we build, the more courts we have to maintain. So, we have to be conscious of that fact. I just want us to not just look at parks. I really do think that there's opportunities, private land that can be used maybe for public use. So if we can just explore, again, swamps. No, not swamps.
Sumps.
All right, yeah. That's not funny, huh, pork chop? But anyways, if we can explore every avenue, I think it'll be good, at least in short term. We got our Wilson Park and a few other ones. As far as Sur La Brea, I think my opinion, I think 4 p.m. might be a little early to cut it off. But if we can compromise, I think it was at 9 o'clock before.
Originally 10 o'clock with
Oh,
no
originally 10
restriction.
o'clock, okay.
And then the commission has recommended a restoration from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m.
9 p.m. Okay, yeah. So, all right. Well, I'll consider that, but I still do think that the proximity to residential, if it's a big problem, I think we can find a compromise between 10 p.m. and 4 p.m. You know, especially knowing that we have a real effort into expanding the number of courts within the city. So, like the mayor said, we're hearing everything what needs to be done, and we're trying to do it. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. I just ask a quick question before I call on Councilwoman Kalani. I think there was one resident, no, Councilwoman Lewis. There was one resident who's mentioned about McMaster. Was McMaster thought about? I haven't heard it mentioned among this dialogue.
Certainly. Thank you, Mayor. John LaRock, Community Services. The former water tank site at McMaster Park, any amenity placed there would be about 25 feet from residential properties. So at this point, it's a laydown space for us. And if it's when it is a park amenity, it will be something that is compatible with its proximity to residential property.
I see. And if, I know some residents have their own tennis courts in their yard. If a resident decided to put a pickleball in their yard, is there a 250 feet ordinance?
No, sir. Our ordinance only pertains to public spaces.
Hint, hint. Okay. Okay. All right. And I still think the sump is a good idea. I mean, I think technology is here. Yeah, sumps. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. Most of the comments that I had written down for tonight have already been said by other council members, so I will skip that. But man, did I learn a lot about pickleball over the last couple of weeks since this agenda item came out. There are documentaries, there are newspaper articles, there are magazine articles. There's a lot of research out there about pickleball, and also as much research out there about municipalities dealing with the pickleball phenomenon between residents and court sharing and tennis players, and it's really, really interesting. The one things that I will bring forward to tonight that maybe have not been said, I am all for trying to find maybe some corporate sponsors that can come in and give us some brighter ideas about how we can utilize our existing spaces. The first thing that I wanted to say is we have to get our, whether they're tennis courts or pickleball court or any court, back into manageable shape. I saw that overwhelming sentiment through the public comments and the letters that were sent in, that no matter whether it's a pickleball court or a tennis court, they still need to be maintained. So whatever we need to do to get that back in shape, that should be priority number one, no matter what kind of court it is. Secondly, I did go out to see the courts at the various parks, actually spoke to some of the players. And I do think that 4 p.m. is super restrictive for pickleball. Pickleball is a loud sport. I get it. And in my research, I also saw that there's different equipment that maybe we can consider putting in play, which is the quieter pickleballs, or the quieter, I guess there are paddles that are out now that don't make that type of noise. And I actually read an 80-page noise study commissioned by a major city that was on the forefront of the noise that is generated from pickleball. There's, just like everything else, there is compromise to be had, right? If we can get some of those quieter pickleballs, maybe that might be it. But although I would not be supportive of adding staff just to handle pickleball, I also would not be supportive of restriping another tennis court, because we do have a lot of folks that play tennis in the city. So it's just trying to get the compromise. So would be supportive of changing the hours, not to 9 o'clock though. I think that's a lot. I think 8 o'clock is reasonable. Me personally, I have an issue with all of our parks being open at 10 o'clock. I just think it's too late. It's too dark. We should probably be 9 o'clock throughout the city. Anything after about 9 o'clock invites issues to our parks. So 8 o'clock would probably be reasonable. I would think that would allow folks that get off work to enjoy it, but there's also got to be an additional balance. Finding indoor courts, which is kind of what Carson's solution was. They have one major pickleball park that I actually went out to take a look at, and the other solution was going indoor. Probably not conducive. I'm not sure if that turns it into a racquetball situation. That's kind of what the racquetball players did with the indoor courts. That is a consideration as well. But for me, I would currently be against spending $16,000 to convert a court just to convert it back. I think that $16,000 could be utilized in improving the existing conditions of the courts that we already have. And I would also definitely be opposed of adding any staff to just supervise one sport. I think we're all adults, we're all taxpayers here in the city of Torrance, and I think we could probably supervise ourselves when it comes to pickleball players having respect for tennis players and tennis players having respect for pickleball players. So that is probably where I will lean in my decision making tonight. So thank you.
Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to thank our staff for bringing this item and honestly tells us to the community that we hear you. Anytime there is a community issues, community requests, it's evidence how hard we work to bring it to the council and find a solution. I also want to thank you, all of you, for your reaching out to us. The passion, how important that is for us. This is the kind of fight I enjoy, because you're trying to find something that is good for you, for the community, for our children, for our generation. This is a good fight. However, I do not want to come up with a solution. Number one, a temporary solution. Second, it will create more problems to other sports. How would you feel if a tennis court player that come to pickleball, that we like to convert pickleball temporarily for tennis courts? 4 pickleball courts are gone for tennis. For 2 tennis players, now they're gonna convert. I just want you to understand, it's not feasible to stripe the lines one way or the other. How would you feel to have baseball field striping with football field? You lose the essence of the game. You don't enjoy it. It's a temporary fix. It's not gonna solve anything. But I appreciate you reaching out to us, and I feel the passion, and I enjoy that kind of fight. But I want you to understand, when you come to us with the help of staff, we ask our staff so many questions, how they come up with the data, what exactly they're giving a solution, what are the reasons for that. They do a lot of hard work to come up with all those solutions. So the point is that we hear you, but we want to give a solution that will work good for us and for you and the community and the next generations to come. The Wilson Park has a budget now to build additional 8 pickleball courts. I think that's a win-win situation. We should be very proud of that. Yes, it is taking a long time, but it is in the process. It's not that we're not doing anything. We are working hard to make sure to give you what you need. 8 pickleball courts. We're gonna resurface a couple other locations that we talked about, Mr. Rock, right? McMaster Park and
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Sheikh, John LaRock Community Services. Our next step is Hickory, Paradise, Walteria, and La Romeria courts to be resurfaced.
what's the time frame for that?
As soon as we find a vendor, which will again be likely a source well to save time, and likely under the city manager's purchase authority, so it would not need to come back to your body.
Okay. So will that be okay to assume like within 4 months, 5 months?
As soon as possible. And I'm not going to promise from there.
But we will request our staff, this is an important issue. On your behalf, we will push them hard to give us monthly report, at least to tell us to what is the process, what is the progress for this. Number of hours, it doesn't make sense to close from 9 to 4 p.m. like one of the residents mentioned, and all these emails with your comments, I appreciate that. That most of you come from work at 4 p.m., 5 p.m. It doesn't make sense to close these courts at 4 p.m. I would recommend to have 7 or maximum 8 p.m. That makes more sense. I would support that. However, these are professional sports. You guys are all professional. You need to understand what the residents, I mean, if you're not making any, in Sur La Brea Park, sometimes I hear that there are fights going on. The people are just desecrating the courts. That's just wrong. This is not Torrance. Excuse me. So we are adults. Let's not do that. If you go to that route, it's going to hurt you and hurt the residents. It's not the right way to find a solution. It costs money. It's going to close the courts. These are just not the right way to find a solution. But like I said, I would support to open up the courts from 9 to 8 p.m. I would support not to stripe any of the courts. That is not a solution that we want to go with. And I'm very happy that we are fighting a good fight. Thank you.
Thank you. Just want to share with the audience while each of the council members are speaking. Don't talk back to them, so we just listen to them. You may disagree on which is okay, but we just don't want to be, making noises back and forth. So just allow them to finish speaking. Okay, Councilman Kadri.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you for everyone for sharing testimony here tonight, as well as via your emails and phone calls. Pickleball has really taken off. It's obvious by the number who have turned out tonight. And of course, for the city, and I think speaking for the South Bay, all of us know that this area is, sports is king. Sports is huge across every demographic, every age group, at every price point. Trying to find indoor basketball courts to play, good luck. Baseball for Little League, you name the sport, there's high demand throughout the area. I think all of you are aware of that. So pickleball, while it's relatively new, I think for us as a city, we want to be aware of how we can accommodate the popularity and also to me, the social benefits of being in pickleball. I must admit, my wife was introduced by Jeff and Debbie to pickleball, so I have an opinion of pickleball. Also played tennis, badminton, and table tennis, so I'm all in when it comes to racket sports. But I do think, as I've gone around and looked at some facilities around the country, I know there are pickleball resorts. There are indoor pickleball. My friend plays at Pickle Pop on 3rd Street in Santa Monica, which is not a public court. You have to pay to play. But I do look at how different sports have accommodated demand. I look at Top Golf over in El Segundo, in which you see 3 levels. It's open at different hours. You have food and beverage service. It accommodates and it's created or met an entertainment need in the community. Looking at Torrance, we are 21 square miles. We do have land. Whether or not land, whether it's owned by the city or privately held, is being utilized to the best possible use, I think we may have opportunities that we can identify. I did go to the Hit Factory, which is near Costco, which is an indoor batting cage. It's a great facility, and you have a lot of kids there lined up to, to hit, practice their baseball skills. And there may be opportunities for entrepreneurs to create that type of facility in an industrial space that can be open from as early as you want and operate until, I don't know what our limits are, especially if there is alcoholic beverage service, but there are limits. So I do believe that even with some of our city properties, and I'm talking about those which are not parks. The city controls a lot of space, and I don't believe that pickleball needs to be housed necessarily in a park per se. One of the council members mentioned the sump space on Ocean, which is it's a big space. It's never been utilized except for in times of flood control. But we do have those types of spaces which may be available. We do have our corporate citizens who do control a significant amount of acreage in the city. Not all of that acreage is being utilized, and perhaps there is a community benefit that those companies might provide to our citizens and our visitors. So I am going to vote accordingly along with the recommendations of the commission, but I do want all of us to look ahead at how we can best accommodate the needs, not only for pickleball, tennis, and other sports, but do it in a way that also takes into consideration the economic benefits of these various sports, because I do see it. I have attended swim meets held at some of our school facilities. They draw kids from all over, their families. They go to the restaurants. They spend the day. It's same for Little League. And I know it's the same for pickleball because I see you guys out there bringing coolers and having a great time. So I do believe that for our city, sports is an industry which we can begin to focus on in advance of the 2028 Olympics, and maybe do it in a smart way so that we can accommodate as many of you pickleballers and tennis players and maybe a few of us badminton players, and do it in a smart way so that we can do it in a planned, rational approach. So I don't think this needs to be a Hatfield versus the McCoys, tennis versus pickleball, but I do appreciate all of you bringing your concerns here, and I think we will continue to move down a path of accommodating as many needs as possible and do it in a way. Maybe temporarily it's not going to fully satisfy everybody, but we are, I believe, as a council and as a city, we do want to focus on what the long-term goals are for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Kaji. Councilman Gerson.
The first thing that you made me think of, Councilmember Lewis, the California Invention Convention has been a big thing for Torrance Unified. 2 years ago when we started hosting the competition here in the South Bay with over 1,000 school districts in the state of California, 20% of the competitors that went to state competition came from Torrance Unified. This last year, one of the winners came up with the silent pickleball racket, and they were one of the winners, which was interesting. My colleagues have said a lot of very empathetic things. I don't want to repeat any of it. One thing, I guess it's kind of real, kind of tongue-in-cheek, is that we don't want to see people in our community, tennis players versus pickleball players, residents versus pickleball players, but what we really don't want to see is pilots versus pickleball players, because when you pick a fight with pilots, they don't just attack from the ground, they attack from the air. So I don't want to talk about the Torrance Airport and pickleball. But seriously, I don't know why Sur La Brea was originally chosen. That was before I was here, but it was. And until these facilities are built for the pickleball players, I don't want to see movement, constant, trying to find new locations and creating more problems. I would love to see us expedite beautiful facilities and see these 8 pickleball courts come online, make sure that they're top of the line and wonderful. Not waiting for support from any corporations. If that's something that happens after the fact, that's wonderful. I think the priority needs to be to create these new pickleball courts. And so I don't want to see any restriping at Wilson Park. I see more conflict, and I don't want to be the source of creating new conflict. With that respect, as far as hours go, I think of it in terms of healthy for school children. To me, 8 to 8 seems like just a reasonable time for play. So I don't understand why the 9 to 4 was originally chosen, but I think 8 to 8 is very fair and nice. So that's where I'm leaning in my decision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think maybe I'll spend some time share my thoughts. It looks like you're about to make a motion, so. I think this is a great problem for our city because everybody wants to be active. Everybody wants to exercise. Exercise is good for our physical health. It's actually good for our mental health. I think there's been a concern last few years, even mental health and the social aspect of it. So it's all upside. And Councilman Kaji stole my thunder. It's LA 28's coming, and I've been hearing some rumbles. There may be some either demonstration, there may be pickleball at LA 28 as well. So the way I'm looking at all the data is that we need everyone to be exercising, enjoying each other, making friends, and to have more community in our city. I think sports is actually the great unifier. I know sometimes we get competitive, but at the end of the day, it's a great unifier of people, and I think it's a good problem. I had conversation with Mr. John LaRock, and it's good to know. So for those of you who are concerned about our existing courts and various parks in our city, the state of the tennis courts, I believe we have capital projects to get them working. So you may not be aware of that. So they are in the works. So those tennis courts at whether it's Victor or Paradise Park, or they will get fixed. So we are working all of them. The 8 courts coming, pickleball courts at Wilson Park is looking forward to that coming. Someday in the future, I believe, hopefully, someone smarter than us could get some technology to build like a big giant ping pong table on top of the sumps so that we have more available recreational facility. I believe technology is here today. We just need some people to help us lead this charge. I believe Las Conchas tennis court has converted a lot to pickleball. Am I correct?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, Los Conchas Tennis Facility. Those are paid courts, however. They're not free use.
Yep.
And they, as you're aware, have a plan to add up to 8 courts at their facility as well, dedicated to pickleball,
Yes.
which they are in process of doing design and plan.
Yes, and that's good to know. So some people, I'm assuming that, when you pay to play, those courts typically are probably a little bit more pristine, maybe. I don't know, because you have to pay. So, but, it's kind of like what Councilman Kaji said. There are some people who goes to public golf courses. Some people go to private golf courses. As long as there is opportunity for all to play, I think that is good. Where I'm leaning right now is, I think, everywhere that we're looking at parks, I would say for those of you in the audience who are associated with various churches, you may have property and your church ground that may have an opportunity to convert something on your property to pickleball. just trying to, give you more ideas that there's probably more options out there than we have considered. I'm very happy with the 8 pickleball that's being prepared for Wilson. What I'm leaning forward is, people want to exercise, and that's good. And I think, I don't want to make light of noise that people make, but, people can make a lot of noise just yelling and cheering, even playing other sports as well. And my leaning is, we're going to, approve the 8 courts at Wilson Park. Let's not reduce any tennis courts because the pickleball courts is coming roughly first calendar quarter next year. I know it's a little patience, but sometimes it's good to anticipate, put the pressure on us to get it done quickly. I personally think that taking the Park and Rec Commission's recommendation, restoring the pickleball up to 9 p.m. is good. To me, I know some folks say 8 p.m. To me, 8 p.m., 9 p.m. Once you get to 8 p.m., 9 p.m., it's the same. You might as well just go to the full 9 p.m. And doesn't mean that people always play till 9 p.m. Just allow that to happen. That's where I'm just looking at some of the things. And I was just at a demographics workshop today by the Southern California Association of Government, SCAG, on demographics. I think the more, if I look at out there right now, I'm going to just estimate in my head the average age of those in the chamber is probably north of 55. So the demographics shows that the aging, not Asian, the aging population is the fastest growing population. And the more aging population exercises is actually better. So it's actually a good thing. So that's what I would be pushing for. Let's allow our seniors, because I talk about 8 or 9 p.m. It's probably not the students. In most cases, I'm assuming it's more of the adults who's going to be exercising. So I'm looking at the staff recommendation. I'm leaning toward not restriping Wilson Park, extending the Celebrate tennis courts. Allowing the pickleball to go to 9 p.m. and El Retiro, I would say, if there's not that much complaints, I'm even okay even extending the hours, but to 8 p.m. But that's I'll see what my colleagues say. If it allows more bandwidth, when the 8 courts come back, then we could throttle back. It's really a matter of turning on the lights or off, I think. And that's an easy change because we could control the lights. So, it could allow extended play until the 8 courts come. It seems like it's a balance without taking away tennis courts. I think taking away tennis courts is not a balanced approach. So where I'm leaning, I got more people clicked in. Looks like they have more thoughts. So I know there's a motion about to happen. Do we want to give people comments before the motion? I just don't know. You got a comment? All right, Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, we've talked a lot about this being a challenge before us to just resolve the current conflicts, to find a way forward that's sustainable so that pickleball can continue to grow and thrive. Again, I'd like to play it, but I don't work within the hours of actually any of our courts right now. So just thoughtful planning and a balanced solution and open dialogue is really important. And I'm going to call it playing friendly, because I 100% believe that everyone in this room, you're here because you care, and that means you care not only about each other, but the residents as well. There are a lot of people, I have witnessed it myself, that don't care about the residents. So as we extend the hours back in Sur La Brea, if that's what we decide to do, I'm going to ask each and every one of you to reach out to the and I'm going to call them the non-friendly pickleball players, and just ask them to maybe change their ways. Because again, across the nation, this is a problem. It's not something that we can just overlook. And I want you to enjoy your playing, but please play friendly and encourage those that you see not doing the same to do so. If I can ask that of each and every one of you, I would appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I mean, I hope that this is the extent of the problems we have here in Torrance. You know, other parts of the world are experiencing missiles over their head, and we're arguing over pickleballs. But it is an important subject because the health of our residents and players, I think it's very important. But I'd like because I don't think we have consensus on some of the items. I'd like for us to separate them if that's possible. I think there's,
Okay.
I think 5. Is there 5? I mean, we can make it quick. 4? Interim, we'll get the interim pickleball.
Councilmember Matucci, if I may, John Larock, Community Services Department.
Yeah.
We're looking for direction on the hours of play at Sur La Brea,
Yeah.
the hours of play at El Retiro,
Yes.
or no pickleball at El Retiro, the conversion of a tennis court at Wilson, and the use of staff to enforce any of the hours at any of the courts.
Okay. Okay, if we can separate those into 4 quick items, I think it'll be a lot easier for us instead of voting yes or no on the whole thing as a package. Because some of us might vote no, all because of one thing that we disagree. Is that okay?
Yes, I think that's fine. I think there might be more comments.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I think we'll work that out. We just may need some guidance from Mr. Rock. And okay, Councilwoman Lewis.
I
Whoops.
actually was.
Okay.
Yeah. I actually was going to recommend the same thing, that we take them separately. So I'm glad that my colleague also recommended that as well. I want to go back to the hours. So the reason that I would like to see 9 o'clock, I know what Mayor said, but the reason I like to see 8 o'clock is because inevitably it's going to go over, right? So if we cut it off at 8 o'clock, it allows the games that are already in session to complete, and it allows the folks to be able to leave the facility. So I would really like to see 8 o'clock as the cutoff. And then additionally, I want to be considerate for the neighbors that have smaller children in like the small kids that go to bed early. I think that having 8 o'clock as the cutoff will allow the folks to finish their games, and then would also be considerate of those residences that surround the park that might have little ones that go to bed at 8 or 8:30 at night, and to be able to get, the quiet part if they are disturbed for whatever reason. I think 8 o'clock is pretty reasonable. So that's where I'm leaning. Thank you.
Councilman Shea.
Thank you, Mayor. Just quickly on the same topic, I would recommend to have 8 o'clock on the parks. They're close proximity to the residential area, and 9 o'clock to the courts. They're a little bit away from, like Wilson Park is pretty far from the residential area.
Councilmember Sheikh, John Larock, Community Services. Wilson Park plays until 10 p.m. So there is no restriction being sought for Wilson.
Okay. And if you could also, when we make a motion, give us the distance or how far they are from the residential, that'll be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, so let's try this. Number 1, provide direction for restriping tennis court at Wilson Park for pickleball courts. So what's our, someone want to take a motion on that one?
Sure. First of all, I'll put 2 together. Recommend that we accept and file the update, and that we do not restripe the court at Wilson Park for pickleball at this time.
I second the first action and the second action.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Great, thank you. So the second item provide corresponding direction to restore Celebrate tennis courts. And this is, I just want to check with respect to how long, the time?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. John, Community Services, this is to consider the recommendation of the Parks and Recreation Commission, who recommended 7 a.m. to 9 p.m.
Okay, so we'll take a motion on that one.
I would like to offer a substitute motion to have the hours restored at Sur La Brea from 9 a.m. until 8 p.m.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Kaji and Mayor Chen voting no.
Thank you. Just for the public, I voted no because I was really in favor 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. So that's the reason why I voted no. Yeah, it says 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. That's what Park and Rec recommended. You giving me a funny look?
It says 9, but
Oh. Did I read it wrong, Mr. LaRock? It says 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. Did I read it
The
wrong?
current hours are 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. posted. The Parks and Recreation Commission recommended 7 a.m. to 9 p.m.
Right, that's why. Okay, that's what I was saying. I actually agree with the Park and Rec, so that's why I voted no. I just want to share that. But
so, Mr. Sullivan, since I'm on the prevailing side, can I redo a motion or reconsider?
The prevailing side can request a motion to reconsider, and it can be seconded by anyone, but the prevailing side has to make the motion.
Okay, I'll make a motion to reconsider the hours. No, I think we have to do the motion to reconsider the last thing first and then turn around and redo the motion.
Correct. You have to first do
Yeah.
whether you want to reconsider or not, and then the next step is then if you do get a positive motion, then you would have a motion on revised hours.
Correct. So I'm going to make a motion to reconsider.
Second.
actually, can he seconds? And I think him and I were on the minority side. I just want to make sure.
I believe anyone can second, but if you give me
Okay.
a second, I can look it up.
Or we can make it easy if someone else wants a second. If that's okay with Councilman Kaji.
I'll do a substitute second.
Thank you.
That makes it easy.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Kalani and Councilmember Sheikh voting no.
Okay, sounds like we have enough for reconsideration. So Councilwoman Lewis, you want to make a motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I want to make a motion to restore hours at Sur La Brea Park. I do from 8 a.m. until 8 p.m.
That was my original suggestion, so I second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
I think the public saw us compromise to try to find something that we all could live with. So, number 3, provide directions for the timing of the tennis court lights at El Retiro Park. So, I'll consider a motion.
I believe the current time is 10 p.m. on the lights. I'd like to turn off the lights at 8 p.m., but we do need to restrict the use to just tennis on those particular courts, in my opinion. That's my motion. The Retiro Park.
I second the motion to turn the lights off at 8 o'clock and to restrict the use to tennis only.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Gerson and Mayor Chen voting no.
Okay. All right, thank you. And the reason I was against it, because I thought the complaint level was not as severe. Seems like they were just doing it on their own. And looks like we already have a compromise working there, so I didn't think we needed to. All right, so Mr. LaRock, with these three decisions, what other decisions we need to make, or we're done?
Just, sorry, John LaRock, Community Services, Honorable Mayor, if the council so desires, they can provide direction on providing staffing to enforce the hours that have just been approved for either Sur La Brea or El Retiro courts.
Okay, so the motion is, do we want additional staffing to enforce what we've just decided? Okay, Councilwoman Lewis?
I do have a question. Who would do the enforcement? That would be park rangers?
Well, enforcement up to a degree would actually be newly hired staff because we don't have a rotation to man either or both courts every day of every week of every year. So we would have to identify new staff, part-time staff, to literally be charged with managing the courts.
So I wouldn't be for that, but why can't we have our existing park patrol that circulates throughout the park do the enforcement?
We can do that, but that rotation is not necessarily guaranteed every night at that hour at that park. So we would want to be adding new staff dedicated to that task to ensure compliance.
Could we add that into the rotation? Perhaps for the patrol
We would
schedule?
be increasing park ranger personnel to provide this. So they would be park rangers, but we don't have an existing complement that could accommodate this and take care of all the other duties they have, including locking restrooms, closing parking gates, and so forth.
Okay, so help me out with this one. There's already personnel that's going to the park anyway to lock the gates and lock the restrooms.
Not at El Retiro, not at Sur La Brea. Well, Sur La Brea, we do lock the restrooms.
Yes, we do lock the
Yes.
restrooms at Sur La Brea. So that's one thing.
That's typically 2 people to cover all 33 parks nightly.
Understood that you need more staff. I get what you're saying through the messages. Got that part. I'm not in favor of adding staff just to monitor one sport. So I think in them locking up, that's when they actually do it. El Retiro, let's just see if there's an issue there.
If I may, Adam Trian, City Manager, I think, Councilman, you're asking a time of closure to ensure that
Correct.
it's not a dedicated staff to
Correct.
Verify if individuals at El Retiro are playing
at time of
pickleball.
closure.
Because that'll be intermittent with the current staffing that we have and the
Correct.
security.
When the lights turn off, no one should be able to play at either court.
You'd be shocked.
We can use existing staff and security to check on those.
That's what I would recommend, not for adding additional staff, just to monitor one sport. Thank you.
Okay. Do you,
Mayor, I'm sorry. So the council can actually take no action because that's not it's not a decision you need to make.
And we can monitor and bring you updates at a
Okay.
future date if we do experience
That's what I was
challenges.
wondering. That's good. We don't need to over-regulate this. Okay, so are we done with 9A? Can we take a 10-minute break? I think all of us need a little 10-minute break. Thank you. We have returned from our break. Item 9B from the city clerk. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor. Rebecca Poirier, City Clerk. This is a resolution amending the Torrance City Council Conflict of Interest Code and repealing the prior resolution that adopted the code. The California Fair Political Practices Commission requires the city clerk to review our conflict of code every 2 years. And I work with the departments on their staffing and HR, and we look at what the titles of the employees that have to file. We update any titles, remove any titles that have been discontinued, and that's what you have before you tonight.
Thank you. Any members of the public want to speak on this item? We better move quickly while he's not here, right? Okay. Looks like someone's ready for a motion. Okay, so we'll bring it back to the council. If no one wants to speak, Councilwoman Lewis.
Make a motion to adopt the resolution, repeal the resolution, and then adopt the substitute resolution.
And before we vote, may I have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor, this is resolution number 2024-77, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending the city's conflict of interest code, which incorporates by reference the Fair Political Practices Commission Standard Model Conflict of Interest Code and repealing resolution number 2023-71.
Make a motion to repeal resolution 2023-71 in its entirety and adopt motion 2024-77.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item 9C from the Water Commission and Public Works Director. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Chuck Scheich, the Public Works Department, and I'll be presenting item 7C, which is a combined recommendation of the Water Commission and the Public Works Director. The City Council approved setting a date of November 19th, 2024 for a public hearing on a proposed series of annual increases in municipal water rates over the 5-year period, calendar 2025 to 2029. The city retained Ravatella's financial consultants to prepare a comprehensive water rate study for the 5-year period 2025 to 2029. The rate study developed by Ravatella's evaluates and analyzes the adequacy of potable rates for customers within the Torrance Municipal Service Area. The water rate study completed by Ravatella's proposed that rates be adjusted annually over the 5-year rate planning period. We have with us Sudhir Padawala, the Executive Vice President at Ravatella's, and also our Chair of the Water Commission, Sue Ciani. The Water Commission considered the proposed rate plan at their regular meeting held on August 28, 2024. And after deliberation, the Commission provided conceptual concurrence with the recommended 5-year rate plan. It should be mentioned that Torrance municipal rates are considerably lower than neighboring agencies, are expected to remain below those agencies even with the proposed rate adjustments in the future. The proposed municipal rate adjustments are in full compliance with modified Proposition 218 requirements, which requires that municipal water rates meet cost of service criteria, public notification requirements, and other conditions. If council approves this item, a Proposition 218 notification will be mailed to all municipal water customers of record, and a public hearing on the proposed rate plan will be set for November 19th, 2024.
Chuck, can I pause you very quickly? Are you talking prior to these charts, or you're talking these charts now?
Yes, Mayor. We have a PowerPoint presentation, which will actually, we'll go over the charts.
I just wasn't sure if you're already talking to this. Okay.
Thank you. Yes. Yes, we have a PowerPoint presentation, which essentially is those charts that you have. And if we could start, the very first slide, of course. This is our comprehensive cost of service study. Next slide, please. So really, this just kind of outlines the study objectives. Evaluate the impact of higher cost of purchased water, imported water, and that's going up dramatically, and that's going to affect not just Torrance, but all the agencies around us. Evaluate the impact of reduced water sales. Water sales have actually declined over the last few years. Develop a 5-year financial plan for the water utility. Determine rates based on the study's goals and objectives and in full compliance with Proposition 218, and will document the study in a comprehensive report, which will serve as the city's administrative record. Okay, what are we facing in terms of changes and challenges? The biggest one, I think for all of us, basically in the South Bay, because right now 75% of all the water supplied in South Bay comes from Metropolitan Water District. And metropolitan rates are going to be increased by 11% in 2025, followed by a 9.5% increase in 2026, and potential 13% increases in 2027 and 2028. So we're going to see major increases in our highest cost. Highest cost is actually producing water, and that's purchased water. We've also had west winters in 2023 and 24, which have reduced water sales, not just for Torrance, but all the agencies around us. We have a $26.3 million capital improvement program over the next 5 years, about $5.2 million on average per year. And one of our main objectives is to make sure that we maintain targeted reserve levels. And that consists of 25% of an O&M cost, a 1-year average of our capital improvement program, and an emergency reserve of about $500,000. And you'll see a little bit more about that on our next charts. Next slide, please. This is just the rate study kind of at a glance, the process we went through. The first part is really rate setting framework. We established financial goals and policies, our pricing objectives. Next, we move on to a financial plan. It's evaluation of our capital improvement program and financing options. And then also we do a cash flow analysis to determine financial sufficiency. The third step in this process is now we get into cost of service and rate design. That looks at cost allocations. It looks at rate designs, then we do detailed rate calculations and a customer impact analysis. The final phase of this is included with the administrative report, the Proposition 218 notice, and then the public hearing in November 19th. Next slide, please. As you're aware, we do not serve the entire city. We serve about 78% of the city. That's the area in blue. And the area in pink and gold are areas that are served by California Water Service Company. And I should mention that when this map was created, they were separate rate districts. They were all part of California Water Service. Now they're part of one consolidated rate district called South Bay. So that map probably has to be changed in the future to show that just one color because it's a unified rate district now. The next slide, please. This kind of summarizes the financial plan results of the study. The very first chart you see on the left is debt coverage. That's a little bit theoretical. It just shows that over the next 5 years is that if we issued long-term financing, whether it be bonds or some other way, we have coverage ratios of 5 times the requirement. The minimum requirement is 1.25% for bonds, and we would actually be well above that. We'd be at a level almost 4 or 5 times above the minimum level. The next slide on your right shows fund balances. We came into this year with about $20.5 million, and actually that is going to decline a little bit. And over the next 5 years, our target is to hit about $14.2 million based on that formula we talked about before, where we put up 25% of actually of our O&M cost, 1 year of capital improvement funding, and the $500,000 as an emergency reserve. And that comes to about that $14.2 million. And we're just about, we'll actually hit that, we'll be actually at that target at the end of the 5-year period at 2029. The actual one on the lower left is a capital improvement plan. It varies a little bit year by year, but overall it's 26 million plus, about 5.2 million on average per year. Now the slide on the right is really, on the lower right is the financial plan. It kind of breaks down the components. The first component actually in the gold is a capital improvement project, and you can see that it kind of goes up and down a little bit, but generally it ends up with that $26 million over the 5-year period. The green is actually our debt service. We have one existing loan out there right now for the North Torrance Wellfield project. That'll be paid off in, I think, 4 to 5 years. So that actually will go away. The darker blue is our O&M cost, operation and maintenance cost. And the light blue, and this I want to draw your attention to, that is the cost of water production, whether it be water purchases or groundwater. That consumes over 60% of our entire budget. And that's the big one that we're looking at. Next slide, please. This summarizes our major capital improvement projects, which we're doing right now. One is the Van Ness Wellfield project and transmission main. As you know, we've just finished up recently our North Torrance Wellfield project, and that is operational, and it's not fully at full capacity right now, but it's operational. And once we make another adjustment and we have one equipment purchase to make, that should be ramped up to full capacity. We have a lot of water main replacements. Our system is on average 70 years old, and we have a systematic program to replace 2 or 3 miles of main per year. We also have some high pressure zone modifications we'll be making in the high pressure zone in South Torrance. We mentioned this kind of the North Torrance well field scrubber. This is that one piece of equipment we need really to fully bring the North Torrance well field at full capacity. Once that's installed, we should be able to produce 5,000 acre-feet of that facility, which is our target year after year, and that's going to reduce our imported water by that amount. And then we have the Vista Montana hillside rehabilitation. That project is just being finished up. Next slide, please. Our rates consist of 2 components, a meter charge, a fixed meter charge based on meter size, and also a variable component that's based on the quantity of water that you use. And we've kind of shown that the first part of this is a meter service charge. And actually, if you look at that in where it is in 2024, for instance, the 3/4 inch meter, which is about 80% of our population of meters, is right now $7.48. Based on our cost of service, that won't change. Actually, that will stay the same. No change in the meter charge for the 3/4 inch meter. And actually, we have a slight decrease in all the other sizes, from a 1-inch meter to our largest meter in the system, which is a 10-inch meter. And that was based on a cost of service reconciliation. Every time we do a rate study, we do a cost reconciliation to find out where we are based on cost of service. Then in succeeding years, you will see increases. Ultimately, the 3/4 inch meter will eventually go to about $9.50, about $2 more than it is today. The next slide, please. The next slide shows our high pressure zone pumping charge. This applies to high pressure zone customers, about 2,000 services. That's the area that's south of Pacific Coast Highway. Is served by our Walteria pump station. It's an assessment district established by the city over 50 years ago. And as part of that assessment district, those residents are obligated to pay for the power cost to pump the water to that higher elevation, as well as the maintenance cost for the facilities. So it includes the Edison cost and also fees to recover maintenance cost at the Walteria pump station. Next slide, please. This is actually about private fire protection charges. This is for dedicated service lines for fire protection for commercial properties. As you see on the slide, we have a 2-inch. There's very few of those. Most of the population of these services are 4-inch, 6-inch, and 8-inch fire protection lines. Those charges will actually increase. If you look at the most common size, which would be a 6-inch, it'll go from $71.40 today to $91.36, ultimately ending up at about $116 at our final year in 2029. Next chart, please. And lastly, but not least, what people notice the most is their variable rate. This is a quantity rate. This is where actually about 88% of our metered sales are actually from the variable quantity charge. And as you can see, we have three distinct classifications: single family customers, all other standard customers, which include commercial, and then we have a low income senior and disabled discount rate. Looking at single family rates, basically, we have three tiers. The first tier is 0 to 7 units, and I should preface what a unit is. A unit is 100 cubic feet, and that translates into about 748 gallons per 100 cubic feet. That current charge is $3.42. It moves up to $3.55 in 25. The tier 2 is actually 8 units to 12 units, and that's currently at $5.77. And actually, there's a reduction in that, and that's because we have more local water than we had basically in our previous studies. So basically, that actually provides a discount on that rate block based on cost of service. And then above 13 billion units, that goes from 698 to 748. Ultimately, if you look at the proposed rates in 2029, you see where we are. The 0 to 7 units go to 453 in 2029. The 8 to 12 units, 696, and the 13 units and above, $9.48. For all other customers, we have slightly different tiers. The tier 1 is 0 to 10 units, and that is at 389, moves to 409, ultimately to 521 at the end of the planning period. And tier 2 right now is at 555, moves to 604 in 2025, ultimately ends up at $7.68 per CCF. We also have a low income and permanently disabled discount. That applies to about 450 of our customers, and that is actually managed by our finance department, and the qualifications are a gross household income today of $37,650 for the prior calendar year. For the seniors, it's 62 years or older, and actually for anyone that's permanently disabled, regardless of age. So this discount applies to both seniors as well as permanently disabled customers. Next slide, please. This summarizes the proposed monthly bills on single-family customers. As you can see, our really low users are about 4 billion units. We have a number of customers in that tier. Below average usage is about 7. The typical user uses about 11 billion units per month. And actually, right now, the current rate for that, including the meter charge and the quantity charge, is $54.45. It goes down a little bit. It goes down about 24 cents to $54.21. And that's because of that tier 2 block being lower. And ultimately, we end up at about $69 at the end of 2029. We also, you can see a high user customer, about 17 billion units, and a very high user would be about 25 billion units per month. Do want to mention one thing, basically, that we've been monitoring water conservation over the last 35 years, and actually we've had a reduction. If you go back to 1990, we had monthly water uses for a single-family customer was 20 billion units, or CCF, per month. Today it's 11. So we've seen a 45% reduction thanks to the efforts of our customers. And we also wanted to point out that if that customer was using that same 20 billion units as they were back in 1990, they would be paying an additional $65 per month. So the customer, by doing this, they're actually saving $65 per month. The next slide, please. This again, it provides a very similar analysis of the 5-year projected monthly bills for all that are standard customers. Those include multifamily and commercial accounts. And the typical user here is about 50 billion units. And that would be kind of equivalent to an 8-unit apartment building, just to kind of give you a little, and a small commercial building. The current monthly bill is about $272 per month. It goes to about $293.25, and ultimately at the end of the 5-year period ends up at about $373 per month. So it's going to go up about $100 over that 5-year period. Next slide, please. This is the last of our comparisons. This kind of shows the proposed monthly bills for low-income senior and disabled customers. And actually, the very low usage is 4 billion units. We have customers in that tier. The typical usage, though, is really much below a single-family residence. It's about 7 billion units. And the current monthly bill is about $28. In 2025, it goes to about $27. And ultimately, at the end of the planning period, about $34.35. So that's going to increase a little over $6 over that 5-year period. The next slide, please. And this is the one I think you may be most interested in. This it talks about our single-family residential monthly bill comparison. We did an analysis of all of our neighboring agencies and compared them against what our rates are today. Our current rate for the typical single-family customer rate today is $54.45. That actually goes down in 2025, based on our proposal, goes down about a small amount, about 24 cents to $54.21. The next agency that's closest to us is the City of Inglewood. They're at $69.41, and we understand that they're doing a rate study as we speak. Then we also, next in line, we have California Water Service Company. That's the South Bay area. Those are the 2 service areas you saw on the map. They're at almost $86 per month. City of Santa Monica, about $88. City of Lomita, about $97. Then this is actually Golden State, Gardena, and adjacent cities. They're at about $101. Manhattan Beach is about $102.59. And the Department of Water and Power, LA Department of Water and Power, is about $103.49. So we are considerably less than our neighboring agencies. And part of that is the fact that we belong to the Metropolitan Water District, and we buy water directly from Metropolitan, whereas other agencies in the South Bay do not buy water from Metropolitan directly, and they have an additional markup because they buy water through a water district, a wholesale water district. So part of that differential is that. Our recommendation is of the Water Commission, kind of reiterate, the Water Commission and the Public Works Director, that City Council set a date of Tuesday, November 19th, 2024, for a public hearing on the proposed series of proposed annual adjustments and municipal water rates over the next 5-year period of 2025 through 2029. With that concludes my presentations. I'm available for any questions you may have. And also in the audience, we have Andy Darlak, our Water Operations Manager, who can address any operational questions, as well as our consultant, Sadir Padawala, who can answer any detailed technical questions that, in case I can't answer them directly.
Thank you, Chuck. I'm sure you can answer all questions anyway. Do we have any comments or questions from the public? I don't see any. So, Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you, Craig, and also Chuck and the team for your presentation, not just tonight, but also to myself and my colleagues. A few questions going back to that briefing. It's my understanding that because Torrance is in a unique position where we both source water from Metropolitan Water District, and we also do draw from our own wells and aquifer. How much locally sourced water? What percentage of our total use?
Today, it's about 30%. However, once we get the North Torrance well field operational, it'll be close to 45 to 50% will be actually local water. And that consists of our wells and also of the Goldsworthy Desalter project.
Okay.
And ultimately, that'll be moving as we have add the Van Ness well field and a major enlargement to the desalter. We could be at 80% local water within the next 5 years.
Okay. When you said 80%, I found that to be tremendous because it moves our city to a point where we're less reliant on metropolitan water and we're generating our own water. I don't know if we'll ever reach a point where we can be 100% self-sufficient, but I think being at 80% really is a game changer for companies that have an interest in moving to Torrance, especially those companies that do need to need a reliable source of water. So I think this may be something for our economic development team to use as a key point, perhaps in attracting those types of firms. What agency is engaged in the expanding the desalting facility?
Actually, desalter is owned by the Water Replenishment District of Southern California. It was built actually about 22 years ago, and it was actually enlarged in 2018. We started out at about 2.5 actual maximum acre feet per year. It was enlarged to about 4 million acre feet in 2018, and the proposed expansion, which will take about 3 years, would increase that to about 8 million acre feet. So, I'm sorry, 8,000 acre feet. 8,000 acre feet. So actually, we would have an increase. It would be doubled from its current capacity.
Okay. Also, in the chart that addresses low income and disabled, at present, how does the city go about informing the public and allowing them to submit applications to the finance department?
And certainly on the websites, basically, and then also we do periodically, when we do any kind of brochures or mail-outs, we let customers know about the availability of the low income and disabled discount.
All right. And also under the commercial use, do we currently provide any water to the Torrance refinery?
Yes, we do. It's actually our largest customer.
Okay. Okay, well, once again, Craig, Chuck, and the team, thank you. And Chuck, I look at you as the Huell Hauser of water here in the city of Torrance in the South Bay, so I very much appreciate the width and depth of your knowledge of water. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We just need to get West Torrance to have a changeover if that could ever happen. You guys know how I feel about that one. Look, we're in the pink, so we're in the high water district area. Councilman Shake.
Thank you. Thank you, Chuck, for the presentation. Very helpful. Just a request going forward, if you could insert page numbers on that so we can tell you which numbers we have question on your PowerPoint slide. Just a little request going forward. You know, I'm talking about these PowerPoint slides. If you insert numbers somewhere so we can.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah,
That's okay.
no.
Just for future reference. So today is basically we're asking to set the date for next hearing. That's the main purpose for this presentation.
Yes.
And at that presentation, we will also show how much are the operating expenses and how much will be the revenue with these new numbers. Am I correct?
That's correct, Councilman. And also, there's going to be a detailed study which will be published probably the next few weeks.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Any other questions from the council? If not, I'll take a motion to concur the recommendation of the Water Commission and Public Works Director and approve the request to set the date of November 19, 2024 for the public hearing.
Make a motion to accept and file the report. Also, to set a date of November 19th, 2024 for the first public hearing on a proposed series of annual increases to the municipal water rates over a 5-year period, 2025 through 2029.
I second that.
Sorry, the wrong button. Wait a second.
Go team.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you.
Item 9D from the Public Works Director. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. Brenda Moon, Public Works. Item 9D is the recommendation of the Public Works Director that City Council approve 2 Measure M funding agreements with the Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority to accept grant funding in the amount of $1.05 million for the Torrance Fiber Network and Traffic Signal Optimization T195, and to accept grant funding in the amount of $1 million for the Hawthorne Boulevard right turn lanes at Lomita Boulevard and 182nd Street, T196, and upon approval of the funding agreements, appropriate the funds to the T195, T196 projects. Acceptance of the recommended funding agreement for the T195 project will provide additional funding to the design of the fiber optic backbone along selected corridors within the city, and to conduct a comprehensive signal timing analysis to update traffic signal timing throughout the city. Acceptance of the recommended funding agreement for the T196 project will provide funding for the design and construction of a designated northbound right turn lane at the intersections of northbound Hawthorne Boulevard at Lomita Boulevard and northbound Hawthorne Boulevard at 182nd Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone from the public who wishes to speak on this item? I don't see any. Do any members of the council have question or comment on this item? Again, I don't see any. So I'll take a motion to concur the recommendation of the Public Works Director.
Motion to concur with the recommendation of the Public Works Director.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item 9E is a recommendation from the Community Service Director. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Your Honor, and members of City Council. Monica Hart with Community Services. Item 9E, the recommendation of the Community Services Director that the City Council consider and approve a mural policy for the City of Torrance to govern murals proposed and displayed as public art on public and private properties. We're bringing this item to Council as the City initiates the program with utility boxes and in preparation for other partnerships for murals. We want to provide a policy as part of public art programming. The mural program is to promote public art throughout the city, and the policy is a compilation of best practices of several agencies and can be updated as necessary. The policy was presented to the Cultural Arts Commission August 19, 2024, to review and provide comments. The Commission supported the policy with the recommendation to present it to the Council for consideration.
Any members of the public wish to speak on this item? I don't see any again. Anyone from the council have comments or questions on this item? Councilman Gerson.
Thank you, Mayor. I was going through it and I noticed difficulties in the language used as well as some mistakes in numbering. And so I wanted to point them out. Starting with 3.1, this one isn't a mistake. This was just, it says a mural is defined as the creation of original public art funded by public or private funds. Just saying funded in funds in the same line. I was going to ask staff if there was a better way to say private funds, interests, whatever, to just clean that up, make it flow better. In 3.5, it says a mural application is defined by the required submission 3.4.1 through 3.4.10. but that's actually 3.5.1 through 3.5.10. The next one I see is in 4.4. Every 2 years or as needed, staff shall conduct a request or a qualifications process to establish a pool of artists with a focused effort on artists with experience as muralist. That should be muralists because the artists in front of it were both plural as well. 5.2.1, in general, murals can be proposed for placement on N existing private non-residential buildings. To match, it should be singular building. Continuing on in that same one, I think instead of and, it should be or. An existing city-owned building, since it can't be both private and city-owned at the same time, so I think that conjunction should be an or an existing city-owned building, provided that the site is intended for eligible for during. I think that for is an extra word and should be removed. During the preliminary screening process, murals should not obscure or detract from the significant architectural features of a structure or compromise the proper function of any building or use, and are typically not allowed on historical buildings. Certain contexts may prevent murals from being able to be applied directly on the wall. I wasn't sure about the use of the word context, and are they talking about mediums? Are they talking about the surfaces itself? So that was a little unclear to me. In 5.4.1, it says murals must be located in a manner. To me, it seems like they were one thing or the other. Murals must be located in an area or displayed in a manner. So I don't know what they meant by that, but that seems to be a need for cleanup. Mural placement may not interfere with access or information provided to individuals with disabilities. I wasn't sure how that interferes with information. Looking for some clarity on that. 5.4.2, I'm just going to jump toward the end. In such a manner to render them non-operational or to serve their intended egress and ventilation purposes. I think they meant or disrupt their intended egress or ventilation purpose. Since it doesn't help, it would interfere by placing the mural in such a way. 5.4.3, no mural shall be placed on a lot that is improved with only residential structure uses and their associated accessory structures. That just seemed weird. Residential structure and their associated accessory structures, perhaps? I don't know. It seems like that needs to be cleaned up. Yes?
It's all right. Go ahead.
What?
I'll say it. Do you have any more that maybe we can make a motion to table this and bring it back in the next council meeting for corrections that aren't done in public?
Sure. Because they get better.
Mayor?
Yeah, I think if there's I don't know, it's hard to keep up with, doing real
I
time.
submitted all of the
Yeah.
edits to the city
Okay.
manager and to the city attorney, so they knew what I was gonna.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, because we're having a hard time keeping up with all the changes. I was wondering, how is he going to
And
capture up?
in no disrespect, I can't keep up. So if maybe we can table this and bring it back in the next council meeting with all of the corrections or edits that need to be done, maybe we should do that.
Can I also ask why it's a policy and not an ordinance?
Councilmember Gerson, John Leroy, Community Services. The reason it's a policy, this is fairly standard for most cities who have any type of public art plan or public art master plan. Policy is able to quickly reflect any type of new creative initiative that represents public art. Ordinance requires a great deal of process, as you're aware, and oftentimes cannot be as responsive to any type of new type of artwork or medium, surface, or opportunity, whereas a policy can be malleable over time and be added to. So at this point, we're capturing murals, but in the future, we would capture sculpture or other types of public art that the city does foresee in its public right-of-ways.
What happens if someone decides to put a mural up in downtown Torrance and doesn't follow the application process? What recourse or protection does the city have? Can it do anything to remove it?
Good evening, Council. Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. Yes, we do have our code enforcement unit that can go out there, can issue a notice of violation that they are in violation of a policy that has been adopted by the City Council. If they don't either come into compliance or in case remove it, then we can start the citation process.
So should I make a motion to table it until we can make some edit?
Mayor, Adam Chwan, City Manager, if there's some policy direction you want to provide to staff that would be helpful if we're on the right track, we can go ahead and make the grammatical changes and bring this back to you at our next meeting. But if you like to table the entire thing and then reconsider, we could do that as well.
You know, I could go either way. I think,
And if I make credit to staff, we're trying to expedite this item for full council consideration, but we will go ahead and make the changes.
right. Okay, so let's kind of do this. Okay, I believe Councilman Gerson did a very detailed scrub of all the language there, and we appreciate that. Is there any other than what you just shared? I just want to make sure you're finished with sharing your thoughts with respect to the other policy areas or guidelines, because I can see why the staff wants this to happen quickly, because there may be something that comes up real soon, and I think they just want to provide some guidelines, especially when we have some red hot Dodger going real hot right now. But that's just an example.
Mayor, if I may.
Oh, Councilman Matucci.
Yeah, just I lost track. There was a lot of stuff to keep up with, especially if there was going to be any changes. You know, but the context I think is okay, right, Mr. Gerson? I mean, we're just changing some verbiage, but not the whole context of what we're trying to do, right? Because I think.
Well, as we get in a little bit deeper into 5.4.5, I was a little confused on. So it says that there's going to be community outreach, but I wasn't sure what that is. Is there notice? Is there a hearing? Is public comment taken? So I don't know if that's more than just grammatical. And then I think it was 8.2. No, that's not the one. Hold on. There was one in here that talked about ambient lighting and a 3-foot candle above ambient lighting that I didn't understand, and I don't know if the regular residential person who could challenge it and would understand. And so I don't know if that is artsy language or if it's, if it should be policy language to make sure that when people are actually questioning it and challenging it, that it's in a way that they would understand. So those are two that are more than just verbiage.
Okay, so a quick question. Your I don't want to call it grievances, the changes that you had requested, you had already submitted those in writing? Okay,
Yes.
so it's part of the public record. I just want us voting on something with changes that we haven't necessarily disclosed. I'd be okay with just moving forward with your suggested, whether it's grammatical or just a couple of words, as long as we're not changing the whole phrase, but and again, this is just a policy, so I think it has a lot more flexibility to it.
The only thing worse than having no policy is having bad policy. So I want to make sure that it's clean. And as you said, I was giving a lot of changes and kind of not wanting to waste a lot of time and go through it quickly, just to understand that I think this feels rushed, and I don't want a rushed policy. I want a good, clean policy, and just to make sure that if we do something, that it's done well, it's done right, and that because if we move forward with something that's not right, other people can also move forward with it too. So those are my thoughts. I'd love to see it tabled and brought back, and give staff some time to flush it out and make sure that they are comfortable and happy with it when we approve it.
Maybe, does any member of the council have any questions or comments so that when it's brought back, it would address some of the questions we have, in addition to what Councilman Gerson has, so that we don't bring it back a third time. Councilwoman Lewis.
I do have a question, and I love this because I'm a big art fan and supporter of the arts, so I like this, but I do agree about clean language. What provisions are in place from, I guess that would be fall on CDD, to say, okay, so I made an application for a particular mural. When the artist painted it, all the people in the mural are now nude and they weren't supposed to be in the original application. What provisions do we have in place to address that?
Councilmember John LaRock, Community Services Department. So a mural proposal would first be reviewed by staff for basic requirements, i.e. trademarked imagery and so forth, right? Family-friendly quality. Then the Cultural Arts Commission would review it for the same and any of their input, and then they would make a recommendation to this body. This body would review the mural and provide approval for it as proposed, much like you would for a development, for instance. Should the end result be in violation of what was approved, then to Director Ramirez's point earlier, it would become a code enforcement issue, and we would all be doing a whitewashing process at that point.
And how
or
quickly does
seeking
that
remediation.
And how quickly does remediation happen?
Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. It would depend on what was put up there. If it was something that was vulgar, something indecent, then we would give them a notice of violation and have them to take it down within 24 hours. If it was something where it was they just didn't comply with what was approved, then we would give them the normal 2-week period to bring it up to what was approved. So it really depends what it is, how much time we would give.
Okay, yeah, I wanted to make sure that those concerns were addressed, because now in the climate that we're in, anything could pop up outside of the permitting process. So I want to make sure that we had specific language to address that. Thank you.
Yeah, and somebody's vulgarity is not someone else's vulgarity, so that's a challenge. I'll just share some comments I had reading this. I know why we're doing this. You know, we want to have some guidelines because we didn't have any policy for, I believe, private property, right? Or what I was a little concerned was on the very last page. I guess that's under step 9. This is just me, you know, since we're just starting out trying to provide some policy guidelines. Seems like steps 4 to maybe step 15. Seems like there's quite a bit of fees added to it. And am I correct? Each little step probably is a fee, right? Because we just did the fee study update a couple of councils ago, so I'm looking at step 7. Member approval by the city. Does that sound like clink? And then, and then additional city permits and fees, and then city permit agreement issuance. I wasn't sure, maybe give us a little guideline so somebody wants to put something up, you know, there's a certain amount of expense.
Thank you, Mayor. John, our Community Services, we can certainly expand on what those fees might represent. Obviously, our city policy would likely require the artist to have a business license, because they would be doing work in the city limits, which is a requirement. And then depending on the installation, there could be fees for things like street closures or the erecting of scaffolding, storage overnight. So every instance is going to have unique qualities that must be examined for impacts that may also then result in fees.
Okay. All right. Councilwoman Kalani?
Thank you, Mayor. My question on this is, I couldn't really find it, and I reviewed it a second time. What prevents somebody from doing a beautiful mural with an image that could be misinterpreted or could be interpreted as advertising?
Again, Councilmember Kalani, John LaRock, Community Services Director. The initial staff review would be to examine the proposals for trademarked or copywritten images, or anything that could be interpreted as advertising, particularly if it's a private entity posting on their facility that might support their business endeavor. And then obviously the commission would have that purview, and then this body would have that purview. So unless the subject matter represents something that in the future becomes a trademarked item, that would be something we'd have to deal with. I have not experienced that in my experience with public art and murals. So that is rare, but it is something that certainly in the private realm we would have to pay attention to, because as you see on businesses throughout, public art can be motivated to be a marketing tool as well as an artistic tool. So that would be something we'd have to adjudicate carefully.
I appreciate that. Could you help me in locating where that is in this? I must have not understood.
Council, I'm trying to see, imagine, it'll be in the approval process as it comes through, I imagine, since it's going to the staff level, commission, and back to council. So if any of you feel there's a commercial component to what's being proposed, that decision lies with the city council as far as vetting out.
Okay.
All these proposals will come before your honorable body for
Okay.
approval.
So then you don't feel it needs to be in this?
We can add a
policy.
section to specify that it won't be for commercial uses, if that's the intent.
I think it was
We
in
could add
It
that.
is in here. I think.
Is it in there?
Yeah, I think it was
Yeah.
in here. I just,
Yeah, that's why I kept asking. Maybe I missed it twice.
It's section 4, 5 through 8, 5, 6.
Okay, so if you think it's sufficiently in there, then that's fine. Thank you.
But, you know, when we bring it back, if council feel that needs to be more robust, we can certainly make it so.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilman Gerson?
In Councilwoman Kalani's question, you know, it's interesting because in, 8.3, there can be a sponsor identification, which could also be in conflict with 3.2. What happens if the sponsor is advertising something that is on that site, but they are paying for it? So, yes. My question, I wanted to throw it back to the city attorney. Mr. Sullivan, do you feel like this policy could protect us? Someone who puts up a mural and we cite them and take it down, does it fit? Because I'm still unclear about policies versus ordinances and what we can't do and what you would be able to defend us in.
Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. As an attorney, I prefer ordinances, but I understand staff's concerned with the slower process of 2 readings and 30 days to make a change. One way to get around that would be what we did with telecom and the settlement and finance approval levels, is you do an ordinance, but you put the meat of the ordinance in a resolution, and then the council can, we also do that with the council rules of order. You can change the ordinance then just by changing a resolution. So one night, done, and you can make changes on the fly. Again, that's just, the attorney in me likes the ordinance because it's more formal and you know what you're citing for. It's a little loosey-gooseier if you're citing for a policy, because it's not. You really have to tie the citation to an ordinance. So there may be sections in the TMC that code enforcement is more aware of than I am, but again, that's my bias as an attorney.
Okay, any other questions or comments? I don't see any, but I see Councilman Gerson has clicked in for a motion. Or is that an old one? Oh, okay. All right. How does the council wish to proceed on this?
I will move that we table this item to the next meeting to give staff some time to make the changes and update it to the questions and that we've provided for them.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Shake voting no.
All right, thank you. Item 9F is a recommendation from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Your Honor, there is. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Fran Fulton, Economic Development Manager with the city. Item 9F is a request for council to discuss and provide direction on design concepts for district gateways, digital, and park signage. As you can see when traversing the city, that the council-approved citywide signing and signage plan is well underway and being carried out. To date, 16 gateway signs, 6 wayfinding signs, 20 downtown historic signs, and 97 directional signs have already been installed. Additionally, the approved downtown gateway signs will be coming soon as the bid process has been complete and the signs will soon be fabricated and installed. Before you tonight are some additional design concepts for you to review and to provide direction on how to proceed. Next slide, please. The first category of signs is district gateways. Initially, as part of the plan, council reviewed some design concepts for identifying certain points of interest around the city. Next slide, please. The concepts shown here, you can kind of see them, are some that were shared with council before, but these, before they were shown in different colors. With this version, it shows them all in the blue that is similar to the other gateway signs, and also adds one for the northern Torrance Gateway. Next slide, please. The next 3 design concepts are for digital sign skins to rebrand the 3 city-owned digital signs to more closely match the new gateway signs. The locations of these signs are North Torrance Library, Wilson Park, and Civic Center. Next slide, please. So this is concept 1. Next slide, please. This one is concept 2. And next slide, please. And this one is concept 3. So those are for the digital signs. Next slide, please. The final design concepts I'd like you to review are for park signs. There are 33 parks across the city, and they all have varying amounts and types of signs. By deciding on a new design concept, these signs can be updated, information streamlined, and the citywide branding can be incorporated. Next slide, please. This slide shows concept 1 for park signs. Next slide, please. This one shows concept 2. And next slide, please. And this is concept 3. And next slide, please. And with that, I stand by for any questions or comments.
Thank you. Are there any comments from anyone in the public on this item? I think she's coming.
Is there any way you could do a hybrid between 2 and 3? Like, the style of 3 looks nice, but I like the green signifying the park. So why couldn't you do like a green background where it says where the writing is? I think that would look really cool. Kind of has the best of both worlds.
I like that idea.
Okay, thank you for sharing your comment. Anyone else from the public has a comment? I mean, I see the green, but I can also understand that we're trying to use that, the branding Torrance blue as well. If no one else from the public, I will come to the council. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Fran. Can you explain a little bit on the funding for these, where it's coming from, and what we've done in the past also for other gateway signs?
Yet. For the gateway signage around the city, we had different funding sources through Public Works to be able to add those. For the signs that we have that are going to be installed in the downtown Torrance, that is funding that was identified, I believe, through some of the SST additional monies. So we would need to identify funding for the
And
new.
I'm trying to imagine some of these, as we've been bringing in capital improvement projects for specific areas, we've been able to blend some of the signage cost as part of the broader project. A combination of salary savings in prior years, and we'll plan ahead with our capital plan to be able to do a full build out.
Yeah, and I do know that some parks, the signs are literally falling apart. So if we're going to replace them with a uniform look. So as far as the funding, obviously we're going to have to find the funding, but I do believe personally, I like concept number 2 for the signs. And as far as the parks, as much as I do like the blue, but I do like the green for, like the speaker said, I think a combination of the colors of number 2, but with the concept number 3 with the arched sign, I think it looks really nice. But I think we still have that blue in the sign, but green for green space. I think that makes a lot of sense, but that's what I like. And that's all I got. My batteries are going down. And it's still somewhat early. Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Fran and staff. I just had a question on the district gateway sign concepts. Why is the gray, the left side, the gray addition with the bridge and the emblem for the city, the logo, not included in these?
It could be.
I
That was
was-
just a design concept that kind of took that perforated portion of the gateway signs and just made it simpler. But if that's something that you would want to have mirrored there, it could be requested.
I mean, I personally would like to see it because of just the consistency
Mhm.
through the city, but it also adds this kind of a softer feel to it. I mean, just personally for me, doesn't look like what was it called, a monolith?
Or not so modern looking.
Yeah. So that was my one comment. I agree with Matucci on the digital sign concept number 2. And then,
Is that for the digital skins?
yeah, the digital. And then as the park signs, I do like the design of number 3. I guess I could go either way, but for consistency, I do like the blue, but as long as the blue's incorporated, I think the speaker had a great suggestion. So would like to see that, maybe a sample of that.
Thank you.
Okay,
Beautiful.
so far, folks like a little bit around a curve there. Councilman Shake.
Thank you. Thank you, Fran. On page 4, says the estimated cost exceeded $384,000. What's the new number?
Is that on the item? Or which
Councilman,
one?
the cost would vary once we pick a design. We'll bring some estimates back to you. Since each one this is conceptual design, once we get some engineering numbers, we'll have a better estimate as to the new cost.
I think, are you referring to the
Prior.
mention of a dollar amount in the item?
Yes.
That was for the cost. There had been a request before to add a digital sign on
PCH and Hawthorne.
PCH. And that was the estimated cost for establishing something there. That was for that specific sign.
For one site?
Yeah.
So are we saying from the ground up, it's going to cost $384,000?
For one
For a
digital
new
sign.
digital
New digital
sign.
sign.
And which one was that?
There was a sign that never occurred because of the
Oh.
cost considerations.
PCH and
That is-
Hawthorne.
Hawthorne. Due
Okay.
to some of the
makes
structural view impairment challenges, we couldn't, but we were told to seek alternative locations.
Okay, great. That makes sense now. I recall now we talked about different locations.
Yeah.
Okay. So how did you guys come up with the locations, the 3 locations we're talking about today, correct?
They're existing.
They're existing that we're just gonna.
We're just going to add a new,
Yes.
upgrade the facade so it'll blend in with our existing design.
It shouldn't cost as much. We don't have to
Right.
demolish them.
No,
We're just
it'll
gonna
be,
give
it'll
them
be
They'll be
facelifts.
wrapped
facelifts.
in a sense.
That's gonna be a facelift for those. You know.
Yep.
So there's
Yeah,
existing.
once you give us direction on the design concepts, we'll be able to obtain cost estimates and any, if it's councils, if it's outside of the city manager's authority, notwithstanding funding identification, we'll bring it back to you, our body. And in this case, I think the final product should come back to you for approval and to share the project with the community. Be a good opportunity.
Thank you for clarifying. I don't know, maybe I'm colorblind. What's the huge difference? Just the arch from concept 1 and concept 2? Just these arches on the.
Is it digital sign or the parks?
Sorry, the digital sign.
Yeah, I think the oval, the bridge component that we have now, the secondary part, the curve, which accentuates the bridge design, much more visible in its overall concept versus
2, there's flat, there's nothing.
number 1 is similar to our existing, just adding
Yes.
the sign. Number 2 adds a little curvature
We're
to it.
changing that little.
Yeah, still maintaining the same similar scheme.
And I think that came from the, one of the requests for the downtown signage with the
Standalone.
yeah, the vertical signs to have an arch feature, so it was just an option.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I wanted to be consistent with what we have now and to stay with what we already have. I like to go with concept 1. It is consistent, it gives exactly what we already have for digital sign. And for park sign, I like the idea having green in there with arches. That's with a little bit of curve up there, but these will be my recommendations. Thank you again.
Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you. So the question that I have is, I know we've had before us several times before the discussion of digital signage, and how would that impact digital signage for like advertisements and introducing other digital signage into Torrance? That was a agenda item a couple of meetings ago to talk about digital billboards, digital signage.
If council desires, Councilwoman Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director, will chime in, but we can build those standards into our development agreement. Is that the
If
path
we want them to look like that.
per council direction? If you wanted consistency, depending
Yes.
on the size and height considerations, but we could have conceptual requirements so that they're not different. With the exception of few that are already stationary designs, you'll see there's a recent one along the freeway, but future ones, we can ask that they comply with the design standards so there's consistency. Michelle,
So
if
the
you want to add on.
existing standards, because we would have to, according to some of these markups, have to readjust that, correct?
Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. So any on-site signage could only advertise on-site items that are taking place. They cannot do off-site. So for the city facilities, if this was here at our current complex here at the City Hall, we could advertise anything dealing with the city. We could advertise events that are taking place for the city. We can advertise, but we couldn't advertise Apple coming to the city. That would be an off-site advertisement. So it'd have to be advertisements that deal with the city only. At this
Councilwoman,
time,
if I
that might
may-
be something in the future that the council may want to look at to allow, off-site also.
I think you're talking about, thank you, Michelle. I think you're talking about design standards to
Well,
make sure that,
a little bit of both, right? So if we're going to introduce digital signage as a city concept, which we already have in place, I get that. But if we decide to go bigger using one of these concept designs, it's going to come back into question what exactly is going to be. I know it's for city purposes, but you're going to have other businesses that may come and go, wait a minute, you guys did this for your digital signage.
so Michelle, question is, can we
Yeah.
require a future privately owned digital sign to have similar design
Standards.
concepts as a city
For
to
constituents.
match consistency?
Yeah.
Yes.
So we currently, Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director, we currently have design standards for on-site signs that even the city would have to comply with. We already have those. There is a conflict, though, in our code that we were cleaning up as part of bringing the off-site signage. And that is that right now our code does not allow on-site digital signs. And so as part of the code cleanup that we plan to bring back in hopefully the second meeting of October, not only does that deal with the off-site signage, but it also cleans up for the on-site signage. So that would take care of it at that time.
That was my exact question. So thank you. I
Understood.
was like, wait a minute, we got some conflict in
Understood.
it. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
All right.
Councilman Gerson.
First, Councilmember Kalani, I like your idea, and I would like to see mock-ups of that concrete marble archway next to the district signage, just to see what that would look like. To keep, that definitely brings in consistency. But then with the digital signs, to switch from that concrete archway looking side to switching it to that blue, and the other side would change up the way that everything else is doing. So the digital signage seems easy to me. Option one goes along with what the Torrance signs that have already been placed. Back at the district signs, though, besides that piece that Councilmember Kalani suggested, I wanted to ask a couple more specifics. So starting with the first one, the airport district. I don't know what type of plane that is. I don't know why. And perhaps I should start off by saying the designs that have come up with, I would love to meet a representative of Hunt Design sometime, because I think they've done really good work. But as far as making it meaningful to the airport district, we actually do have specific planes like the P-83 that have flown out of Torrance Airport. And I didn't know, picking something that was a little more attached to Torrance. The other one that confused me a little bit was the commercial core. I'm trying to wrap my head around me being a person driving down, seeing a sign for the commercial core. And how is that directed toward business? Is that directed toward consumer? It's maybe the consumer's core. And also, I didn't understand the design selected for that. I don't know if there's a better design, but I didn't, with the others being so connected, like, the downtown Torrance with the old light and an airplane, and the brewery sign, the beach sign, all of those seem very connected. And in the commercial core, not only the name, but the picture didn't quite fit. I don't know if we could do a little more to make that feel a little more of its intent. So those are my thoughts on that. And then as far as the signs, and I don't know if Hunt Designs for the park signage, if they decided the order or if you did, but I love how you put them together. that first one, I understand why you picked that as first. It's so classy. It's very, seems very high end. And then the second one, I know the green is nice, being green space, but I'm a big fan of the U.S. Park Service, the National Park Service. We've been members for a long time. Visited, I can't even count how many parks. And they always tend to have very classy, even though it's a little more rustic, a little classier signs for their parks. And then the third one, while very traditional, also very tombstone-ish, and not quite appealing to me. So I do understand why 1 and 2. I would definitely lean toward 1 because I think it is far more classy and stands out. It just makes us seem very higher end. Is there a plan next to look at library signage, or not? Because when I saw park signage, I know some of our libraries also have park-type signage, and I didn't know if that was a conversation.
Councilman, we're looking, the goal would be citywide branding
Eventually,
and
yeah.
facade upgrades. Mind you, financial considerations are part of it, but we'd like to create a sense of space and consistency, similar to some of the universities in Southern California. When you get there, you know you're at a particular campus, and try to create that feel throughout the city. We're doing it piece by piece, but the goal would be to build on the Torrance Blue with components with our current sign, and then be able to incorporate additional upgrades with Civic Center Master Plan, as well as our some short-term and long-term enhancements of our facilities.
So would you foresee it as called the secondary ID? Would that be more toward, would you use that as library
Yeah,
sign?
eventually.
Future phase.
Yeah.
The only one that I didn't like was the on the very, very front of 9F. Next to the standard Torrance sign, they had the secondary signage. That was the only one that I didn't like. Everything else I thought was very well done, very, very well designed, and very appreciative of the work that you've done with Hunt Design.
If I could address some of your questions,
Sure.
I'd be happy to. Hunt Design has been great to work with. They have a lot of experience. They've worked with a lot of municipalities and created signage for public institutions and facilities all over the place. And they did put this together. These were the mock-ups that they put, and there's actually more information. I think it was in the attachments to the item that kind of showed some images of what these different types could look like in the setting. And then as far as the district gateway signs, I think, they're just kind of stylized icons. I know someone else had mentioned about the type of airplane and that it's significant at the airport, and I'm sure they would be fine with tweaking that design as well. For the commercial core, the idea behind that was when the signage and wayfinding plan took place, there was a study and there was input from the public on various points of interest, and Del Amo Fashion Center happened to be one of them. So what this is supposed to replicate is the big signs that are in front of Del Amo Fashion Center that kind of look like sails. So that's sort of the idea behind that, but I agree, it could be anything else that maybe is more obvious that it's a shopping, retail type of icon. But that was just the explanation for those.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I guess I'll make some comments. First of all, thank you. Actually, I think the color ones looks pretty good too. So,
I know, I like them too.
I guess if we're talking mock-ups, maybe we might want to show it. It still has a nice blue branding. I mean, just this one, this one when I was saying color. The district sign, looking at your handout here, I think I kind of like the digital sign with the little round edges. don't know, just looks a little bit not as square, maybe. So,
Number
park
two.
signs, I actually like concept one. I hear some comments on the green. I guess I don't see Torrance Parks as Yosemite. I think of Yosemite when I saw the green. I understand this green is park, but I still prefer the blue. I mean, just in that style. But if there's a concept that blends both, but I think it brings it up a little bit, a combination of 21st century for the long term as well. I think there's some consistency there. But I guess if we want total consistency, we already have what we call the signage, which is all square, which I think is what Councilman Shake was saying. We've already gone down one path already. So once we start going curves, unless those are like those are gateway signs, the square ones, at the park, maybe we have a little option. And I like them all actually, but I know that I had some discussion with others. Even the last one, I know it looks like tombstones, but how do we want to proceed here? Do we want to give some direction or guidance for the staff? Sounds like everyone likes signs. We just need some guidance. So let's start with the digital signs. Just want to make sure that we're providing you the right feedback. Does anyone want to do separate motions on separate one from digital and the park? Probably that's the way to go based on past experience here. Councilman Matucci, you clicked in. Lead us off, please.
All right, I think on the digitals, we can go with concept one to match the current arches. I guess I would be on the perforated side. That's my motion.
I'll second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
All right.
Okay, so next one is park concept, I believe. Just want to ask a question. I know we went with the concept. Does that mean it's blue? Are we declaring the blue, or we're just talking the shape? Was this just
If you want any changes, yeah, if you want any changes made, we can have them
I guess
do
if it's
new
digital,
rendering.
its colors might change, right? I'm just wondering, these have the solar panels as well, the ones we're talking about, concept one? So
totally.
nighttime it
Yeah,
lights
to
up?
light them.
Okay, I know we didn't ask that. Just a thought just came to my mind. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Councilman.
I just want to say something about the solar panels. If there's a way to hide them better or install them like, almost like if they're on the side of the panel, like incorporate it into the sign, because right now they just look like, oh, beautiful sign, then plop, a big solar panel on the side. It just,
We'll take that into consideration.
Yeah, it just
There's
seems like-
lighting, there's sun and angles, areas. This was the most expeditious way than running power.
and just
So-
thinking in the
but
future,
yeah,
if they
we're
can
very mindful.
incorporate it into the design so it
Yes.
looks a little bit more planned. you know?
Blended, sure.
Yeah, you mean like on the top edges, can you blend the solar cells on there? You just gotta make sure you got enough.
We need enough
You need
juice.
enough, yeah, you need enough
Enough
panels.
juice.
I can see that.
Or, a bunch of little smaller ones that are in series that, kind of look like fins on the side, but, something that looks a little prettier than just one big.
The sun
solar
only
panel
goes
on the
east and west, I understand.
Yeah. We can move the sun, right?
Technology is improving. We'll take all those
Yeah,
into
I know.
consideration.
Thank you.
Okay, I think Councilman Gerson is going to take a stab at park signs.
For park signs, I would like to make a motion that we accept concept one, city wayfinding as it.
I'll second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Did that cover it?
I think so. And then just with the district signs, we can look at some additional tweaks to those. Okay.
Thank you. That works.
Yeah.
Nice, consistent.
Yeah, I think the one that probably needs a little tweak is, well, we're talking about the commercial ones, right? But this is a work in progress. The
We can make
commercial
dollar
part.
signs.
Yeah.
I like it.
Money talks, right? So they could see that immediately. Yeah. Well, I guess today, you know, at least we converge on at least a shape. There's maybe time to tweak what's a commercial core one. Yeah. Okay. Just want to make sure it's clear before we go on to the next item.
I'm going to stay here because
Oh, because the next one's yours too. I was wondering. Item 9G is a recommendation for city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor, there is. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. I'm Fran Fulton, Economic Development Manager for the City of Torrance. Item 9G is an update from the Office of Economic Development. Information from this presentation will be posted on the Economic Development website at torranceca.gov/business for future reference. Next slide, please. In 2021, City Council approved the Downtown Torrance Revitalization and Connectivity Plan, along with implementation steps to carry out the plan. The bulk of the funding for this plan came from a grant from Caltrans. The Office of Economic Development has partnered with the Community Development and Public Works departments to carry out this plan. Examples of the plan are gateway signs that will be coming soon in the downtown, additional string lights, and new square palm tree planters to replace the existing round ones. In addition, Public Works was successful in securing a grant from the California Natural Resources Agency for an environmental enhancement and mitigation project to beautify Cabrillo Avenue between 213th Street and Plaza Del Amo. Work on this project will be starting soon. The city is also partnering with Destination Art, a downtown nonprofit, in applying for an Our Town grant from the National Endowment of the Arts to pursue street activation events and public art installations in the downtown area. So we'll get more public art, hopefully. Since the last Downtown Torrance Association and Business Improvement Steering Committee worked with a consultant to create a management district plan that included the footprint of the district, improvements to be carried out by the bid, above and beyond what the city provides, the associated budget, as well as the assessments per property owner that would be required to fund the bid. These documents, along with a petition to support the formation of a bid, were mailed out at the beginning of the year to all commercial property owners within the designated footprint. Petitions were due back in April. At this point, petitions to support amounting to 33.45% of assessments to be paid have been received. The required amount to move forward with creating a bid is 51.1% of the assessments. The steering committee has determined that they would like to continue to seek support to meet that required threshold to be able to form the bid, but it would have to take place in the following property tax year, so that would be 2026. So it would give them more time to step up a marketing plan, reach out to all of the property owners, and get more people on board. In the meantime, the Downtown Torrance Association is formalizing their organization with an official nonprofit status. They've applied and they've heard back from the IRS with requests for more information. They're getting back to regular meetings, a full board, and they've upped their annual membership dues. And this with Downtown Torrance Association being a formal nonprofit that could potentially be their governing board for the Business Improvement District. And then also shown on here, the annual Scare Down event is planned for Saturday, October 5th, and the holiday stroll for December 4th. So a little plug for those. And those events have become annual attractions to bring more foot traffic to the downtown, and would be something that the bid would continue to do. Next slide, please. Since the last update, the city team continues to meet with international delegations and build relationships around the world in an effort to attract more foreign direct investment into Torrance. Friendship City relations have now been signed with Tainan and Shanghua, Taiwan, Hwasong, South Korea, Bizen, Japan, and next week with Oshu, Japan. Many other international delegations have come to meet with us, and we have held events such as the International Citizen Diplomacy of LA Mixer and the first ever Select Torrance event, and more on that in another slide. Information on the Friendship Cities program and a meeting request form can be found on the city website. Again, with Pitch Torrance. The Pitch Torrance program was launched in March. Current vendors and those interested in doing business with the city were invited to learn how to do business and how to meet with and were able to meet with representatives of each of the departments. Businesses were and are encouraged to propose to the city their products and services that may meet a need that we have, and the city is open also to serving as a test bed for innovative new products and services. Information on how to become a vendor with the city can be found on the city website. Next slide, please. As I just mentioned, the city hosted the first ever Select Torrance event, which was strategically scheduled between the Select LA event, which is an event to promote the County of Los Angeles to the world, and the Select USA event, which is held every year in Washington, D.C., and which many international businesses travel to. Mayor and I both had the privilege of promoting the benefits of doing business in Torrance at the Select LA event. And the next day we had our event here in Torrance and invited people to attend. Next year, we may possibly plan to combine the Pitch and Select events to bring more interested parties together and promote the Why Torrance marketing message. Next slide, please. Just last week, the Office of Economic Development hosted a Breakfast with the Mayor event with approximately 24 commercial real estate professionals in attendance. Information from the Mayor's State of the City address was shared in the video, as well as key incentives that real estate folks would be interested in to aid in attracting tenants, such as the Business Attraction Incentive, Facade Improvement Program, and Hot Properties feature. Successes and challenges were shared by the group, and they appreciated the opportunity to connect with city staff and the mayor. This is always a good opportunity for us to connect directly with specific industry clusters, and we'll be planning more of those. Next slide, please. The Business Attraction Program, affectionately referred to as BAIT, has been promoted at various events on the website and via press release. The Office of Economic Development plans to utilize the incentive as in its attraction efforts for Sony Honda Mobility's Afila electric vehicle operation, planning to move into the brand new Torrance and Industrial Exchange on Prairie Avenue. And incidentally, I know Mayor did announce that at State of the City, and we will be working with the company on a more formal and broader announcement out to the public very, very soon. This incentive may also be used for attracting larger retailers. For example, we have the former Bed Bath & Beyond site, looking at how we might bring another retailer there. There was quite a bit of interest expressed from this program from the real estate group that attended last week. I've received several follow-up messages asking for more information on that. And as a reminder—
That looks like a lot of pickleball courts there.
I think there's still one building open still, right? As a reminder, businesses can receive up to $100,000 if they bring in at least 100 new employees or boost sales tax revenues by 20% over the prior year at the site that they're bringing the business to. Next slide, please. In an effort to aid in business attraction as well, the city team has built out assistance through the locate button on the economic development website. Businesses seeking a location in Torrance can indicate their interest here. Real estate brokers or property owners can submit their hot properties that they would like listed here. Another avenue for them to promote those available properties in addition to their own websites. And they're also included on an interactive map that provides a sampling of the types of properties and locations across the city that are available. Next slide, please. The commercial facade improvement program has had a bit of a bumpy start, but some of the requirements have recently been relaxed. And the application period ran from April until September and is expected to open up again next April. This allows for applications to be received, processed, and to ensure that funding is available. And again, the Office of Economic Development works very closely with community development on the processing and the reviewing of those projects. Currently, there are 3 projects in process, including a lighting upgrade for the downtown parking structure, and outdoor dining enhancements for local kitchen restaurant. They want to make that permanent. And then a facade remodel for an office building on Pacific Coast Highway just west of Hawthorne Boulevard. For this program, the Economic Development Fund pays 50% of the lowest bid up to a maximum of $40,000. So there's 3 tier levels for that program. Next slide, please. Moving into our retail sales, auto sales appear to be somewhat flat for the period since the last update, but are still averaging close to $1,200 per month here in Torrance. And Del Amo Fashion Center has indicated that sales also have been somewhat flat, but their tenant mix continues to evolve and fill. And as everyone knows, just last week, the new Apple store opened, and that promises to be a catalyst for several other new tenants at the mall. Next slide, please. Discover Torrance continues to see a good response to their marketing efforts. And as was also shared in State of the City, occupancy rates average about 81%, which is higher than in our neighboring cities. The city's efforts to focus on safety and cleanliness do not go unnoticed, and they make a positive impression on visitors, which encourages them to return and to spend money here in Torrance. Discover Torrance makes a point to capitalize on that. Additionally, Torrance Transit is a key feature that is attractive to visitors. The rides to SoFi are key attractions and will be even more so with big events coming. I was able to attend the LA Tourism Market Outlook Forum last week along with Discover Torrance representatives, and efforts will be increasing to ensure that Torrance benefits before, during, and after the major sporting events that are coming to our region. Next slide, please. With special events and filming, Torrance continues to see an increase in these requests. And with that, staff are currently analyzing internal practices to increase efficiencies and improve the customer experience. What this means is that we are looking at our processes across departments to identify improvements in application procedures, examining our fee structure, and looking for ways to make processes more consistent across departments and venue areas such as parks reservations, parking lot permits, cultural arts center events, and general special events throughout the city. More will be coming forward on this as staff conduct our analysis and identify methods that we can use to improve. And these will also be incorporated in the website updates and refresh. Next slide, please. I'm almost done. The Office of Economic Development continues to coordinate business visits and ribbon cuttings for businesses that are not yet chamber members, but always encourages businesses to join the chamber. Business visitations are key to connecting business operators with business operators and allowing them to identify a face or faces at City Hall. Next slide, please. In the coming year, there are many more projects and initiatives in the works, starting with reconvening the tech committee, hopefully for the end of October, and proposing their involvement in spearheading an innovation challenge. And I invite the mayor to that meeting to share his ideas for that. Another breakfast with the mayor, the next one potentially being focused on bioscience and biotech businesses. An employment expo to include city job openings as well as hospitals, hotels, and other major employers and maybe not so major employers. A housing summit to be developed and fleshed out, and sports-related business development and international exchange around youth baseball, and potentially a showcase for all of the martial arts-related businesses that are in the city. Next slide, please. And with that, the information that I shared with you tonight, as I mentioned at the beginning, can be found on the Economic Development website at www.business.torranceca.gov. And please make sure everyone, if you haven't checked out our Why Torrance page, and additionally, earlier update reports are archived and they're still available on the website as well. And with that, I stand by for any questions.
Great, thank you. Anyone from the public wish to comment on this item? I don't see any. We'll come to the council. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Fran, again. Mentioned earlier about a possible idea of combining Select Torrance and Pitch Torrance. Not necessarily sold on that idea, just because I think they're two distinct I guess, programs that were put together. I think by combining them, they, I guess, don't necessarily add to each other. I think it kind of dilute the potency of what it's designed to do. Pitch Torrance was mainly to bring services and products and ideas that we didn't know that we even wanted. Right, it's about bringing concepts that we never even, seeked out in the first place. Pitch Torrance is an opportunity for small businesses or even larger businesses to come with a product or idea that is, something that we've never even seen before. So, or it could be, a company that has a product that fixes potholes that we never really looked for, but here they are now, and Select Torrance, which is great, ties in with Select LA, Select USA, is my understanding is to attract businesses to Torrance to make them, I guess their home base, or expand into Torrance as a base. But I don't know. I just don't think combining them, in my opinion, will serve either or. I think keeping them separate, or if you are going to combine them, as far as bringing bodies into the event, but have the two separate in the sense that, okay, we're going to do this first, and then we'll do the presentation for Select Torrance, or vice versa. But together but separate. I don't know if that makes any sense, but
it does.
I just have a concern that it might dilute what we're trying to do on both if we combine them. I think everything else is great. I think we're doing a great job attracting new businesses to Torrance, and a lot is because we keep it clean and safe, and I think that's very important. People do notice that. Businesses, when they drive through, they notice the difference between our neighbor and some of our neighboring cities and us, and say, hey, wow, this is what it should look like. And I think that can really attract a lot of people, especially as things get worse around us. So good job. Thank you.
Thank you. As just to share, I think the idea of potentially combining is actually one of my suggestions, which Fran produced, and that was so I just want to make sure. Yeah, and the reason I was thinking of that was based on, we did a lot of firsts this last 12 months, and it was just based on the experience of the first Pitch Torrance. I did not see as much, people pitching new ideas. We had a lot of the city staff, which is a lot of resources. So that's what I was thinking. It was a lot of resource city staff, almost like a job fair. We had every department had a table around. but I did not see, you know, somebody say, hey, I got a groovy idea of this for the city of Torrance. So that's how that came about. I think you were there. You probably noticed the same thing. And that's why, you know, maybe as we do the tech committee with the innovation challenge, that will spur some ideas. I mean, this is just an idea being kicked around. I just want to make sure that idea where it came from. Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. It's probably one of those things that I agree with you on, that I think we need to consolidate. I mean, there are so many platforms: Discover Torrance, Pitch Torrance, Y Torrance, Select Torrance. It's hard to keep up with those. You know, it's all about Torrance. So maybe there's a way we could find out a way to have one. I don't know. It's very confusing. Why we should go to Select? Why should we go to Y Torrance? So I mean, it's confusing to me, and it's confusing to a lot of others too. So I think I agree with the mayor on this, that not only Select Torrance, we should come up with one. And within that one platform, we could probably segregate different ways for new ideas. Click here for this. That would be my recommendation. The other, on page 8, that you have about hot properties. And thank you for showing this to us. There is now a way that shows us which commercial properties are available. If I'm reading correctly, this is something that if somebody wants to know within Torrance which properties are available for them to have business, this is the idea, correct? How do we market this site then? We have another Torrance that Select or Y, or how?
It's featured on
Y
White
Torrance.
Torrance. And as we get inquiries, Fran
Yeah.
recommends.
And at each event, we have different boards and slides that we show to promote it out as well. But I mean, there's never enough messaging, right? So we need to let more people know about it. And the other thing about this is that it needs to be updated. You know, as buildings fill, we need to make sure that we're getting new properties posted there too. So we have to stay continually in contact with property owners to make sure it's updated.
Do we have any data, how much traffic, how many impressions to that specific site? Because I think this is very important for us to fill our hot properties.
We could check.
Yeah, we can get the data, Councilman. A lot of times, the brokers, commercial real estate brokers, do the vetting for their clients, and they bring, as businesses are expanding or looking to relocate into the Southern California market, they'll ask for certain amenities or features of a community, such as availability of large warehouses or proximity to the port or the airport. So the broker community does, at the broker's breakfast, a lot of the features that we talk about, they in essence advertise for us. So, but we can, as a follow-up to your question, we can get you some data specific to this site visit.
And I think the idea is to see what kind of business group are looking for properties in Torrance and how we can reach out to them. This is a great that people are coming to us, but how can we really grab them to, yes, we can help you. We just need to take the next step to have them come here. Yes, this is one way to market, but what are we doing to have them to come in Torrance?
Another feature on this is for someone who is looking for space, that they need help with site selection, they can submit a form too of what they're looking for, how big, you know, what type of space and that kind of thing as well. I think it's more to your point, we need to market it more.
Yeah,
People need to know that it's there and that we can help them.
Do we know how many vacancies we have?
I don't know. I know you and I have talked about that, and with fire inspections, we can identify vacant property.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we actually have a live one. I think yesterday, iProton called and said they want to visit the site on the Fashion Way to do his cancer treatment center, and it turns out that might not be big enough. So now he's looking for a bigger place. So this might be a experiment. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you, Fran, for this overview on economic development. Just a couple points I'd like to point out. On international relations, I know we've had a number of different consul generals or members of the consular corps begin to visit Torrance. And I just wanted to mention that for each consulate that's based here in Los Angeles or also San Francisco, they represent the not only the diplomatic interests of their nation, but also the commercial interests. So typically at the consulates, they have a commercial officer whose role is to identify commercial opportunities for companies from their own countries, but to also identify opportunities if those same companies choose to do business here by establishing facilities on the ground. So I think in addition to working with our commercial real estate friends in the brokerage industry, I think it's this effort is going to start to show in the way of identifying new deals that might otherwise not even think about coming to the South Bay or Torrance. Also, one item that came up during the mayor's commercial real estate conference, since we're seeing a lot of new development opportunities coming into Torrance, primarily residential developments, I know that when projects are proposed to the city, we often raise the issue of community benefits, but I think it's also important to identify economic benefits to those businesses doing business here in the city of Torrance, who have a business license, who have operations ranging from plumbing, electrical, landscaping, and the like. I think it's important that for any developer who comes into Torrance, they may already have their own following or cadre of consultants and others who focus on delivering a project. But I do think it's also important that they're introduced to our own local business community so that there is an direct economic benefit to those businesses that have been here for years, but oftentimes are left outside of these major projects. So if we have X $100 million or X $1 billion worth of projects coming into this city, I think it behooves all of us on the council, also on staff, to encourage them to engage with the local business community. So if that's through working more closely with the chamber and maybe also through these programs, to encourage entrepreneurs in the city to do business with us, I think it would be very helpful for us to help incentivize these new corporate partners in Torrance. Lastly, on the AFILA, Sony Honda Mobility, I think we're all looking forward to their big announcement, which will occur sometime next month. I think this will go a long way, not just in the automotive community, but also throughout the rest of the United States and also overseas, that in the wake of the departure of that other auto company, that this really puts us back on the map for new cutting edge technology. So I'm going to wait along with my colleagues to see how that rolls out. But I do think that there's going to be a tremendous opportunity to help promote and sell the city in a new way. But thank you once again for your efforts. I appreciate it.
That was a great comment. And I think another idea you had that I stole from you, when we talked with Council General Sone, we've been promoting Delamo Crossing, that big building, I guess some of us still call it the Union Bank building, as the LA Council Corps to start thinking about populating that building as their Consul General's office. I mean, it looks like a Consul General's office. And when we had the art fair there, Ron probably got some text message from me and said, this looks perfect for I had the Consul General of Turkey visit me last week, and I mentioned the same thing, and he already is looking for a window office over there. So another opportunity when Consul General's office from Greater LA decides to come here with our safe city, our good restaurants and good shops, I think more businesses may also come. Councilman Gerson.
Thank you. Don't want to be a jerk, but all of my colleagues are commenting and providing input, and there's 4 items I'd like to touch on. But City Attorney, the agenda says accept and file an update. It doesn't say discuss and provide input. Am I permitted to give my input at this time?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. Just making sure. Funny thing was when I saw page 10 with all the auto dealerships and thinking about our last item, do we need an auto sales corridor sign?
Yeah, probably. We need 2. We need one on PCH and one on Hawthorne.
With the occupancy rates averaging over 80%, do we have sufficient room inventory, or is that something that we should be engaging in, trying to increase?
I think we probably have room for another hotel or 2. I mentioned that at the Discover Torrance board meeting, and they weren't so happy to hear that, but I think it would be good for Torrance.
Interesting. On page 14 with the coming soon, when I think about, we have 2 top 100 hospitals, Torrance Memorial being the largest employer in the city of Torrance. Then you add Providence Little Company, and you add Harbor UCLA. I've said it a number of times, but health and human well-being is the #1 business in Torrance, and focusing on, biomedical research and development, and really pushing the benefit of medical science and bioscience. And I definitely think that is good to be top of mind for us. When I was thinking about that and thinking about our Wide Torrance materials, so I know that, for example, there are people who fly in and see doctors who are specialists, and they come to Torrance to see specific doctors, knowing that American Honda brings people into the airport, shuttles them over, has meetings. Knowing that, hearing the stories about like Kobe Bryant coming and flying in and shopping at the Nike store, and now we have the Apple store. But when I look at the Wide Torrance materials, I only see how close we are to LAX. Does business development discuss the Torrance Airport and the benefits to business and I'll end with, and discuss the benefits to their business, because it's not in our printed materials.
Yeah, I think we do include Zamperini Field, but we probably need to do more to emphasize that and the ability that it is to serve business.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any other comments or questions? If not, go ahead.
I just wanted to say one thing that I failed to say at the beginning. I really do appreciate the support from all of the council as well. You all are very actively engaged in economic development, and I really appreciate that. You are the best ambassadors for our city, and thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Fran. We are all ambassadors here, everyone in this room. Okay. I'll take a motion to accept and file.
With appreciation to everyone, Ms. Fulton included, motion to accept and file.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
All right. Item 9H. Does anyone need a break, or we're going to press? Okay. Item 9H is recommendation from the Citizen Development and Enrichment Committee. And as opposed to saying, is there a staff presentation, I think I'm just going to go to Councilwoman Lewis and let
Thank you,
her
Mayor.
take it from here.
Thank you, Mayor. On May 15th, 2024, the Citizen Development and Enrichment Committee met to discuss the 2025 Rose Float entry and the holiday lights at Seaside. During the discussion about the Seaside holiday lights, the committee directed staff to return to City Council with an item to consider a number of items. This evening, staff will present item 9H, a recommendation of the Citizen Development and Enrichment Committee that the City Council, number one, discuss and provide direction on the appropriated resource contributions to the Neighborhood Coordinated Seaside Ranchos Holiday Lights display, and two, discuss and consider amending the cottage food ordinance. Should the City Council determine they would like to amend the cottage food ordinance, the following items are available tonight to move this effort forward. Adopt an ordinance amending the Torrance Municipal Code operating standards and repealing the pilot program of Division 4 entitled Public Health and Welfare of Chapter 15 entitled Cottage Food, and approve an ordinance summary for publication. Finally, we are requesting that City Council also accept and file the Citizen Development and Enrichment Committee meeting minutes for May 15th, 2024. Staff will now present an item, and representatives from the coordinating departments will be available for questions.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Jamie Lay, City Manager's Office, on behalf of the Citizen Development and Enrichment Committee. The Seaside Ranchos neighborhood is composed of 16 tracts housing approximately 5,000 residents in an area bounded by Sepulveda Boulevard, Anza Avenue, Calle Mayor, Pacific Coast Highway, and the west city boundary with Redondo Beach. The neighborhood came to be called Sleepy Hollow as residents developed a tradition of putting up elaborate Christmas light displays each December. The annual neighborhood coordinated light display is not a city-sponsored nor a city-sanctioned event. However, over the years, the neighborhood event has attracted large crowds and has created potential safety hazards. Last year, the event was advertised on local radio stations, websites, and the broadcast news because of its longtime tradition and growing popularity. Search the area on Google Maps, and landmarks are noted for Torrance Christmas lights and Torrance Candy Cane Lane. No formal advertising is done by the city. Although this is not a city event, the City of Torrance does have an obligation to address public safety concerns. Since 2018, the city has appropriated resources to address concerns. During the December 2022 holiday season, the city provided the following resources: temporary no stopping signs on one side of the street in the Seaside Ranchos neighborhood all season during the holiday lights display from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m., posting of holiday directional signs in and around the Seaside Ranchos neighborhood, monitoring of no stopping and holiday directional signs all season during the holiday lights display, 20 trash bins and coordinated additional pickups, 2 illuminated light boards to assist with traffic control and inform visitors of parking restrictions, and a public works page for Seaside Ranchos residents and visitors that included information regarding city contacts, parking violations, LA County Public Health Mobile Food Program, sanitation and trash bins, and traffic and signage. In addition to the mentioned resources, in 2019, City Council approved a cottage food ordinance pilot program designated for residents of the Seaside Ranchos area. The program allowed residents to sell approved food items from their driveway in accordance with the cottage food home occupations ordinance if they obtained the requirements. However, the pilot program expired in January of 2022 and was not renewed. As a courtesy, the city allowed for the 2022 holiday season to educate vendors in cottage food operations of the pilot program expiration, with the intent to administer citations the following holiday season. An environmental quality officer, as scheduling permitted, roamed the Seaside Ranchos area, educating illegal street vendors, including residents in the area, of their inability to vend, as well as provided educational material on how to become a legal vendor and answer any questions. For clarification, to clarify the types of operations, California has two classes of cottage food operations. Class A, who sell their products directly in person and online. They also ship their products and use third-party delivery service like Postmates. And Class B, who sell their products directly to the public or indirectly through stores, restaurants, and other wholesale venues. Acquiring a Class B permit is more expensive and requires a home kitchen inspection. A sidewalk vendor is a person who sells food or merchandise from a push cart, stand, display, pedal-driven cart, wagon, showcase, rack, or other non-motorized conveyance, or upon public sidewalk or other pedestrian path. There are two types of sidewalk vending: roaming sidewalk vendors who move from place to place and stop only to complete a transaction, and stationary sidewalk vendors who vend from a fixed location. Stationary vendors are not allowed in exclusively residentially zoned areas. Los Angeles decriminalized street vending in late 2018, as did the state of California. Typically in Seaside during the holiday season, we observe Class A cottage food operations selling their products directly in person and roaming sidewalk vendors moving from place to place. Prior to the 2023 holiday season, staff distributed approximately 200 informational door hangers to the residential properties within the Seaside Holiday Lights neighborhood regarding cottage food permits and vending violations. Beginning December 1st through the 30th, the Community Development Department provided code enforcement officers, or CEOs, to cite violators within the Seaside Lights neighborhood. The hours of coverage were 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. daily, except on December 24th, 25th, and 31st due to the holidays. The total public contact during the event was approximately 80 interactions, most repeat violators. Challenges encountered by the CEOs included cottage food non-compliance. Residents possessing a cottage food permit did not follow the regulations, which created difficulties in maintaining order and ensuring food safety standards were met. Limited number of CEOs to work the area. It was not uncommon for a CEO dealing with one issue to be flagged down by someone wanting them to go to a different area to address another issue. CEOs had a difficult time keeping up with the unpermitted vendors, as well as the complaints received by the residents. Lack of enforcement abilities. CEOs do not have the authority to confiscate merchandise. Lack of consequences for unpermitted vendors who did not comply with regulations made it challenging to enforce the rules effectively. Identification refusal. Unpermitted mobile vendors refused to provide identification. Without proper identification, the CEOs could not hold the vendors accountable for any violations they may have committed. And after-hours violations. Code enforcement staff would leave at 9 p.m. Unpermitted vendors would return and continue selling throughout the night. As we plan for the 2024 season, an issue regarding cottage food operations needs to be addressed. For the 2023 Seaside Holiday Lights display, the city manager made an exception to allow cottage food sales within the front yard of the property for the period of December 8th, 2023 to January 1st, 2024 from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. Should City Council allow for future cottage food sales during upcoming holiday seasons, the following items would need to be addressed. Location of direct sales. Currently, direct sales are not allowed from an attached garage, accessory residential structure, or any place outside the residential home. Hours of direct sales. Direct sales are currently only allowed from the home between the hours of 9 and 5 p.m. daily. To address this discrepancy, staff have prepared an ordinance to amend the Torrance Municipal Code to allow for the above items during future holiday seasons should City Council decide in that favor. Specifically, the proposed ordinance would allow a cottage food home occupation business to extend their hours of direct sales to 9 p.m. and allow direct sales from their front yard within the month of December only. Prohibit the primary resident from subletting or granting use of any part of their property to anyone not living at the resident, whether for profit or nonprofit, for the purpose of cottage food operation at any time. Update language to further strengthen the ordinance as related to federal, state, and county regulations, and repeal the cottage food sales pilot program as it is no longer applicable. These changes would be applicable citywide and not just to the seaside neighborhood. This holiday season, we plan to continue the same coordinated resources we have for the past several years. We anticipate a minor increase due to the increase in the cost of trash service and door hangers. However, at the May 15th Citizen Development and Enrichment Committee meeting, the council committee directed staff to provide a breakdown of labor costs associated with the Seaside Neighborhood Lights. In 2023, labor costs associated with the Seaside Lights outside of a typical day-to-day operations included public works, traffic support, police department traffic control and bike detail, and code enforcement. At a grand total of approximately $109,000 in labor costs, this amount is based on actual hours and days worked for the 2023 holiday season. It should be noted that holidays were difficult to staff, some shifts did not have coverage, and poor weather conditions also factored in the final cost of labor support. I would also like to mention that during the holiday season, additional Seaside neighborhood trash collections are added to daily operations, and salaried staff members attend several planning and community meetings regarding preparation and resources for the Seaside Neighborhood Lights, as well as community meetings with the Seaside Neighborhood Association. While these items do not add additional costs, they do require additional staff time. The city continues to consider any labor and overtime costs associated with the Seaside Lights as part of each department's regular operating budget. However, 2023 was the first season the city dedicated CEOs to the area. Based on the 2023 Seaside Holiday Lights display, staff anticipates an increase in labor costs, predominantly due to police overtime and code enforcement. 2024 costs are based on 22 days of coverage during the holiday season. A complete breakdown of costs was included in the item. There are many factors that will affect the cost of labor to support the holiday lights, including staff assigned. Traffic control from the police department can fluctuate based on if a junior officer, senior officer, junior sergeant, senior sergeant, or civilian staff work the event. Weather conditions may minimize coverage time if poor weather dissuades visitors. Increased or decreased traffic levels in the area. Staffing availability and unfilled shifts. Prioritization of overtime for various commitments, including divisional needs, the Del Amo Fashion Center, and other special events. Many residents display lights beginning Thanksgiving weekend and leave them up through New Year's Day, approximately a 6-week period. The item before you tonight provides a labor cost totaling approximately $182,000 and a non-labor cost of an estimated $13,400 for a grand total of approximately $195,400. The city maintains the position that the annual neighborhood coordinated light display in the Seaside Ranchos area of Torrance is not a city-sponsored event or a city-sanctioned event. The city's sole obligation is to implement measures to protect the health and safety of the community at large. This evening, the Citizen Development and Enrichment Committee is recommending that City Council first discuss and provide direction on the appropriated resource contributions to the neighborhood coordinated Seaside Ranchos holiday lights display, and then discuss and consider amending the cottage food ordinance. Should your honorable body decide in favor of amending the cottage food ordinance to allow the cottage food operations, City Council may adopt an ordinance amending the Torrance Municipal Code operating standards and repeal the cottage food pilot program. and approve an ordinance summary for publication. Finally, we're requesting that City Council also accept and file the Citizen Development and Enrichment Committee meeting minutes from May 15th, 2024. Staff continues to plan with the health and safety of our community as a priority. Representatives from the Community Development Department, the Torrance Police Department, and Public Works Department are available for questions.
Thank you. Any members of the public wish to speak on this item? Oh, you've been patiently waiting all this time. Oh, if I would have known, I would have pulled your item up earlier. I wasn't sure which one you were here for.
Yeah, thank you for the time. Brent Maley, Seaside Ranchos. I think you all have seen some emails from me over the past 10 days, and I hope you've had a chance to review. I'm surprised there's not any more voices than me here tonight. It's a pretty prickly issue in our neighborhood. But maybe it gets to the point of one of my emails, which is the communication, the outreach, both from city to us, but also what's within our own neighborhood. If it weren't for me reaching out to the city manager's office, it's been on my radar for years, I wouldn't know this is happening tonight. I think you guys have had a 6-year experiment with this resident vending, with the city either looking the other way or finding ways to provide exceptions, and it hasn't worked. Things have gotten worse and worse and worse over the years. City budget, city money, city resources have gotten worse and worse and worse. It's not that I like sidewalk vendors, but that's a making of Sacramento. We've done our best here in the city to kind of contain, but at least they move. My neighbor's front yard.
Actually, I know we received all your emails, so I think we already got your message. Actually, in the past, there were much more people here, so I'm surprised that you're the only one today as well. Okay, any other members of the public who wish to speak on this item? Okay, I'll take it to council. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. We had a pretty good sizable crowd in our Citizens Enrichment and Development Committee that were very passionate on this topic. And as much as I am a fan of Christmas and Christmas time, $200,000 for a non-city sanctioned or sponsored event is ludicrous. It is approaching on rose float costs, and it is literally for the benefit of one neighborhood, even though people come to see it. I mean, $195,339 for a 6-week event that the city doesn't sponsor. I would rather see that type of money going to something like the TPOA Santa sleigh that goes all around the city and hits every single neighborhood. That's where I would like to see this amount of manpower and you know, a lot of people asked about the Santa floats, you know, all over social media last year. This is literally pulling away officers who would normally man the Santa float to do traffic control for Christmas lights. And I love Christmas lights. Maybe the city could spend $200,000 and do something like in Wilson Park or one of the parks where you can drive through it. I don't know, just a suggestion. But to spend $200,000, and I would also take issue that, you know, it doesn't cost us any additional money to have staff in meetings. I'd say it does, because it's pulling staff away from other daily duties to focus on this one event. I don't think we do this much for our signature event, which is the Armed Forces Day parade weekend. And if we're going to spend $200,000, let's throw a fireworks show or something in for Armed Forces Day weekend. But I just can't sit here and justify spending $200,000 on a non-city sanctioned event that is also going to bring additional problems when we start to talk about cottage food ordinances. So if I go to Costco and buy a bag of Doritos and put some nacho cheese on it in my kitchen and then sell it in my front yard, I made it in my kitchen, but did I really? It's still a bulk packaged product, right? I think we're on a seriously slippery slope if we amend this ordinance to even allow for more selling. I mean, the report was very clear that people are not complying with the rules and guidelines that are already in place, and now we want to extend it. I think that's a very, very slippery slope, particularly when it comes to, oh, let's do it for Valentine's Day, or let's do it for another holiday, or let's a community get together and do it for whatever day. That's not where I'd like to see Torrance go at all. We already battled the sidewalk vendors that were setting up illegally and selling without permits, and for us to make an exception for an event that's going to cost us $200,000, I don't want to go down that roadway. So I'll be voting against all of it, honestly, tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Matucci.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. I think we said it in the item that we do have an obligation to keep our residents safe. Voting no on this, what does that look like? You know, I mean, we're not going to fund the police to be there. I mean, who's going to take care of traffic? Who's going to take care of safety? Because whether we like it or not, people have the right to display lights. Some people enjoy it, some people hate it, but the bottom line, the neighborhood looks pretty darn cool, and they spend a lot of time and effort to make it look cool. It's been going on for many, many years, and I don't think we as a city have the right to tell people they can't put lights up and attract. Unfortunately, you know, it got so beautiful that it attracts thousands of people from all over, and it does always becomes a problem when you have that many people. My point is, I don't think we have the ability to even say no to funding the safety aspect of it. And that's the big ticket item, right? I mean, what options do we have? If it's not TBD, providing safety, then who is? You know, we're not going to have the neighborhood gangs, you know, keeping everybody safe. It's going to still have to be TBD and traffic control, because there's going to be thousands of cars every night wanting to come through the neighborhood. And those are public streets. We can't tell people you can't drive into a neighborhood. I mean, unless you close everything off, and how's that going to look? You know, again, it goes back to the concept or the idea that our obligation is to keep the neighborhood safe. And how does that look like if we don't approve this tonight? You know, so that's a big concern of mine. As far as the cottage, you know, in a perfect world, a resident can sell whatever the heck you want from your driveway. You know, I mean, we don't control the health food inspection aspect anyways. That's for LA County Health to give out the permit and control it and do the inspections on the kitchens and stuff. That's not something that we do, correct? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, we just really, all we do when it comes to code enforcement is to make sure to have basically a business license, at the very least, I guess.
Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. To answer your question, Councilmember, no, we don't do inspection of kitchens, and neither does the county, quite frankly, if it's a Class A. If it's Class B, they may, under those circumstances. However, we do actually enforce the state law, and the state law under cottage food does have certain requirements. So yes, we would enforce those laws, and that is part of what code enforcement does when they go out there.
Okay. But we don't enforce the food handling portion of it, right? Or
We don't enforce the food handling, but we do ensure that only the food that is allowed to be sold under cottage food is being sold, as well as that they have the proper labeling of those foods, and all other requirements that go along with the cottage food. So we do that enforcement.
Okay. Now, hypothetically, are we able to restrict sidewalk vending as far as, to meet our regulations, the 6-foot sidewalks, the necessity for a business license? Pretty much what we do on a regular basis here in Torrance is to enforce what we put together, but then just, I guess in other words, leave the houses alone, the residents. Can those be divided into?
Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney, I'd have a big issue with selective enforcement because there's really no difference between the sidewalk vending and what these residents are doing.
Okay.
When I've gone down there with my family, you see stuff straight from Costco and Smart and Final, and it's not cottage food. Cottage food is supposed to be, and it's a limited list from the state of what you can make in your kitchen, but that's not what's going on down there. And so I'd have an issue if we're going to allow that to continue, but then enforce against the sidewalk vendors, because we could be then subject to litigation for selective enforcement.
Yeah, and obviously I'm bringing it up not because I'm necessarily, wishful thinking, right? Okay, just let the residents do whatever, but, try to keep control of everybody else that comes into their neighborhood trying to sell stuff on the street. I get that. But obviously that's not where we're at, we have to apply, it's either a free-for-all, let everybody do whatever in the heck they want, and we just kind of like step back, like it's not our sanctioned event. It's just the neighborhood coming together, doing obviously what they do, and make the lights beautiful and people driving through. But that's just going to be chaos. That's the reason why residents reached out to us to try to organize it. But really, at the end of the day, our biggest obstacle is really safety, right? And traffic control, and making sure that, one side of the street, I think that was brilliant, that was put together. I think it might have been the fire department that suggested, alternating one year, do one side, and then the next year do the other side, restricted parking. Those are things that I think the role of the city is to keep that place flowing and make sure that emergency vehicles can come through there, So for us to not be involved because it's not a city sanctioned event, I think that could be kind of dangerous. I don't think that's the path we need to take. It's a tough call. I know residents want to kind of like do whatever they want, but we either apply equally across the board or nothing. So if we step back, then we're stepping back citywide. It's not just, just this neighborhood. We can step back just in this neighborhood. It's going to be a free-for-all everywhere. So, I don't know. I'm all for, you want to do it right. Get your licenses, get everything in place, and sell the things that you can sell. Because if not, it's going to be a mess again. And I know the gentleman, I respect his emails. I understand his frustration, but the reality of it is we either control it or we don't. And not having us involved, I think it's just not a good idea. We need to be involved, and whether we like it or not, it's one of those situations to where it exists. We can't just close our eyes and it's going to go away. Thousands of people are going to come through that neighborhood between Thanksgiving and New Year's. Thousands. What are we going to do about it? How are we going to control it? How are we going to keep everybody safe and make sure that, if we are going to control street vending, that we apply it equally across the board. So,
Councilmember Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Department. And I think there are the two separate issues here. You have the one issue dealing with as far as how you will deal with the parking, the trash, the closure of, or the street signs that are put up. And then you have the cottage food issue. If you left the cottage food ordinance the way it was, and you did not accept the amendment to it, then basically they would not be allowed to do cottage food. Because right now, the way it's written is you cannot sell cottage food from your front yard, as well as cottage food is only allowed to be sold until 5 p.m. With the enforcement of that, then that would actually make it easier on code enforcement, because code enforcement would be able to go in there, and anybody who is selling cottage food or unpermitted vendors, they would just automatically be able to try to have the unpermitted vendors leave the area and also close down any of the cottage food vendors. Cottage food is a little bit easier, because if they don't, then we are able to cite. Because we are able to find out who the property owner is, we are able to cite them much easier than we can for the unpermitted vendors. But the enforcement is a lot easier. If you go with the amendments that are tonight, then what becomes difficult on our staffing, the reason we would need additional staffing is because one issue is hitting the unpermitted vendors that are out there, and then you have the issue of all the cottage food that are not following the regulations that are set by state law. And so this last year, unfortunately, the code enforcement officers were because they were dealing both with unpermitted cottage food vendors or sellers and unpermitted vendors, they actually did not have the time to actually close down people because they were not selling according to the law. Out of the 11 vendors that received cottage food business license last year, only one of them actually followed the state law. The rest of them did not follow the state law. There were also 2 sidewalk vendors that received business license for sidewalk vending outside of the seaside area. They actually were allowed on Kelly Mayora, Vanderhill, and Bindwall, I think is what it's called. Bindwall, which is just north of PCH. But they did that, and they were permitted as roaming vendors. They did that with the hopes that then they could work their way into the seaside area, which they did. But because they were permitted, we actually had their information, and they were cited. Once they were cited, they actually left and never came back because they realized how serious we were with this.
So what do we do?
That is up to the council.
I used to love Christmas, Councilman, but I start stressing every year.
I know it is. It's a stressful situation, and me personally, I want to allow people to sell their hot chocolate from the driveway. I mean, that's kind of the cool thing about going into that neighborhood is get your hot chocolate when it's dark and cold, not 5 p.m. I mean, you're not going to drink. You're gonna walk with your family in the neighborhood and get your popcorn and get. That's what people do now. Again, I would hope that we. Huh?
They could give it free.
If they get it free, well, I don't know if you can give away free food. I think it's still food, but regardless, I mean, I don't know. It's a tradition that's going to be hard to break, and if you don't have the added people, then you're not enforcing. Then that means that people are going to do whatever they want anyway. So I mean, it's one of those catch-22. Like if we get all the rules together with the enforcement. Are we going to have enough people to enforce, and what does that enforcement look like? I mean, they're still our residents, and we're trying to work with people. But I don't know. I mean, I definitely want to be able to. First of all, the most important thing is in the parking and the enforcement. That has to be part of tonight's decision, is to ensure safety and make sure the traffic flow. And then I'll see what everybody else thinks about the food, but I have a feeling it's going to happen whether we like it or not. So why not try to regulate it, try to keep everybody safe, and allow people to sell their hot chocolate, one way or another.
Council, Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director, we actually did cite 2 property owners last year who sold without a permit. One property owner did not think we were serious after they received the first citation. And when we came back to the next night and we cited them the second time, and then we told them the next night it would be $500, they actually did come in and get a permit. The other one actually shut down once they realized that they were going to be cited, that they did receive a citation. So we did issue 3 citations last year to 2 property owners.
And of course, I'm doing a lot of talking. It's my neighborhood. I grew up in that neighborhood. I kind of grew up with that tradition. It is cool, but it also did get out of hand. So, anyways, I want to hear what everybody else has to say about this. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump in before I call the other council members, because I think you and I are probably the ones who's gone through about 6 years of hearing about this every year, and I think things has evolved. I think the hard thing is trying to be objective, because we're very subjective when it comes to the holiday seasons and having, celebratory lighting for everyone. And I'm gonna guess that all of us enjoy that. The festivities, the lighting, it's just very joyous occasion. So that's the subjective part of it. The objective part of it is, as Councilwoman Lewis said, it's if we're trying to go through pure principle, it's one pocket of our city, and as the staff report, I think I must have seen it maybe 3 or 4, maybe half a dozen times, clearly said this is not a city sanctioned event. So, usually 2 times I get it, but you give it to us about 6 times. So that's one thing we all need to remember. It's not a city event, not a city sponsor or sanctioned event. And I look at it, and I think when I was Councilman Chen, I used the term as a big, humongous block party. How will we address somebody wants a big block party on 4th of July and shut down a street, or somebody wants to have a wedding at some places, I'm going to just make up, even though it's a neighborhood, even at Toyota Meeting Hall, somebody wants to have a big wedding there, I believe. Part of the permit process, if Sean is giving me correct, they have to hire ex-police officers, especially if you're having alcohol or something like that, right? I know I suggested something that this should be privately funded. Of course, if we ask the neighborhood, they're going to say no, because that's what we did, right? I said they should raise funds to pay for it, because it's not a city event. It's not a city sanction, but there is a way to take care of public safety. People pay for it. So I know the staff report even mentioned that it was asked and they say no. Well, I could have told you they were going to say no. We asked them, right? But I think if we just follow clear objective principles, I thought that's an idea that that should be at least thought about again. So that addresses what Councilman Tucci is saying. Because regardless, whatever decision we make tonight, the lights are coming on. And we do have an obligation to protect our residents. So I don't know how to make that happen, but I think that idea should be at least rethought about, because that's where Councilwoman Lewis, and I do agree with her, it's $200K of non-city sponsor or non-city city non-sanctioned event. So I think that's an area I'm at, I'm suggesting to my colleagues and staff again, I don't know if we do it, we ask the association if there is, because I don't know who controls it. That's probably the other thing, if it's a wedding or something, there is a person. For this event, is there an association? I know there was a neighborhood association which was helping to moderate a lot of this discussion. And that is one way, because when we first started this in 2018, Councilman Tucci and I, we did not have to deal with unpermitted sidewalk vendors. So that changed the game a little bit more now, because we have to be, like our city attorney, we have to be apply the ordinances everywhere as opposed to cherry picking. So that's another thing that changed. So that's something I ask my colleagues to seriously consider. I don't know if that solves it, but at least it addresses the 200K, I'll call it, right? Councilman Gerson.
I don't know if my nausea is from this topic or that I've been up for 17 hours. I hated this topic during the meeting, during the committee meeting, and just frustrated and angry at state law because the fact that residents are not able to vend, but someone else could come into the neighborhood, can wheel around a cart and sell their bacon wrapped hot dogs, but the neighbor can't give me hot chocolate or their own hot dog, just frustrates me. And I don't want to enforce more upon the residents of Torrance than we do about people who come in from the outside, because that's just ethically and morally, it just cuts me. And so that disturbs me so much. To be a little more specific on one of the things that you had said, and I don't remember if I asked this question or not, but prohibiting subletting. So does that mean that a resident couldn't allow the South High Girls cross country team to sell food from their yard?
Again, Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. To answer two questions. One, when you talked about permitting vendors roaming within this area, a vendor would not be able to get a permit to roam in this area. They will always be unpermitted because they don't meet that area doesn't meet the qualifications to have vendors within it roaming. There's certain qualifications. The sidewalk has to be greater than 6 feet, and you have to be able to have a 3-foot distance for people to pass. In this area, they don't have the sidewalk width in order for vendors to go down. So any vendor in this area would be unpermitted, that the code enforcement would be going after to have them leave the area.
But then they come back, or their wife comes back, or their son comes back, and we just keep chasing them, right?
It is true. Now, regarding your other question, as far as subletting, the reason for not allowing subletting is because a cottage food license permit from the county's health department is given to the owner of the property, and only that owner of the property is allowed to sell from their home. They're not, so say somebody outside had a cottage food permit, and if you allowed them to come in, sublet it, and allowed them to come in and sell on your property, now what you're doing is you're creating an event, and you're creating almost like a festival, which now means that anybody with a cottage food permit can come into this area and sell. So there's an elementary school in this area, Seaside Elementary School. So if the school district wanted to open up their parking lot and allow people to sell cottage food out of there, they could do that. So this is to avoid that from happening. It does not mean that the owner of the property who has the cottage food permit can't allow people to come help them and can't donate that money to a good cause. But no, they could not sublet it and say that it's some organization outside being the ones who are having that cottage food permit.
The only last thing I have to say is we keep saying it's not city sponsored, and I'm going to poke the bear on this one, but when you spend the cost of a ballot measure to pay for it, we are sponsoring it. So that's my point. Thank you.
Councilmember Michelle Ramirez again, Community Development Director. The reason why it's so important that this is not a city-sponsored event is because if it's a city-sponsored event, then we're going back to the effect of allowing other cottage foods to be able to come into this area.
Not to mention then we would be shifting liability from the homeowners to us, and I'd recommend against that.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a couple of questions. First of all, in the ordinance on page 2, number 6, Allowing, if we did allow a exception to the ordinance, which I grew up in the area and enjoyed going there and getting snacks as well. But if we did allow some kind of ordinance, what effect would that have on the rest of the city during that time frame?
This is applied citywide. And as our city attorney mentioned, we have to be careful and we have to make sure we apply the rules citywide.
So if we do the ordinance, then anywhere in the city, people could cottage food ban from their home.
Correct. Between December 1st and December 31st, between the hours of 5 and 9 p.m.
Okay, so I don't,
Or just-
for me, I don't think that's possible how I can support that, because that's just opening up a whole situation of stationary taco stands renting from the driveway of someone. As an
No, because
example.
again, there's no subletting. It wouldn't matter
Okay.
where it is in the city. You
Well,
can't
and then unless
sublet.
they said you can just use it for the night.
Well, when code enforcement goes out there, they're going to be asking for their health permit.
Right.
And so they're going to have to be able, and they also have to produce it to the Department of Finance when they're applying for their cottage food permit too. So,
Got it. Lots of code enforcement officers for the whole city during that time frame, right? Secondly, and I know, Mayor, you talked about this a little bit, but I was doing some research on bids and RIDs instead of like a business improvement district, like a residential, I forgot what they called it. It wasn't improvement, but investment district. $200,000 divided by 5,000 homes, $350 a month, $40 a year. And it puts them into developing their own board to deal with this, to hire our police department, to hire our code enforcement officers. Is it possible to look into doing something like that? Or
I've actually never heard of it for residential areas. I know that bids can cover an entire city and they can cover a residential area because of the fact that they do home occupation. And so that's why you can get the residential area in there. I haven't heard anything doesn't mean it's not out there and we can't look into it and see what it is. Be happy to
the
do
ones
that
I
research.
researched had more of it. It was called a residential investment district, so it was for the purpose of investing in the residential area. I don't know if this would qualify, but maybe we can
look into it.
check into something like it. And that way it kind of puts all of this planning on them, and they hire us to keep it safe. And it seems pretty reasonable when you divide that cost over all the residents. Just my thoughts. Thank you. Let me just check, make sure I think everybody answered my other questions. Yeah, that was it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilman Sheikh.
How did you come with the $40?
$200,000 a year divided by 5,000 homes in the area.
So every home, and so
40
we mandating them to pay.
$40. Yeah.
So we mandating them to pay $40, and if they don't,
Well, I mean, the way a business improvement district works, if 51% of the people identified in that area agreed to it, everybody has to pay.
can we make it mandate like this?
They have to check into it, yeah.
Council, Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director, I'd have to look into it because I've never dealt with a residential investment district, so I would have to look into that.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Just so you know, that was not what I was thinking. I know I was just thinking, Seaside Neighborhood Association could raise the money because.
For the event.
Right.
Yeah.
Because you're saying, this maybe the person in the audience there, he doesn't put his lights on and he has to pay. How can you?
Yeah.
Right.
That's where
what
I was going. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Sure. I know. It was just figuratively. She was just proposing an idea.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, but they still need the parking enforcement, the traffic control, they're still going to benefit from that. I'm sorry, I don't like paying anything extra personally, but this is a solution.
Councilman Shake, you still
Thank you.
still got the floor.
Thank you. Okay. Have we received any violations, like the people are just going crazy, or any things that really involve a lot of police officers there? Have we received any complaints?
Council, Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. The police officers are always in the area, which is very helpful to code if an incident happens. Code enforcement, though, is very good at being able to handle any issues themselves when it comes to cottage food or unpermitted vendors. And yes, there are issues. As I stated, there you have the cottage food, you have the property owners who aren't following the regulations as set by state law, and then you have unpermitted vendors in there that the code enforcement officers have to sit there and wait for them to pack up and to leave.
So the $200,000 that you guys came up with, that involves officers, the CDD, the staff, everybody's overtime?
Yes. Well, for the code officers, they are actually already here working till 9 p.m. So they're just assigned to that area, which means if, say for instance on Mondays, I only have one code enforcement officer that works until 9 p.m. So if they're in that area and we get a call for a unpermitted vendor on, say, Torrance and Anza, we may not get to that unpermitted vendor because we may not be able to get out of that area in time to get down there to that vendor. Or if we leave the area to get to that vendor, then that is when all the other unpermitted vendors will come into the area and start, vending. So it's situations like that that pose difficulty for the code officers.
But this does not apply to officers, right? Officers are there for public safety. So it doesn't matter. We just want to make sure everybody's protected in city. We don't just specifically tell them that you,
We do, Councilman. We do. Sorry, Autumn Torrance City Manager. We have police officers on overtime assigned to this area for traffic control. The amount of volume of cars and pedestrians walking in the middle of the street, the backups. The chief can chime in, but that's the primary purpose of having bike detail. We even take some of our fire resources into the area just for the magnitude of public that we get.
But our officers are 24/7. Why we have to find additional officers?
Because they have existing patrol assignments and call volume, and this is above and beyond what our current capacity is. So for us not to staff up would take away, back to Michelle's scenario, if we had an incident, some other portions of the city, we had officers in this area, we'd have to get them out of this area and have them respond to a call. By ensuring that we overstaff dedicated staff, the current officers that we have on any given shift are able to cover the daily calls for service with us having dedicated staff. And back to code enforcement, if we have a resurgence of vending, I will then authorize the community development director to authorize either overtime or potentially additional outsourcing of support for the city. So it does add additional layer of demands for our operations.
Thank you for clarifying. But excuse my ignorance. I'm not sure how this whole thing operates. The code enforcement and the officers, I mean, we have a lot of new technology like drones. Why can't we just reduce some of those burden on our officers? Why can't we have that in place to watch?
Watching is one component. It's physically diverting traffic, and drones are not capable. Maybe one day robots will, but until then, we literally have to have, and Sergeant Koenig's here and he can chime in, but we have, again, officers on bicycles, making sure the pedestrians, the cars, and sometimes emergency vehicles have access. I'm looking at the chief and his team. If there's anything you want to add.
Good evening, Mayor and Honorable Council. Chief Hart, Police Department. I'll call up Sergeant Dave Koenig to fill in some of those issues. But as the city manager said, we have an obligation. We're provide protection to the entire city, and
Sure.
that goes in the order of protecting life and then property citywide, over 20 square miles, 800 miles of roadway. In the past, we have seen with a lack of staffing down during this special event that we have to pull police officers from across the city of Torrance, where we would have no units in the entire north end, 12 miles away. What happens when somebody needs help? How do we keep them safe? We keep them safe with a strategy, and that strategy is staff that area appropriately so we have the right resources, the right time with the people that need it, which is why we're there. I'll pass it off to Sergeant Dave Koenig, who has a tremendous amount of experience and has really managed this as well as we can. But, you know, the team, what they're doing down there, and this is where it gets so difficult. You're talking about how difficult it is. It is really hard down there, and it's a balance. You got street vendors, kids, people running around, kids on bikes. They're supposed to have lights at night. They don't have lights. Do we stop them and arrest them? People driving in cars. They're supposed to have their headlights on. They don't have their headlights on because they want to see lights. Do you give them a ticket? Kids saying with no seatbelts on, put your seatbelts on, not in car seats. So, I mean, there's a tremendous amount of pressure on a young police officer in a place that's very dark with a lot of people, street vendors, and everything going on, and everything's connected. Because then if the officer's seen not giving a ticket for a kid not in a car seat because there's no way to pull them over, you're going to get complaints. You give a parent a ticket because the kid's not in a car seat and the lights are off, then you're going to get a complaint. So it's a very complex problem, and I think we all feel that it should be simpler, and it's really not. So I'll pass it off to Sergeant.
No,
Koenig.
I really just want to say that I'm a big fan, and I appreciate what you guys do. I just want to say that, you know, I'm a big fan of preventative measures. And this is one of the preventative measures. You have to have officers' presence, and so you don't expect any incidents. If you don't have officers, you may go skyrocketing those things. So, yeah, please educate me what exactly.
Yes, Dave Koenig with the Traffic and Special Events Division at the Police Department. As the city manager and the chief mentioned, if you're not staffed there, it gets out of control. There's two elements for the police department at Sleepy Hollow. There's an exterior element handled by the Traffic and Special Events Division, which are the traffic officers. We handle all the traffic control at PCH and Robert Road. That's our primary responsibility there. We have a couple secondary responsibilities, but the other element is the interior element, which is our bike patrol. And the bike patrol patrols the interior element of Sleepy Hollow. They assist the code enforcement when needed. And, you know, to Michelle Ramirez's team, they did a fantastic job last year. Luis did a great job. We exchanged phone numbers with both the bike patrol sergeant and myself, and we kept those with us the whole time. So if they needed us, because they didn't have radios, they would just call us on our cell phones, and we'd respond down there. So if you, just for an example of how bad the traffic is, as the city manager was explaining, if you're familiar with the area, it backs up past South High all the way to Anza.
Yeah.
If there's nobody there directing traffic, people are cutting in line, and they try that when we're there here. So we're monitoring that. The second thing that we do out there is we assist the fire department. In years past, there's been a couple calls for service. There's some bad news with that and some good news. The bad news is by the time we first hear about the fire department getting there, is they're pulling up. The good news is we have a great fire department. They get there really fast. Fire station's right around the corner. But what we do when the fire department, we see them coming, is we immediately start clearing out the street. Bike patrol assists us. We find out where they're going, and we help them get in. Once they're in, we completely clear it out for them to escort out. So that speeds up their response. The other thing with the bike patrol is, you know, they're assisting the code enforcement with the arguments between the homeowners who are selling and the vendors that are selling. So, you know, if we're dealing with a vendor and we're not doing anything, the homeowner's yelling at us for not doing anything. And at the same time, the vendors are yelling at us for, you know, what about the homeowner? So it's a very tight, confusing element. And then as the chief mentioned, you have people on go-karts, electric bicycles, with trailers with fire pits on the back, on couches, you know, so we're dealing with all of that at the same time. It's absolutely crazy, but if you think of the baseball movie Field of Dreams with Kevin Costner, build it and they will come. They built a fabulous baseball stadium and everybody came. They built a fantastic show down there, and guess what? Everybody comes. So I've been going down there since a kid, and I'm going to date myself. It was one street. It was done by the Catoni families on Sharon Lane, and that's all it was, 10, 15 houses. And that was in the 70s, and look what it is today. It's really grown. You know, we enjoy it. It's hard. The numbers you were given was an estimate that Councilwoman Lewis asked for. She asked for a projection for 2024. Well, this was back at the beginning of 2024. We don't know who's going to work it. It could be a very senior, gray-haired guy like me, or it could be a very junior civilian officer helping us up in the traffic element. So what we did is the numbers that the traffic division spent last year compared to what they spent this year actually went up, if the exact same people worked it every night, went up about $2,600. Now, the bike patrol, we gave the estimate of a fully staffed detail. And one of the things that happened at that community development enrichment meeting was they asked, there was no bike patrol down there after Christmas. So what we said when we talked to the bike patrol, they're going to staff it that week after Christmas. So that added an extra 5 days to them. Now, they don't always staff it with the 4 people that they asked for. We have a lot of obligations, as the chief mentioned. We have the Delano Fashion Center. We have grants that we put on hold. There's one night we don't work it down there at traffic because we're doing a DUI checkpoint. We also don't work Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, because it's voluntary employment. We just can't get anybody to sign up. So the 22 days would be, as estimated out, which Jamie Lay did with finance, was the composite rate with benefits and overtime, and then also fully staffed with all the officers of the bike patrol, which is a sergeant, 3 officers, and then 2 motor officers and a unit, could be a civilian, up at the traffic control for 22 days. We were able to handle the 3 people up at the traffic control. The bike patrol average probably, I think it came up to 3.6 officers a day, and they last year only worked 15 days. This year they'll be working 22. So that's why there's a larger increase for this year. So it's a great event. It's just a hard event and very busy event.
Well, thank you for your service. I just wanted to, make some sense of it. But thank you. I appreciate that, and I think, like Councilman Matucci was saying, people are gonna they're gonna have lights, but we need your guys' assistance and help to do something. We can't just ignore it.
Yeah. As the chief said, there was one year when I wasn't in traffic, they didn't deploy there, and it was a mess. So the next year we deploy. It's the same. It's very similar to the 4th of July at the beach.
Yep.
If you're not down there and you take control of it, it gets out of control. And that's the reasoning for having the bike patrol and the code enforcement in the interior and the officers up in the traffic officers at the top.
Thank you. Just cut the lights for 6 weeks.
And when they talk about the special event aspect of it, it's very unusual. It's not like a normal special event where somebody's asking to close a section of road and you are closing it. The road, they're not asking for the roads to be closed. So they actually want the roads open to them. It's just very challenging. And then, I did want to touch one other thing with Councilmember Lewis had mentioned about TPOA. That's 100% voluntary by the officers. That's not funded by the police department. So, and the reason why they haven't been able to go out is we're so short-staffed, and luckily looks like we're getting much better response in coming up to staff thanks to the council. But we didn't have the staff to volunteer to go out every night. So that's why they did the central locations the last couple of years. So hopefully when staff gets up, we'll be able to go out.
Well, thank you.
Thank you
for clarifying.
All right, Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you. And hey, I'm trying to help the Santa float out.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to help me help the Santa float out, because that is something that even adults in Torrance run out of the house. They have their little kids trailing behind them because they're trying to get to the Santa float. So, yeah, that is you. I was trying to protect your identity, but you just gave yourself up. So thank you for that. I want to go back to something that I said earlier. The way that I see this, and it's the same way that I saw it in the committee meetings, that we are discussing tonight 3 different issues for me. And how I would like to take them is in 3 different parts, right? One of them is the resource allocation and the contributions. The second piece is about the cottage food ordinance, whether to amend it or not. And then the easiest one is the accept and file the committee meeting minutes, which that's the easiest one out of all three of those. I'm a big public safety person, and yes, we do have to provide public safety. I agree 100% with the mayor on figuring out how to better manage the cost, and also we are short-staffed. Period. How do we adequately fund the public safety piece of it and the rest of the city at the same time during the busiest shopping season at Del Amo? And so that's also a concern for me as well. So I know we do have an obligation to provide it, but I see these as three separate issues. And even if we do go forward with it this year, I do want us to work on what 2025 is going to look like for this event, because 25 comes along and now we're looking at 250 on the high side. So I'm not saying cancel it. I go to every year. I enjoy going through, but I think there's a better system of it. And some of that traffic, and I'm sure Sergeant Koenig could do, is car stopping in the middle of the street, some kid jumping out of the car going to buy a cup of hot chocolate, the parent refuses to pull over, and then you have to wait for that person to get back to the car. That is some of that as well, right? I know this because it happened in front of me. I can testify for that. But hopefully with our council colleagues, was it you? Hopefully we'll be able to take these in three different. So I see number 1 is one issue. I see 2, 3, and 4 is a second issue, and then number 5 is the third issue. So thank you.
Okay, Councilman Kaji, give us all the solutions.
Well, thanks, Your Honor. Here's my view from North Torrance. It's great that folks in the South End, can have a unpermitted special event that's unbudgeted, but, runs about $200K plus, if not more, if there's an emergency at Del Amo or somewhere else. And also the chief's comment that, gee, if all these folks are deployed in the South End, well, people in North Torrance who are listening right now, we're on our own. However, I do find that, and I do admit that when we were younger, we jump in the Country Squire and drive down, see the lights, and then have dinner at Del Conte's and go home. But that was another time. And I think what has happened over the years is that this event has morphed into something that has outstripped the city's ability to control it and to properly manage it. It seems that for all the residents who live there, there's this unwritten CC&R when you buy your house there that you will participate, like it or not. But don't worry, the city will subsidize everything. They'll offer crowd control. If you sell out of your house, well, wink, wink, whatever money you make, it's non-taxable because you're not reporting it. And I'm sure that there are some folks who live in that neighborhood who are making some bank during that time and have been doing it for a while, and who else is paying for it? I think speaking for those in District 1, we subsidize it, but we get no benefit. Now, maybe if we were smarter, knowing that we're right off the 405 freeway, maybe we should create our own District 1. Yeah, look at the chief staring at me like, don't you do that. Okay, but let's go back to the budget. This is an unbudgeted cost to the city, and it's been ongoing for a long time. Sitting on the finance committee and taking a hard look at our budget, and it's not not that long ago before SST that, we were rubbing pennies together. I think we have to bring this under control for the sake of the budget and also for the sake of the public messaging, that sometimes you can take a good thing and you could run it into the ground. And I think that's what we're seeing right now. I'm not against what it used to be before you were born, Mr. Matucci. It was quaint. It was nice. It was friendly. It was a neighborhood thing to do. But what it's become now is a commercial enterprise that's been pushing the bounds on the city, foisting the expenses on the taxpayers of the city. And there's been a few individuals who have really benefited from this. I'm tired of this. And I think we have to, as a council and as a city, we have to bring down the hammer at some point. And I think that point is now. Looking at, and I haven't gone to this event in a number of years because it's too crowded. And as far as I'm concerned, it's dangerous. If there's an emergency, I don't know how you get in and out. I'm glad that we have TPD who can, shut down traffic, get fire, EMS inside. But still, having that many people converging on one single area for an extended period of time, it's not like taking out a permit for a special event for one day and meeting the conditions that are required for that special permit. This is an unpermitted event that it goes on for an extended period of time, drains the cities of resources, taxes the local residents, and doesn't generate a return. So giving you that jaundiced view from the north end, I'm not really a fan of this ongoing, I don't know if I would even consider it an attractive nuisance. It's gone beyond nuisance in my mind. So if there was a way for people to park off-site and shuttle in and walk, maybe that's one way to impose some control. If there's a way to prevent certain cars from getting in, especially for these outside vendors, I do believe that we have to bring control on this. To me, I guess I'll wait to see who makes a motion and what motions are going to go forward, but I think I've made my position pretty clear, so bah humbug. I'm going back to North Torrance.
All right. Councilwoman Lewis.
Councilmember Kaji just said something that I just want to. I'm sorry. No. Because remember, I'm team by humbug with you right now. Is the length of the Christmas tree lights? So generally they're like 6 weeks, I think I read. Is there a way that we can just say for the traffic going through there, just encourage the residents to turn them on at a certain time? Is there a way that we could do that? Maybe that's a little bit of a compromise between both, just to have it maybe instead of the whole 6 weeks, which is what drives up the cost to, I don't know. I'm throwing things out here. But 200 grand, that's a lot of money.
Yeah, but all I'm trying to imagine, we can encourage through the conversations with the Seaside Association. Typically, it's after Thanksgiving through the first week of after New Year's, and so we could definitely encourage them. We'll go back to the drawing boards and explore. There's other communities that have this, and we've done this. We'll explore shuttles and the costs associated, the operating expense. It wouldn't work out, but we can talk to some of our counterparts. I know in the Valley, in Pasadena, Hastings Ranch, there's Candy Cane Lane in Woodland Hills, Canoga Park area. There's a big Rancho Cucamonga display. So these are, and then they're all sharing a similar pains. We'll explore some other concepts if, from permits to road closures to messaging and compliance. like Councilman Bertucci said, people turn on their lights. In any neighborhood, if you get so many lights and so many visitors, we'll be in the same predicament. But I think it's fair to say we'll get through this year, but then put the community on notice, the neighborhood on notice, based on council sentiment. This is not a cost that we can sustain.
Or having the HOA to pick up for private security, something to alleviate the resources that we're having to expend for this, you know, whether that's private security or you know, them paying for their trash pickup.
Yeah.
I mean, we're assuming all of it, so.
Major cost is the public safety component.
Right,
But
which
every
we
bit
have,
helps.
which we have to provide, but if we could find figure out a way for them to either supplement that through HOA fees, I don't know what the answer is, but,
We definitely have a policy direction that we cannot sustain the level of support as it stands today, and we'll come back to you. We have a whole year to plan, but in the meantime, we'll make sure we respond to the community's needs.
perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
I think they could raise roughly 200K. Maybe we need 6 weeks of a citywide pickleball tournament during that time. Disperse the crowd. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't think it's fair to say that it's a net cost, 195,000. I don't think it's fair because, more people in the neighborhood, they're pumping gas, they're going to our restaurants. As Kaji said, after that, they would go to Del Conte's and eat dinner. I mean, there is some benefit to people coming to our city. We're always trying to attract people to our city. Now we have an opportunity. I'm not trying to sell it, but I don't think it's fair to say that it's just a net.
If I may, we have technology the city's invested in where we can extrapolate traffic to the area as a follow-up to this year and tell you where the trips are generated and what happens after. So we can come back to you and give you some data, how many people ended up at Delamo afterwards, or at a local pizzeria, or at a gas station, roughly speaking, and we can extrapolate some additional data, which will be helpful for the future discussion.
You figure 6 weeks, even if it's a couple $1,000 a day, that's like 80 grand, in revenue for the. I'm talking a couple $1,000 in revenue for the city and taxation and everything else. I mean, there's got to be some kind of a return as well. It's not, I just can't believe that it's zero on the one column. There's got to be some kind of return. It's not a moneymaker. I know that, but I would suspect at least half of it is going to be covered by growth and it could also be somebody moving to the neighborhood because they like the feel of the community, or a business, somebody coming into business saying, wow, look how clean Torrance is. I've never been to Torrance, and maybe I want to move my office here. I'm just saying, the possibilities are endless when they come to Torrance and see Torrance. They might move here. They might move their companies here. They're spending money here. So, I know tonight is very negative. I feel like it's very negative, but it is a beautiful event. And if it's, if we're able to keep everybody safe and go in, go out, enjoy it, I think that's a big plus. I agree, maybe we might want to separate the items, but I think the public safety aspect, I don't think we have an option of saying no. I mean, yeah, we could all vote no, then how's that going to look? Yeah, so I mean, I think we need to be, and again, I'm just going to reiterate the fact that I think we do need to allow the homes to sell. I mean, that's kind of part of the package down there, So if we don't, I don't know. I think we're going to have a lot of angry residents if we don't allow them to sell their hot chocolate,
And again, just to kind of keep things clear, though, we have to watch out for selective enforcement, because if they're, like Michelle said, 10 of the 11 we're not doing cottage food. So if we're turning a blind eye to that, we're opening ourselves up, because we are enforcing against the sidewalk vendors, and there's really no difference between sidewalk vending and being on the edge of your driveway. And that's the issue. So we're going to open ourselves up to litigation.
Enforce it.
Yeah.
enforce it, but allow it, but enforce it. I mean, because if not, it's just going to be a free for all. If we don't have our troops down there keeping track of what's going on, it's gonna be a mess like it was in the years past. So I think every year it's getting progressively better. We're learning more, but I'd be curious to find out what that data is going to show, because I find it hard to believe that one column is all expenses and there's no gain out of it. There's got to be some positives, in there. Whether it's gas, food, people moving in, loving Torrance, or people moving out. Who knows? They hate the traffic and they move away. But whatever the case is, it creates activity. And activity means revenue for the city. That's just how it is. So, anyways, but all right.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman Tucci.
I see.
Yeah, actually, I just want to
I see it
quickly
moving.
say, I think, just want to make sure all the residents, especially in the whole Seaside area, I believe that every one of us here thinks it's a great season, it's a great show. The discussion we're having is the challenging is how do we fund a non-city program with city funds? And that sounds negative, but we all love what it brings our city. It's one of the features, and it's how do we fund it? And that was why I was advocating that maybe Seaside Neighborhood Association take the lead to raise the funds to pay for it, or hire the Disneyland people to see, hey, Disneyland, how would you run this? I know, but you have to pay them, right? So that's right. Councilwoman Lewis, do you want to take a stab at I think we're converging. We'll have to see how the votes come out.
Oh, I want to take a stab at the best one. I want to make a motion to accept and file the Citizen Development and Enrichment Committee meeting minutes.
I second.
Yeah, it's 12:30 a.m.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Okay, how do we want to address the appropriated resource contributions to the neighborhood? Seaside Rancho Holiday Lights Display. Councilwoman Lewis.
I'll take a stab at it. I will make a motion that we go ahead with the resource contributions as placed for this year, with mandated studies to come back before we agree for 2025, because we do have an obligation to provide the public safety. That's my motion.
Can we add that we'll look into the residential improvement or investment district as well? And I'll second that.
Yeah, that was part of the research to come back before
Perfect.
2025.
Perfect, thanks. I'll second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Gerson and Mayor Chen voting no.
And I just want to assure the public, I feel like we sort of did deja vu from last year, but I just want to be consistent that, okay. Any other item to, there's a third one? Councilwoman Kalani?
Yes, I'm going to motion that we do not approve the amendment to the ordinance because it just makes it a citywide opportunity. We just don't have the staff to be controlling all of that.
Second.
Can we explain what that means? No, I mean, how does that look?
We're going to enforce
No sales.
the whole city.
No sales after 5 p.m. And so no vending for your driveway, no sales after 5 p.m. Citywide. That's what the motion means.
Okay, let's make sure we say that so when people watching the recording. we'll-
So to clarify, the motion from Councilmember Kalani was not to adopt the proposed ordinance that would be amending the existing ordinance. So that would now say cottage food is only until 5 PM, no sales from your driveway, and that applies citywide.
Yeah, but 5 PM, I mean, okay. I mean, most of the sales are after dark. That's how it works over there. It's gonna happen anyways. Okay, go.
Do we also know the amount of fine, how much we, for violators, how much we?
Councilmember, Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. The first citation is $100, the second citation is $200, and the third and thereafter is $500. So if the motion passes, what that means is when code enforcement goes out there, anybody who is vending from their home, they will be cited and told they will continue to be cited as long as they are vending. For any unpermitted vendors, the code enforcement officers will continue to work with them and not allowing them to sell and to move them out of the area.
Mayor, can we clarify what the yes vote is versus the no vote so we're all clear?
So just to clarify, the motion would be to leave so a yes vote would be to leave the ordinance, not to amend the ordinance. So it's kind of a reverse. So if you vote yes, it's to restrict cottage foods to 5 PM citywide. No vending from the driveways, nothing after 5 PM citywide. A no vote would be to amend it and allow cottage food from 5 to 9 PM.
Only during
citywide.
Only during that period.
So.
And that will allow.
Correct.
The other sidewalk vendors to do as well. Like, for example, Anza and Torrance Boulevard.
The sidewalk vendors are still restricted in this area because they don't meet the standards. Yeah.
I personally don't feel that they're gonna be enforced at the same rate as the houses, because the houses, we know who they are. The vendor could just say, I don't have an ID, goodbye, and come back 20 minutes later. And that's exactly what's gonna happen, because it's the same thing that happens every year. It's the same thing that happens every year. That's my only concern, is right now, what we're doing is, if we vote on this and it passes, we're punishing the homeowners, and the street vendors are gonna it's gonna be a free-for-all for vendors, because code enforcement is gonna go home at 5, because after 5 it's done, right? Or if they're gonna be there.
No, code enforcement works till 9 PM.
Okay, so 9 PM, but I'm telling you, the most of the activity is gonna happen after dark, and most of the activity is gonna be from individuals on the streets. That's what's gonna happen. I live in that area. I see it every night, and it's the same thing year after year. Unfortunately, that's what we're doing. We're punishing the homeowners at 5 PM. There's no activity before 5 PM. It's after dark. Once it gets dark, the lights will be, that's when people start driving through there. I mean, at 5 PM, it's like right when it's starting to get dark, and you're not selling anything at 5. Right? We're punishing homeowners. That's what we're doing.
So isn't there only 11 cottage licenses out right now? Cottage food
There was
licenses?
only 11 that applied for last year, so
Right.
they would have to reapply for this year, so we don't know how many will reapply for this year.
And if we change, I was trying to see, Manager, if we change the time to 9 PM, chances are we'll get more,
Okay.
right? Because there'll be more opportunity to sell, I imagine, assuming they're complying with the requirements.
Anyways, I said what I needed to say. Yeah.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilman Tucci voting no.
Okay, where are we? 9I.
Good morning.
I think is that you, Carlos?
That is me. Good morning.
Yeah, something it doesn't say about 9I here, so go ahead. 9I, recommendation of city manager, city attorney, and city clerk.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before I start, I'll make it very brief and short, but before I start presentation, I wanted to take the opportunity to thank each staff member that's part of the agenda team, as well as the Madam City Clerk, as well as City Attorney Sullivan, working with us this last year in modernizing our agenda management software and getting ready for this rollout. So for tonight's item, it's really focusing on two key items. Giving you an update regarding our new agenda and meeting management software, as well as the council meeting procedural changes. Next slide, please. So the city will be implementing a new agenda management software called One Meeting, formerly called PrimeGov. It's a software subsidiary of Granicus. Essentially, this would be used for agenda modernization, as well as meeting management for not only city council meetings, but also council committees and city commissions. Right now, we have all three different categories kind of placed in three different areas within our city website. So this would consolidate it all into like one-stop shop, one portal for the public to access all the agendas, meeting minutes, videos, as well as any agenda items and attachments. Next slide, please. So essentially with One Meeting, there would be a new online portal that would be available for the public. Essentially, it's an improved user experience to be able to access agendas, items, minutes, all in one place. One of the great things about this online portal is that there's two features that will enhance community engagement. One is an online public comment option in which they can actually submit a public comment directly to that item. It be directly embedded as part of the public record. And then the second one is signing up electronically to speak on an item. So currently with our public comment option right now, there's two ways that the members of the public can submit public comment. One is submitting an email to councilmeetingpubliccomment@torranceagenda.gov, and another is submitting a hard copy to the city clerk's office and then getting that routed to the city manager's office for processing. This online public comment option only would require you to put in your first name, last name, initial, and essentially put in your comments onto that item. The electronic speaker sign up, that would allow us to be able to register speakers to sign up in real time, essentially in the order it's received. Currently, we accept speaker signups through a physical card, which, a member of the public will drop it in a box, and then it gets essentially picked out, and essentially it's in whatever order it comes out in, because basically it's in the box, in a pile. But this would allow us to have the members of the public be able to sign up electronically from home or through two iPads, which we'll have installed in chambers. We'll be able to essentially stop signups at the start of the meeting, and then we essentially will be able to call members of the public based on the order it was received. It's really great because we've had instances where we have members of the public show up to the meeting well in advance, but not being able to speak. So we want to make sure that we're offering every opportunity for the public to be able to speak on an item. Next slide, please. With One Meeting, since essentially it's a new electronic software, members of the public through the portal will be able to access agendas through two versions, an HTML, which is going to be embedded through the portal, or they can download the agenda or the agenda packet with all the materials in the form of a PDF. So this just shows an example of what that would look like. Next slide. As part of our project with One Meeting, one of the central improvements that we've taken on is improving our agenda template as well as our staff reports, and implementing our new city branding guidelines, essentially giving a refreshed look, something that's a little bit easier on the eyes, easy to read. We made some modifications to the structure of the agenda report, essentially eliminating the background and analysis portion and consolidating that into a discussion. And essentially, this, working with the agenda team, seeing what was working, what what makes it very difficult to understand staff reports. This will essentially make it a lot easier for not only city staff members, but also for members of the public to understand the item moving forward. Next slide. So the purpose of the one meeting software, apart from improving the public engagement piece, it's really for improving our workflow and being able to prepare agenda items as well as get ready for any type of public meeting through a electronic workflow. Currently, our process for council meetings is we do it through kind of a two-tier review process. We do an initial electronic review, in which it's reviewed through our finance team. And then once finance reviews the item, returns the comments back to the department, we then do a hard copy routing, which goes to finance again, city attorney, and city manager before it gets scanned in and then essentially uploaded onto our legacy software. This essentially refines and makes our process a lot more streamlined through the electronic workflow process. Allows us to see where there's potential bottlenecks with certain items, really understanding if items are ready to proceed or if we need to reschedule those items. This also integrates with our existing Microsoft 365 license, in which we're able to collaborate on a Word document all in one file, so that we're not confused, or we eliminate the risk of determining if we're reviewing a non-current item. So we will know that we're reviewing the most current item because we're reviewing one file. That's more of our internal workflow process, but we're really happy with the workflow that our consultant has prepared for us, and we've been testing it, and it seems like it has also going to overall speed up the time in which we would need to essentially publish the agendas. So typically, there's been times where we've had to extend deadlines for agendas because the items aren't ready. But with this improved workflow, we'll be able to reduce the time needed for review and get the agendas out earlier so that we can get it reviewed by the public. Next slide. So we're rolling out this software as well as the online portal in 2 phases. Right now, we are focusing on phase 1, which essentially is going to be the rollout for city council meetings as well as council committees. So the rollout date for that would be November 1st. And then essentially our first city council meeting utilizing one meeting would be November 19th. We're also working with our commissions to get them onboarded with this software, and our projection is to be able to roll them out utilizing this software January, there's a typo, 2025. So we want to make sure that we're onboarded and comfortable with the city council agenda first before we also start introducing the other commissions. But overall, the goal is to essentially implement this software for all of our boards and commissions, so that this essentially is our one-stop shop for our legislative management system. Next slide. Because of this new software and we're wanting to look at ways to improve the flow of our council meetings, we are recommending changes to our council meeting procedures. So we take a look at our existing procedures, as well as we did a survey with 21 agencies to understand how they're essentially operating their city council meetings, their procedures. So there's a couple changes. Essentially, it's 1 through 4. The first one is the community engagement portal that I mentioned earlier with public comment. Right now, we do accept email communications for public comment. The issue that we find ourselves often is it is very workload heavy on staff, especially when we have to redact emails because of sensitive information, as well as reviewing these emails to ensure that we're not including duplicates. We've often find that duplicate emails, because it's being sent to our council meeting public comment email, but may be sent to a department head or a council member, in which it's getting routed back to us. This public comment portal will eliminate that duplication, as well as it need to do any redaction, because that public comment option will allow you to directly add the comment to the item. So our recommendation for this portion is essentially eliminating the email option and then referring the public to utilize the online portal for public comment. We will still accept hard copy public comment through the city clerk's office, and then we would just upload that to the item. But to ensure efficiencies as well as to reduce the need for staff time for essentially clerical redaction, we are making that recommendation. The second one is our public comment hotline. So we had gotten direction from the council about a year ago to incorporate a public comment hotline that would allow for a 2-minute voicemail to be left in this hotline and then essentially transcribed and then included as part of the supplemental for oral communications. With about over a year into this process, we've only really received a little bit over 50 responses over the lifetime of this service. For the most part, what we realize is it's the audio files that are left in the voicemails are very difficult to transcribe. It does require, it's very time intensive for staff to try to hear and try to transcribe these poor quality audio files. And then for the most part, the majority of the voicemails that we're getting are not related to the agenda material. And there's been instances where there's just been a lot of sensitive, inappropriate language being left, in which we have to essentially transcribe it but make it inaudible, basically. Put a quotation inaudible because it's just something we just don't want to incorporate as part of the public record. So we are recommending that essentially this service, I think the intent was great, but it's not being utilized for its intended purpose, so we are making the recommendation that we eliminate this service. The third change that we're essentially requesting concurrence on is the shifting in criteria for consent calendar versus administrative matters. We currently have a criteria right now where any item that has an expenditure of more than $1 million requires an administrative matters discussion. But in reviewing other procedures from other cities, as well as reviewing the type of projects that council has directed us to pursue in order to kind of streamline these projects or these just routine items, sometimes we have to pass resolutions that are required for a grant application, or we're making large purchases, but they're insurance related, so it's something that the city is purchasing every year. We are recommending that instead of going based on a money expenditure limit, we go based on a routine or not approach. Of course, any consent calendar item can be pulled by any council member for discussion, but this will allow us to essentially make the meetings run a little bit more smoothly, more efficient, and focusing more on administrative matters on items that require more in-depth discussion. The last one is the council rules of order, making that adjustment for the transition to the electronic speaker card signups. Our council rules of order essentially lays out our procedures for council meetings. Because we are offering the electronic speaker card option, we need to make that adjustment on the council rules of order, because at this time, right now, we can only accept the physical speaker cards. So that would be the request that we're asking. Next slide, please. Oh, the last one, the last change that we're requesting is looking at our agenda order and looking at how we can improve that workflow or the flow of the meetings. We're making some minor changes to the agenda order. It's really just adjusting the placement of the public hearings right after consent calendar. And the reason being is those public hearings typically are items of interest, whether it's a planning and land use study or an appeal, or it's a budget item, or it's another type of item that requires a public hearing. Rather than have the public wait till the end of administrative matters, we're making that adjustment where public hearings would go right after consent calendar, continue with admin matters, and then continue on with the rest of the agenda order. Next slide, please. So our recommendation tonight for this item is 1, accept and file the update on the new agenda and meeting management system, 1 meeting. 2, approve changes to the city council meeting procedures regarding consent calendar, order of agenda items, public comment in advance of meetings, and use of electronic speaker cards. And then 3, adopting the resolution, which would amend sections 2.7 and 2.12D of the council rules of order. So I was available for any questions.
Thank you, Carlos. Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? I don't see any, so I'll come to the council. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you. Thank you for this. I'm excited to see the new agenda management software when you go to look at other cities and how their agendas and their documents are posted online and you come to look at ours. This is going to be a great improvement and I'm super excited. My comment is more about the council rules of order. It's more of just like a formatting request. If we could go and just clean up some of the language in the council rules of order and just be consistent across the board, where it says we refer to council members and members of committees. If we could just take that all the way through, there's some language that refers back to councilmen and other gender references. If we could just clean that up and just put everybody as a member, I think that would work through the council rules of order. That was my only comment. And thank you to all the people who served on the agenda committee. This is great stuff.
Thank you, council member. Patrick, is there any issues with that, or can we make that as part of the motion?
We can clean that up, so the council, if it's comfortable with the rest of the changes, my office can go through and make it gender neutral.
It's already in there. Most of it refers to council members, so it's just a little cleanup language.
Councilman Matucci.
Oh, you said councilman. Oh.
Well, that's because I know.
Trouble. You're in trouble.
I don't know. He might be feeling different today.
I never know. I have a question on the online community engagement portal. Is that like a live, like during a meeting, that people can ask questions for online? Or am I misunderstanding?
Thank you for the question, council member. For clarification, the community engagement module for this software is essentially the public comment, so that you can add your public comment prior to the meeting. So right now, for most of our meetings, we're getting supplemental material that incorporates emails or any form of public comment communication that the public
phone call or whatever.
Yeah. So this essentially embeds that option for a member of the public to submit their public comment on an item directly on the portal versus sending an email.
But it's not live.
It's not live.
Okay. Okay. My understanding that it was going to be like during the item, an email can come in, and I said, oh, that could get very complicated because you have to monitor it, right?
There is going to be a level of monitoring because we also have to make sure that the language is not vulgar. Of course, First Amendment, but we also need to kind of maintain and review what's being posted. So what we would do is we would get a notification that an item has a new public comment. We would review it, and then we can either release it to be published as part of the record right then and there, or we can generate a report which would incorporate all of the public comment into one report for the item.
Okay.
Yeah. So basically, the intent is that instead of having to have multiple supplemental materials for each item,
sure,
it's just automatically being added to the record.
No, I like that, but we still have to physically go in there and redact it and all that stuff, right?
So the reduction part, it's kind of gets eliminated because you're not really sending an email. So we've limited the type of information that you can share. That's why we are going with the first name, last name, initial, and we're not really leaving an opportunity for someone to leave their email address or their address because of our redaction policy. That typically has to be redacted manually before we can post it online. So by eliminating those fields from as an option to incorporate as part of the public comment, there's no need for redaction. Of course, if they incorporate an address or some type of information in the body of the public comment, we'll have to go in and make those changes and do that redaction. But the intent really is so that they just kind of respond to the item. They can let us know their position, so that it gives you an option to choose your position, whether it's for support, opposition, or neutral. So that helps as well. But this will kind of eliminate a lot of the manual labor that goes into having to redact. And one of the issues that we've experienced within this past year is on certain controversial items that the council has faced, we've had to redact multiple emails where it's the 6 same emails, but coming from 1,000 different people. And we're having to redact each, and it's very time consuming, where that time of redacting can be spent on quality control of our items. So we make sure that we reduce scrivener's errors, making sure that the formatting is correct, making sure that the attachments for the items are legible. So while this would reduce the need for redaction, we want to make sure that our staff is able to work on other tasks with the agenda management, like quality control.
Gotcha. Okay. Appreciate it. Thank you.
So, Carlos, my question is, I think I had a little conversation with the city clerk on this one earlier. For similar reasons that you explained why the telephone, eliminating the public comment hotline, for the public comment or the electronic speaker sign up, someone could say, my name is beep, and does it come through that way? It's going to get redacted if it's similar to what you were just saying about, you leave a voice message. It could be very, the language is maybe vulgar, or they, whatever name they give themselves, or they want to call. So do I call the person by what they fill in, even though it could be very offensive?
So right now, if someone submits an email and it's vulgar language, like First Amendment, we can't modify that. That's has to be part of the record.
Right.
However, with the hotline voicemails, right. The majority of the issue is that the phone connection with every individual that calls is different. One of the biggest issues was that these voicemails are not audible, or they're not speaking clearly. Or we've had instances where the context of the voicemail made staff uncomfortable. So we had to refer to the city attorneys, like, hey, does this have to be incorporated as part of the public comment because of the nature of the voicemail being left? And what we had decided is, we take that as inaudible because the context of the material is pretty graphic. Of course, like I said, First Amendment, but the intent of this hotline was really to serve as an opportunity for members who can't attend a council meeting in person, that they can provide their oral communications through a phone call. But I would say that 90% of the time, the context of the voicemail has nothing related to the agenda material or any aspect of city operations. It was just really a 2-minute therapy session.
Okay. Okay, I was just wondering, could they make the 2-minute oral therapy session a 2-minute, a 1-minute, or 2 or 10-minute written session, and then it'll just come out as is then, right?
I mean, today where we accept the emails, it could be a couple pages of an email, and we have to incorporate that as public comment.
Okay.
So I think that the length of the written communication is not going to change. Okay. It's just the way that we will process the public comment essentially would be more automated through this new software.
Yeah. Okay. I guess one example would be the name they give themselves when we call them when they want to make a comment, right? They could give themselves a really interesting name, right?
They can, and essentially, that's kind of where we're kind of tiptoeing around that First Amendment. It's, do we redact that name because it's not acceptable to the city, or do we let it through as part of the public comment? Because really what we're only redacting with public comment that we received today is email addresses, personal email addresses, that the mailing addresses, if they incorporate a mailing address or home address, and then phone numbers, and then signatures. Sometimes they'll scan in a letter with a signature. We have to redact the signature.
Okay. Well, so some other agencies have used this already?
Yes. We've actually have met with a couple different of their clients. We met with the city clerk's office with City of Norwalk, Santa Ana, and Long Beach. So understanding the learning pains that they've gone through, and the feedback that we've gotten from this public comment portal is they love it.
Okay. No, I understand that. I think those just some of the unique situations we might get into. Maybe we'll talk on how they handle those, I'll call it unique situations where, you know,
We had discussed more
should I
on
call the
bigger
person
art.
pork chop if he calls himself, you know, whatever else, right? So, okay. All right, Councilman Shake.
Thank you. Just quickly, am I hearing that those emails and voicemail will be filtered before they come to us?
Not the ones that would go to the portal, because as I mentioned before, the First Amendment. So whatever they submit as part of the public comment through the portal is what we have to post.
All right, thank you.
It will get a little interesting. Okay. Do you have a motion to accept and file? I'm going to ask for a number and title, please.
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2024-78, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, adopting amended City Council Rules of Order as City Policy Number 2 as set forth in Torrance Municipal Code Section 11.7.010.
Okay, motion to adopt resolutions 2024-78, accept and file the update, approve the changes and procedures.
And
Second.
just to clarify for the motion that incorporates Council Member Lewis's request that the language be made gender neutral.
Including the language being made gender neutral. Yes, thanks.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
All right. So we are on public, there are no public hearings. With second reading, item 12A on second reading. Are there any questions from the council for second reading, item 12A? Ordinance 3937. Do we have anyone from the public wish to speak? I don't see any. City Clerk might have a number and title, please.
Your Honor, this is ordinance number 3937, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending section 95.1.6C, entitled Final Determination and Findings of Chapter 5, Conditional Use Permits of Article 1, General of Division 9, Land Use of the Torrance Municipal Code relating to the mitigation of project-related adverse impact.
Motion.
Go ahead.
Motion to adopt ordinance 3937.
Second.
And approve an ordinance summary for publication, right?
I believe you approved that last time, but if you want to approve it again.
Well, I'm just reading what you told me.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to oral communications number 2. I was going to see, I'm going to read a lot of this. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comments on items not on the agenda. Under Ralph and Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, or request clarification, or refer the item to staff. You can only speak on one oral communications. Time starts when you step to the mic. I'm going to let you speak.
There's a number of things I wanted to speak about tonight, but I'm just going to go with the most recent of what I'm thinking. I'm not liking the way you're running these meetings where the agenda item comes up and you read it and then you say, does the public have anything to say about it? We don't know all the intricacies of what goes into that, because you guys have a chance to talk amongst yourselves, talk to staff, talk to that. The reason why the public wants to comment, we want to comment after we hear about what you're saying, because you guys say stuff that triggers us to say, well, wait a minute, what about that? It seems to me, Honorable Mayor, I think it's a lot of you not wanting to hear from the public. That is why I am the only person in this council chamber right now. Everybody else is left because you're making it so inhospitable to the public.
Thank you. Okay. We will continue to allow the public to speak. All right. Anyone else? I don't see anyone else. I'm come to the public. I'm come to the council now. Councilman Kaji, you go first.
Have a good day.
All right. Councilwoman Kalani.
I have a few things. I'm sorry. It's been it was a very busy weekend. I saw a lot of my fellow council members throughout the days at events like Torrance Refinery Open House, Torrance Beach Cleanup, Torrance Elk Lodge, Chili Cook-Off, and Car Show, just to name a few. And our own Del Amo Mall, we talked about it, never disappoints, with the newly opened Apple Store, which was very busy all weekend. Just a couple of things. Scare Down in downtown Torrance, October 5th from 4 to 9 in the historic downtown Torrance district, which includes Trunk or Treat. So you get to come see cars and visit Scare Down. There's also the historic fall tour of Old Torrance Historic Homes, October 12th and 13th, 2024 from 11 to 4. And I wanted to talk about a couple of other things. We had some regulars that I call in the left outfield. 3 of them I hadn't seen for a while. I was happy to see a couple that are back, but there's one, I'll just give initials JH, who I haven't seen, and just thinking of him and knowing he's in our thoughts. Finally, our Torrance-based Tiger Squadron had another loss on Sunday in the mid-air crash over Lancaster. So, Ryder, blessings to you and prayers to you and your family. Soar high and forever. Good night.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lewis.
I want to wish Councilmember Matucci a upcoming happy birthday and good night.
All right. Okay, the soon-to-be birthday boy, Councilman Matucci.
I just wanted to say thank you, and that's, finally 35 years old. No, nobody's buying it? No, but thank you, everyone, and good job, and good morning.
Councilman Shake.
35 for the last 30 years. Well, I just heard somebody bought a car, but that was not Honda.
That was not.
Yeah. Nothing. Thank you.
Councilman Gerson.
Yeah, it has been very, very eventful. With us, my son and I were at the refinery from, I think, 9 until 1. There's so much to do, but yeah, so much going on. Thank you all the HOAs who've been inviting me to come speak. Looking forward to speaking at more, but it's after 1 and I have to be up in 4 hours for work, so I want to leave.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I just want to make sure that our speaker in the second oral is that I heard you. I heard you the last time you shared about the method, and I'll talk with staff to see how it's going. The reason we did this was because we want to make sure that we heard from the public first, and then we get all the information because and then it kind of goes both ways, and we'll see. I mean, I'll talk to our staff to see how the communication's been running, and because at the end of the day, we need to make sure we get the information back from the audience when we deliberate. Okay. As we conclude this evening's meeting, I want to thank you for your active participation and interest in staying informed. Your involvement continues to help shape Torrance and keep us moving forward. Thanks to City Cable for sharing our meetings live. In case you missed any portion of this meeting, you can find it archived online at torranceca.gov, YouTube, and Facebook. I'll take a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting.
Make a motion to adjourn to the next city council meeting, Tuesday, October 8th, 2024, 5 o'clock for closed session with regular business at 6:30. Leroy J. Jackson Council Chamber, Tuesday, October 1st, 2024 is a dark night.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
All right, thank you, good night. It's 1:13 a.m.